Chapter 1. Cast into the abyss, fellow cultivators. Before we begin this journey of empire and exile, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The trial had lasted no more than an incense stick's worth of burning, yet it felt like an eternity of suspension between hope and annihilation. Standing before the celestial judgment seat, Yenshinqua felt the full weight of immortal scrutiny pressing down on him from every angle. 9 celestial lords sat in judgment, their forms wreathed in power so refined that the very air around them shimmered with visible distortion. The heat radiating from their presences was intense enough to make breathing difficult, as if oxygen itself had been transformed into something caustic and hostile. And at the center of the elevated platform, looming above them all like a monument to frozen fury, was Celestial Lord Zixin, the man who had raised him from low-born obscurity, who had groomed him for prominence among the celestial merchants, who had placed the weight of his own expectations upon Yenshinqua's shoulders until they felt ready to snap. Now, that same man stared at him with eyes like twin stars burning at the heart of a cosmic furnace, their light so piercing and cold that even a glimpse of them made his spirit recoil in instinctive terror. The sensation was like standing in a blizzard where the wind carried splinters of ice sharp enough to cut through fabric and flesh alike. Yenshinqua. Zixin's voice resonated through the chamber like the tolling of a cosmic bell, a sound that seemed to originate not from his mouth, but from the fundamental fabric of reality itself. You stand accused of forbidden cross-realm commerce. You are charged with secretly trading celestial knowledge with lower-realm cultivators, of establishing trade networks outside council authority, and of trafficking in artifacts that should never have left the celestial domain. Furthermore, witnesses have testified that you violated the celestial merchant accords, exposing restricted techniques to lesser beings and profiting from trade that enriches the lower realms at the expense of celestial supremacy. How do you answer these charges? Yenshinqua had wanted to explain. He had rehearsed 1,000 defenses in the endless hours before this trial, each one carefully constructed to appeal to the council's pragmatism, to their sense of rational self-interest. He wanted to point out that his trading network had enriched celestial merchants beyond measure, had opened new markets that would have remained forever closed, had done nothing but expand the sphere of celestial influence across the lower realms. He wanted to argue that the restrictions on cross-realm commerce were arbitrary, wasteful, and counterproductive, the kinds of rules that existed not for any logical reason, but simply because they had always existed. He wanted to demonstrate that the lower realms possessed resources worth 10 times what they currently received in exchange, and that a fair system of mutual benefit would elevate both sides toward greater prosperity and power. But looking into Zixin's eyes, those eyes that had once regarded him with something that might have been pride or affection, though perhaps he had only imagined that, he understood the fundamental truth beneath the surface of this trial. This was not about crime. This was not about broken rules or violated accords. This was about control. The council feared what they could not govern. They feared ambition that did not rise through their prescribed channels, that did not bow to their authority or seek their blessing. They feared a low-born cultivator who had found a path to power that bypassed the rigid hierarchies they had spent millennia constructing, maintaining, and defending with all their considerable force. I answer truthfully, Yenshinqua said, forcing steadiness into his voice even as he felt his heart crumbling into ash. I have done what you accuse me of. Every word spoken against me is accurate. I do not deny the charges, but I deny that it was crime. Everything I have done has benefited the celestial realm, expanded its reach, increased its wealth, strengthened its influence across the lower worlds. I am guilty of ambition, yes, but is ambition itself a crime? If so, then you might as well condemn every cultivator who seeks advancement. Silence, Zixin interrupted, his voice like the crack of a celestial whip, a sound that made the very air pulse with suppressed force. Your self-justification is noted and disregarded. The council has deliberated and made its decision. You are stripped of your celestial rank, your trading privileges, and your standing in all heavenly courts. You will be exiled to the lower realm of Qingli, where you will spend your remaining days in poverty and obscurity, severed from the power that is your birthright. A binding seal will be placed upon your soul, a seal that prevents any ascension back to the celestial realm through conventional means. Any attempt to cross the threshold between worlds will trigger this seal, burning away your cultivation base and scattering your soul into the void between realms. May you find redemption in the ashes of your ambition. The trial ended before he could speak another word. Guards in armor that glowed with celestial light seized him, and the judgment was transformed into action with terrible swiftness. A celestial lord, Zixin's personal executioner, a being of such refined power that looking at him directly caused Yan Xingqua's eyes to water, approached with a staff that pulsed with forbidden light, each pulse like the heartbeat of a dying sun. Yan Xingqua felt the seal being branded into his very essence, a lock being hammered into the door of his soul with blows that caused him to scream voicelessly. The sensation was beyond mere pain. It was erasure, obliteration, the fundamental restructuring of his being into a shape that fit their design. Then came the descent. As Yan Xingqua tumbled through the space between realms, his body convulsing from the strain of forced exile, that sentence was being enacted in the most brutal way possible. The barriers between worlds, thin membranes of spiritual force that celestial beings passed through like silk curtains, became for him 1,000 burning whips. Each layer of the celestial realm he passed through stripped away something of his power. His golden core, that precious nexus of cultivation that he had built up over decades through meditation and sacrifice, began to fracture like ice on a warming spring. The sound, a discordant shrieking that only he could hear, nearly drove him mad. He wanted to scream, but couldn't find his voice. His throat constricted with anguish and despair. The agony was a living thing, consuming him from within, tearing at his consciousness with invisible claws. His celestial treasures, bound to his soul through rituals that should have made them eternal companions, dissolved into ash and were stripped away by the violent pressure of his descent. A jade ring he had worn for 20 years fell away and dissolved. A cultivation manual pressed into his mind during his first celestial instruction crumbled into spiritual dust. A pendant that had amplified his meditation now burned against his chest before disintegrating entirely. Each loss sent a new spike of grief through him. These objects had represented his entire identity, his status, his place in the celestial hierarchy. They were pieces of him, and losing them felt like losing parts of his soul. The pain was beyond description, beyond the capacity of language to convey. It was not sharp or sudden, but a grinding, crushing pressure that worked its way through every cell of his body, every fiber of his consciousness. He could feel himself unraveling, could sense the connections that had bound him to the celestial realm severing like cut threads. Each severance sent a new wave of agony through him. The screams tore from his throat until his voice gave out entirely. His lungs burned with each breath, if the gasping, ragged sounds he made could even be called breathing. His bones felt as though they might dissolve into their component parts, as though the very structure that held him together was being unmade by forces beyond his comprehension. By the time the boundaries between worlds began to blur, by the time he could see the clouded sky of the lower realm rushing up to meet him, Yan Xingqua was no longer the merchant cultivator who had entered the judgment hall. He was a broken man plummeting towards certain death, his body wreathed in pain, his mind fragmenting under the weight of what was being done to him. His consciousness was scattering like leaves in wind, dispersing into pieces he wasn't sure could be reassembled. The world spun around him, a kaleidoscope of terror and agony. The impact with the mountain came without warning, stone and earth rising up to greet him with crushing indifference. His left arm shattered on contact with an outcropping of rock, the bone splintering into fragments that tore through muscle and skin. His ribs splintered as his body rolled down a steep ravine, striking boulders that peeled away skin and muscle, leaving trails of blood across the stone. The sensation of being torn apart continued for what felt like an eternity, but was merely seconds, his body tumbling down the mountainside, striking stone after stone, each impact releasing fresh agony, each impact threatening to push him further into unconsciousness. His back scraped raw against stone, his legs bent at angles that nature never intended. His skull nearly cracked against a boulder, vision flashing white with pain. Blood filled his mouth with the taste of copper and salt. His vision went dark, fragments of consciousness flickering like a candle in a strong wind. In that final moment before the darkness claimed him, when his breath came in shallow gasps and his heartbeat was becoming irregular and failing, Yan Xingqua thought of a prophecy he had once heard whispered by an old fortune-teller in the celestial markets, a woman whom he had dismissed as a charlatan seeking coin. A man cast out by heaven will one day cause heaven to tremble. But just as his vision was fading to black, as his breath came in shallow gasps and his heartbeat was becoming irregular, something changed. A system interface materialized in his failing vision, glowing with an ethereal light that cut through the darkness surrounding him. Cosmic Dominion Framework activated. Territory acquired. 1 SQ. Resources, 0. Connected realms. 1. Status, critical. The words held no meaning for Yan Xingqua in those final moments. His consciousness was fragmenting, his body was shutting down. To all external appearances, Yin Xingque was simply another doomed cultivator, another exile falling to inevitable death. But the system that had awakened within him was already beginning to work, invisible and inexorable, drawing power from the very ground beneath him, from the few sparks of life that still flickered in his broken form. It was a lifeline thrown by fate itself, though he could not yet see it, could not yet grasp its importance. The system began its work silently, without fanfare, simply existing and functioning in the spaces where his consciousness could no longer reach. The system began repairs that should have been impossible. Muscles knitted together with aching slowness. Bone fragments slowly realigned themselves, grinding together in ways that would have caused unbearable pain had he been conscious to feel it. The hemorrhaging from internal wounds began to slow and eventually cease. It would take weeks, even with the system's assistance, to fully heal. But death, which had seemed certain mere moments before, was no longer inevitable. Yin Xingque had been given a second chance, though he remained unaware of it, his consciousness mercifully absent, his mind in the darkness of deep coma where pain could not reach him. For 3 weeks, his body hung suspended between life and death, held together by the mysterious power of the CDF system, waiting for consciousness to return, waiting for him to awaken to a new reality. The sentence hung in the celestial air like a blade suspended above his neck. Banishment, not death. Zixin's twisted mercy, but exile to the lower realms, a place where cultivation proceeded at a fraction of the speed of the upper dimensions, where resources were sparse and the beings who inhabited it were lesser. The weight of those words settled into his bones. Cast out. Rejected. Deemed too dangerous to continue existing within the community he'd helped to build. The other 8 celestial lords observed his reaction with the detached curiosity of those watching a test subject's response to stimulus. Their expressions revealed nothing. Immortal faces with millennia of emotional control written into every line and contour. The chamber around them reflected that indifference. Perfectly symmetrical, perfectly proportioned, perfectly devoid of anything as vulgar as warmth or compassion. Your cultivation has exceeded the parameters we established for your rank, Lord Zixin explained, still speaking with something that almost resembled concern. This represents a destabilization risk to the entire merchant hierarchy. The lower realms offer sufficient resources for continued growth without the risk of your eventual ascendance challenging the foundational power structures. Translation: you've become too powerful too quickly, and we're afraid you'll eventually surpass us. Better to exile you than risk the consequences of attempting to execute you. Yin Xingque straightened from his kneeling position, another ritual humiliation completed. His meridians burned with restrained power, the cultivation energy within him responding to the injustice of the moment by seeking release. But the CDF framework held firm, reminding him that displaying rage now would only validate their decision. When do I depart? His voice emerged steadier than he expected, given the seismic shift occurring beneath his consciousness. Chapter 2. The forgotten village of Dusthome. 3 weeks of fever and delirium filled the space between Yin Xingque's collapse and his awakening. 3 weeks that felt like an eternity of suffering and confusion. When consciousness finally returned to him, it came in fragments. The taste of bitter medicinal broth, the feel of rough cloth against his skin, the sound of a woman's voice murmuring prayers to gods he didn't recognize. The prayers were gentle, almost musical, rising and falling like wind through distant mountains, like the memory of better times. They seemed to anchor him to the waking world, giving him reason to hold on when everything in him wanted to slip back into darkness. The prayers spoke of healing, of hope, of the possibility that even the most broken things might be made whole again. He opened his eyes to sunlight streaming through a latticed window, painting the small room in patterns of gold and shadow. The sunlight was warm on his face, the first warmth he had felt since his descent. The room itself was crude, mud brick walls that had been plastered and whitewashed, though the plaster was beginning to crack in places where the binding had deteriorated. A thatched roof sagged slightly in one corner where the binding rope had come loose, and the whole structure seemed to shift slightly with the wind. The floor was hard-packed earth covered with woven reed mats. It was a peasant's home, simple and humble, yet as Yin Xingque lay there, breathing in the smell of herbs and smoke and something faintly medicinal, he found it inexplicably comforting. The simplicity was a relief after the opulence of the celestial realm, after the sterile perfection of crystalline halls and surfaces that gleamed with impossible light. She's awake. He's awake, a voice called out, high and trembling with age and excitement. An elderly woman appeared in the doorway, her face mapped with wrinkles that suggested she had lived through several decades of hardship and labor, through suffering and loss and persistence. Her name, he would soon learn, was Grandma Wei. She smiled at him with a genuine warmth that made him want to weep, a warmth that asked nothing in return and promised no judgment. Thank the heavens. I wasn't sure you'd make it, young man. The mountain didn't treat you kindly. I've seen men broken worse, but not many who survived it. Yin Xinhua tried to speak, but his throat was raw and cracked, and the words came out as barely audible rasps, as if his voice had been torn away by the descent and was only now beginning to return. Each word felt like dragging broken glass across his vocal cords. Grandma Wei anticipated his need without hesitation, moving quickly despite her age to bring him water in a clay cup. The liquid felt like salvation as it passed his lips, cool and pure, the taste of spring water and hope. It was the most delicious thing he had ever consumed, more precious than any celestial wine or refined beverage. Where? His voice came out as a whisper, each word requiring an effort that exhausted him. Where am I? Dust home, Grandma Wei replied, settling herself on the edge of a small wooden stool beside his bed, her movements careful and practiced. She had clearly done this many times before, tending to the broken and injured, offering comfort to those in their darkest moments. A village in the Qingli lowlands. You fell from the mountain 3 weeks ago. I found you unconscious in the ravine near my home. I thought you were dead at first, the way your body was broken and twisted. Your arm was shattered at the wrist, your ribs were splintered, there were wounds all across your body. But I'm not one to leave a person to die if there's a chance to help. I've set bones before, and I know the art of medicine well enough. So I brought you here and did what I could. She paused, studying his face with ancient eyes that seemed to perceive more than the surface. You're not from this realm, are you? I can see it in your bearing, in the way you carry yourself even in pain. There's something celestial about you, something refined that comes from living in the higher places. I've served refugees before, but never one quite like you. There's power in you, even broken as you are. Real power. Yin Xinhua wanted to feel gratitude. Instead, he felt only a vast and terrible emptiness that seemed to expand within his chest, growing like a void that threatened to consume him from within. He tried to sense his cultivation base, the nexus of power that every cultivator carried within their core like a second heart. There was nothing. The celestial energy that had flowed through him for decades, that had become as much a part of him as his own blood, was gone, burned away in the fall. He had been reduced to a mortal, to something less than the worst cultivator in the lowest celestial settlement. The realization crashed over him like a wave, and for a moment he wanted to simply stop breathing, to let the darkness claim him permanently. What was the point of surviving if everything that had made him himself was gone? Rest, Grandma Wei said, seeing something in his expression, reading the despair in his face with the wisdom of someone who had seen despair before. Food later, when you're stronger. Sleep is what you need now. Sleep is what the body needs to heal. Your injuries are severe, but the system seems to be working to mend them. I don't understand it fully, but I can see the way your body is repairing itself, faster than any natural healing should allow. Something saved your life, young man. Something more than an old woman's medicine. You should thank whatever gods heard my prayers. Over the following days, as his body slowly mended with Grandma Wei's careful ministrations and herbal remedies, Yin Xinhua began to understand his situation. Dust Home was a village of approximately 847 people, a number he somehow came to know with precision through the fog of recovery, comprising farmers, laborers, small craftspeople, and scattered merchants trying to make a living in hard times. The village's structure was simple and repetitive, wooden houses with thatched roofs clustered around a central well, agricultural fields extending outward in all directions, a small marketplace where goods were bartered and traded. There had been no rain for 2 months, and the clouds in the sky had taken on a grayish cast that suggested they would not break soon. The crops were dying, withering in fields that had become parched and hard as stone. The children were visibly thin, their ribs visible through thin shirts, their eyes too large for their faces. The animals were gaunt, moving with the careful precision of creatures that had learned to conserve every ounce of energy. And Yin Xinhua, the once great celestial merchant who had wielded power that could shake mountains and celestial lords, could do nothing about any of it. The powerlessness was perhaps the most difficult thing to accept. He found himself staring out the window of Grandma Wei's home, watching the villagers go about their meager tasks, and feeling a weight of uselessness that was almost as painful as his physical injuries. He was a fallen god in a peasant's hut, surrounded by suffering he could not alleviate, stripped of the tools that had defined his entire existence. It was on the 8th day of his recovery that something strange began to happen. As he sat on the small porch of Grandma Wei's home, Watching the sun set over the barren fields in shades of orange and red and gold, he felt a sensation he hadn't experienced since his fall. Spiritual energy. The sensation pulled his attention outward, away from his ruined body and toward the land itself. The earth beneath Dust Home held chi. He could sense it now, could feel it like a subtle vibration running through the ground beneath him. It was weak, depleted, fragmented. The land had been overworked and undercared for, its spiritual resources drained by generations of farmers who understood nothing of cultivation and preservation. But it was there, patient and waiting, like the heartbeat of something vast and ancient sleeping beneath the village. When he focused on it more carefully, he could trace that chi to its source, the people themselves. Every person in Dust Home was radiating a faint spiritual signature, a quiet hum of life force. Curious, barely daring to hope that hope had any place left in his world, Yanxinqua reached out with his consciousness. He extended his awareness slowly, gently, and felt the spiritual essence of the village responding to his touch, reaching back toward him like a plant turning toward sunlight. 847 people, all living their lives, all conducting their activities, all breathing and moving and thinking. Each human being, he realized with a shock of understanding that made his heart skip a beat, was a source of spiritual energy. Not as refined or concentrated as a celestial cultivator's power, but present nonetheless, available, waiting. The realization was revolutionary, transformative, opening possibilities he had never considered. The CDF interface manifested in his mind for the first time since his fall, materializing like letters written in light. Territory, Dust Home Village. Territory size, 1.2 sq li. Territory population, 847. Grain production, 14 units/season. Collective spiritual output, 47 units/day. Territory status, impoverished. Under tyranny. Harmony level, 23%. Growth potential, exceptional. Yanxinqua stared at the interface in shock. This was not how cultivation worked. This was not the system he had understood, had trained in, had relied upon for his entire existence as a celestial being. This was something else entirely, a new framework, a system that channeled the collective spiritual essence of an entire population into usable power. It was revolutionary. It was terrifying. It was, he realized slowly, the only path forward available to him. The celestial realm had cast him out, had burned away his power, had sealed him in place. But in doing so, they had opened a door he had never known existed. This system, whatever it was, had awakened within him as the price of exile. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was also his salvation. He spent the rest of the evening exploring the system's mechanics, his mind gradually coming back online as the fever released its grip. The CDF functioned as a hierarchy, a structure that fed resources upward to the controlling consciousness. Territory fed resources upward. But the system displayed another mechanic as well, harmony. It was displayed prominently in the interface, and the numbers suggested it was crucial. When the territory's population was content, well-fed, and hopeful, their spiritual output increased exponentially, up to 200% when harmony was maximized. When they were miserable and oppressed, when they lived in fear and desperation, that output was suppressed, constrained, diminished by a factor of 10 or more. The system seemed to reward good governance as much as it rewarded conquest, perhaps more so. A tyrant might rule through fear, but a leader who genuinely cared for his people would gather power at an exponentially higher rate. It was a principle entirely foreign to celestial hierarchy, which valued individual power above all other considerations. Yanxinqua realized something profound in that moment. The celestial realm had not merely exiled him. It had given him something unexpected, a different path to power, one that did not require him to dominate or control through fear and force, but through harmony and mutual growth. The realization was so powerful that for the first time since his fall, Yanxinqua felt something that might have been hope beginning to kindle in his chest. It was fragile, uncertain, but it was there. Chapter 3. First cultivation breakthrough. The meditation chamber Yanxinqua created was nothing more than a simple stone hut, constructed into the side of a hill near Dust Home by laborers who worked without understanding the true purpose of their effort, without recognizing that they were building something that might become a focal point for a new form of power. It took him 2 weeks of careful recovery to gather enough physical strength to attempt his first formal meditation there. 2 weeks of walking longer distances each day, pushing his healing body gradually harder, of rebuilding the muscles that had atrophied during his recovery on Grandma Wei's bed. Each day he walked a little farther, around the village, then to the edge of the fields, then toward the hills. The hut itself was small, barely 6 paces across, with a single entrance facing east toward the rising sun, allowing the light to enter during morning meditations. The stone walls were unadorned and rough, deliberately chosen for their lack of distracting decoration. The floor packed earth covered with woven straw mats that provided comfort without indulgence. It was austere, perfect for meditation, a space designed to minimize distraction and maximize focus. Alone in the stone chamber, with only the sound of wind and the distant calls of evening birds settling into their roosts, creating a symphony of preparation for the coming night, Yen Xinhua finally attempted to access the CDF system in a controlled and deliberate way. He sat cross-legged on a simple woven mat and closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his own body against the ground, feeling the connection between himself and the earth. The cold stone beneath him seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm, as if the mountain itself was alive and aware of his presence. He could feel it responding to him, acknowledging him, welcoming him into its realm. The interface appeared in his mind's eye, stabilized and clear. Territory, Dust Home Village. Territory population, 847. Collective spiritual output, 47 units, /day. MC cultivation level, mortal, unseeded. The word unseeded troubled him deeply. In the celestial realm, all cultivators were seeded. They possessed some innate talent that marked them as destined for power, that showed their potential from childhood. But the CDF seemed to recognize him as something different. Something that might be far stranger and more powerful than a mere seeded cultivator. If the system's framework was accurate, what was he then? What did unseeded mean in the context of this new power structure? He decided to attempt something radical. Instead of meditating on his own cultivation base, instead of trying to reconstruct the damaged golden core that had been burned away during his fall, a futile effort in any case, a road that led nowhere, he meditated on the collective. He reached out his consciousness toward the 847 people in Dust Home, feeling their daily activities like ripples across a pond. A farmer, laboring in the fields despite the drought, pushing a wooden plow through soil that had become hard and unforgiving. The farmer's hands were blistered and bleeding, his back bent from the effort, but he continued anyway, driven by the need to provide for his family. A craftsman, working metal into tools with practiced precision, his hammer ringing against steel in a rhythm as old as civilization. His forge burned with a heat that was visible even from a distance, and sweat poured down his weathered face. A mother, nursing her child with tenderness and infinite patience, singing a lullaby in a voice that was rough with age but filled with love. An old man, telling stories to children gathered around him, weaving history into their minds, passing down knowledge to the next generation. A child, playing with a stick in the dirt, finding joy in simple things, laughing despite the hunger that gnawed at her belly. Collectively, they were a source of power beyond measure. The understanding filled him with both wonder and responsibility. He could not simply take this power. He would not be like the celestial lords, harvesting the resources and strength of those beneath them without offering anything in return except the promise of further exploitation. Yen Xinhua pulled on that power gently, reverently, with the respect of a priest approaching an altar, with the care of someone handling something precious and fragile. He did not attempt to dominate or force or seize through will and personal strength. Instead, he asked. He opened himself to them entirely, made himself vulnerable, and the answer came readily, as if they had been waiting for him to make this request, as if some part of them recognized his need and responded to it instinctively. The collective spiritual essence of Dust Home began to flow toward him, gathering in the center of his consciousness like water flowing downhill, like tributaries merging into a river, like pieces of something broken being reassembled into wholeness. The sensation was indescribable, beyond the capacity of language to convey. This was different from celestial cultivation with its emphasis on personal refinement and individual power accumulation. It was warm, natural, flowing like blood through veins rather than like electricity or force. It felt like 847 people were standing beside him in the stone chamber, each of them offering him a small portion of their essence, their strength, their hope. Their collective will made manifest in a way that transcended individual limitation. He could feel them, not as pressure or weight, but as presence. The farmer in the fields felt him. The mother nursing her child felt the connection. The old man telling stories felt the awareness shift. For a moment, they were all together, all unified. His body began to glow with a soft blue light, a luminescence that seemed to come from his very core, that spread outward like dawn spreading across the world. The light had a quality unlike ordinary illumination. It seemed to come from within him and within reality simultaneously, as if the boundary between them was becoming transparent. The light was warm against his skin, comfortable rather than threatening. His heart beat in rhythm with the light, synchronizing with the pulse of the collective. The CDF interface erupted with notifications, text appearing and scrolling with almost overwhelming speed, each notification appearing faster than human eyes could normally read. Cultivation advancement detected. New status. Spirit sense realm. Early. New ability unlocked. Territorial affinity. New ability unlocked. Collective meditation. Congratulations. You have exceeded normal cultivation progression by 340%. Warning. Rapid advancement may trigger celestial detection. The advancement sent a surge of power through him that nearly knocked him over. His muscles tensed and released in waves. His heartbeat became erratic, then settled into a new rhythm that felt stronger, more vital. When he finally opened his eyes, the stone chamber was filled with a soft blue light emanating from his own body, as if he had become a source of starlight. The light reflected off the stone walls, creating shadows that danced and shifted. He could feel the presence of every person in Dusthome, could sense their location and their emotional state with surprising clarity. Yen Xinhua spent the next hour simply adjusting to his new power, learning to move with it, to contain it, to channel it. He could now feel the village in a way he hadn't before, could sense the exact location of each person, could feel the emotional tenor of the collective with surprising clarity. He could sense their joys and their sorrows, their hopes and their fears, all flowing together into a unified emotional landscape. The power was intoxicating, and Yen Xinhua forced himself to acknowledge that danger. He had to be better. He had to be more disciplined. He had to remember that this power flowed from people who had done nothing to deserve being treated as resources to be harvested like crops. He made a silent vow, a promise that echoed in his mind and in the crystal-clear center of his consciousness. He would use this power, yes, but he would use it to protect them, to build them up, to create something better than the dystopia they currently inhabited, better than the hierarchies and oppressions of the celestial realm. He would create a system where power flowed upward, yes, but where benefits also flowed downward to everyone who contributed to it. It was a radical idea. It was probably doomed to fail, but it was the only path he could see that didn't make him complicit in the same evils that had existed in the celestial realm. With this vow made, he felt something settle within him, a sense of purpose that transcended mere personal ambition. The village of Dusthome had the appearance of a place time had forgotten. Weathered wooden structures clustered along a single main path, fields of struggling crops that yielded barely enough to sustain the inhabitants. The population was approximately 300 souls, all of them wearing the telltale signs of grinding poverty. Malnutrition was evident in the lean frames of the children. Disease had left its marks in the form of scarring and deformity on many of the adults. The smell hit Yen Xinhua first as he approached, a combination of wood smoke, animal waste, and human desperation. The odor of a place where basic sanitation was a luxury. The temperature dropped as he moved through the narrow streets, the buildings themselves radiating cold in the manner of structures built poorly and maintained worse. The villagers emerged cautiously, their movements speaking volumes about their experience with strangers. They'd likely been raided before, exploited, conscripted. Trust wasn't something that came naturally to them anymore. "Who are you?" An elderly man stepped forward, representing what appeared to be some form of village council or leadership structure. "My name is Yen Xinhua. I'm not from here. I'm looking for shelter and information. In exchange, I can offer something your village needs." "And what is it you think we need?" the elder asked, suspicion heavy in his voice. Yen Xinhua consulted the CDF framework's analysis of the situation. Defense. Protection from those who would exploit you. The resources to improve your circumstances. The knowledge to cultivate. He paused. Freedom from the belief that your situation is permanent. Chapter 4. The Bandits of Redstone Gorge. 3 weeks after his first meditation breakthrough, the bandits came. They appeared first as rumors, whispers in the market, conversations overheard at wells, stories carried by traveling merchants who spoke in low voices and hurried tones. A gang of 30 strong, armed with swords and spears that showed signs of heavy use and old bloodstains, mounted on gaunt horses that looked like they had been ridden hard and fed poorly, their ribs visible through their hides. Their leader was a man named Vark, a mid-tier cultivator who had acquired his strength through brutal training regimens that favored pain tolerance over technique, and a complete absence of any moral conscience that might have constrained his actions. He and his gang had been ravaging settlements across the northern reaches for 3 seasons, taking what they pleased, grain, livestock, valuables, killing anyone who resisted or simply looked like they might cause trouble. They were the kind of bandits that left destruction and death in their wake, that made entire regions hesitate to travel at night, that became legends told to children to frighten them into obedience. The very name, Vark, caused fear to ripple through communities like a stone cast into still water. Children cried at the mention of his name. Merchants diverted their routes to avoid territories where his gang was known to operate. Yin Xinhua learned of the impending attack through the village's natural intelligence network, that constant flow of gossip and rumor that moved between people like water-finding channels, passing from farmer to merchant to innkeeper to anyone who would listen and spread the news further. A traveling merchant, a man with the weathered features of someone who spent his life on roads, mentioned seeing Vark's gang heading south, toward the villages of the Dust Home region. The merchant's voice had carried fear, and his eyes had darted nervously as he spoke, his hands trembling slightly as he drank the water Grandma Wei offered him. They burned the settlement at Thornwick, he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Killed everyone who couldn't run fast enough. The ones who escaped, said Vark laughed while he did it. He laughed at their suffering. The announcement sent a chill through the collective consciousness of Dust Home, a ripple of fear that Yin Xinhua could feel flowing through the town like cold water through veins, making people tense and causing conversations to grow quiet and serious. Families began discussing evacuation plans. Women hid their valuables. Men sharpened tools that might serve as weapons. They had one day to prepare. One day to transform 70 farmers and craftspeople into something that could stand against 30 hardened bandits and their cultivator leader. Yin Xinhua gathered the able-bodied men of the village, 70 in total, most with little combat training beyond simple self-defense learned in childhood for protection against wild animals and common bandits. They were farmers and craftsmen, merchants and laborers, men whose hands were calloused from work rather than from gripping sword hilts. He assembled them in the village square as the afternoon sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and red and deep crimson. The light was beautiful and terrible at the same time, casting long shadows that made everyone look taller and more ominous than they actually were. The men's faces showed fear, determination, resignation. Some looked as if they expected to die tomorrow. Others looked as if they had already accepted that fate. You will learn to fight, Yin Xinhua announced, his voice carrying weight and authority that seemed to settle over the gathered men like a blanket, that made their spines straighten and their expressions harden. Not as individuals, but as a collective. Not as heroes seeking glory or immortal fame, but as brothers protecting what is ours. What we have built here. What we have created together. Vark's strength comes from his personal power, his individual cultivation. Our strength comes from unity. Our strength comes from standing together as one. Over the next 8 hours, he taught them relentlessly. It was not traditional martial training, not the kind that focused on individual techniques and personal development. There were no kata, no speeches about honor or the nobility of sacrifice. Instead, Yin Xinhua taught them synchronization, the art of moving as one body with multiple limbs. He had them move in unison, attack in synchronized waves, retreat as a single organism. He taught them to anticipate each other's movements, to know where their brothers would be without seeing them. He taught them to move as one organism rather than 70 separate individuals. When 70 men breathed as one, when their feet struck the ground in unison, when their arms moved together in a single gesture, something happened. A harmony emerged that was far greater than the sum of its parts, a unity that created power that none of them individually possessed. They could feel it, a connection deeper than words, a oneness that transcended individual ego and limitation. Feel the power beneath your feet, he instructed them, his voice carrying across the training field. Feel your brothers breathing with you. You are not alone anymore. Your fear is shared and therefore bearable. Your strength is multiplied 70 times. Together, you are stronger than any cultivator. Feel the connection. Let it flow through you like water finding a stream bed. Do not resist it. Do not try to control it. Simply allow it to exist, and in allowing it to exist, become part of something greater than yourself. The CDF system tracked the development meticulously, sending notifications of progress and capability increases with each hour that passed. By the time the bandits arrived at dawn, Dust Home was as ready as 8 hours of intensive training could make them. 70 villagers stood in perfect formation, their weapons raised, spears, swords, axes, whatever they could gather, their eyes focused and determined, their breathing synchronized. The formation was almost beautiful in its symmetry and precision, each man knowing his place and purpose. They looked like soldiers, not farmers. They looked ready to fight and possibly to die. Some smiled, grim smiles, but smiles nonetheless. Others had the haunted expression of men who had accepted death and found strange peace in that acceptance. Vark led his 30 men into the village square confidently, expecting easy prey that would scatter at the first sign of real violence. What he found instead was 70 villagers standing in perfect formation, their weapons raised, their bodies tense with readiness and collective determination. For a moment, genuine surprise crossed the bandit leader's features. His eyes widened, his hand paused on his sword hilt. It was not the look of a man who had learned caution, but of a man whose pride had been stung by encountering resistance when he expected submission. His confidence visibly wavered, and for a moment his men shifted nervously, sensing their leader's uncertainty. "You have taken your last harvest from this village," Yenshinqua said, stepping forward from the center of the formation. His voice was steady, resonant with power. "Leave now, or die here. Those are your only choices. There is no path to victory for you. There is only the choice between retreat and death." Vark laughed, a harsh, brutal sound that carried the weight of confidence born from years of unchecked violence, from countless victories over villages like this one. "One cultivator and 60 farmers? I've crushed worse with half my men." He gestured to his companions with dismissive arrogance, as if the decision had already been made and victory was assured. "Take them. Kill any who resist. Burn the fields as we leave. Show these peasants what resistance costs. Let them understand the price of defiance." The battle that followed was brutal and chaotic. 3 of the villagers died in the first exchange, cut down before they could scream, their blood beginning to stain the earth of the village square. But the synchronized formation held. It bent under the pressure, but it did not break. When one bandit fell, 3 villagers moved into his space, maintaining the lines seamlessly. When another tried to flank the formation, 5 men turned to meet him with coordinated strikes that left him reeling, his ribs cracking from the impact of multiple weapons striking in perfect sequence. The formation was more like a living organism than a group of individuals, and it adapted to threats in real time, flowing like water, absorbing blows, and redirecting force. The ground became slick with blood, making footing treacherous, but the villagers maintained their synchronization despite the slippery surface. They moved as though they shared a single mind, a single will. Yenshinqua fought at the center of the formation, his spirit sense realm power channeled through the collective consciousness of the villagers. He could feel their strength flowing into him, like tributaries merging into a river, like dozens of streams joining together to become a flood. And he could feel his will flowing through them in return, guiding their movements with precision, amplifying their strikes, creating a unity of purpose and action that transcended normal human limitation. He was their center, their anchor point, the consciousness that coordinated their movements and gave them direction. When one man faltered, he felt it and adjusted the formation to support him. When an opportunity appeared, he saw it through 70 pairs of eyes and exploited it with perfect coordination. Vark noticed quickly that the young man in the center of the formation was the key to the entire defense. He fought his way through the lines of villagers with brutal efficiency, displaying the strength and skill that had made him a fearsome warrior across 3 seasons of raiding. His sword flashed with lethal precision, moving faster than untrained eyes could follow. 3 more villagers fell to his advance before he reached Yenshinqua, their blood staining the earth of the village square, their connection to the collective abruptly severed, leaving small gaps in his perception that felt like missing teeth. He could feel them dying, could feel their lights winking out, and the sensation was like having pieces of his own consciousness torn away. "You!" Vark snarled, his sword dripping with blood, raising his weapon with clear intent to kill this upstart who dared to challenge him. "I'm going to enjoy making an example of you, boy. I'm going to paint the walls with your blood, and everyone here is going to watch and understand the futility of resistance." Yenshinqua didn't let him finish his threat. He opened himself fully to the village's collective power, pulling from every person, every source of spiritual essence and dust home. He drew on the hope of farmers worried for their fields, on the courage of mothers wanting to protect their children, on the determination of elderly people who had seen enough suffering and wanted it to end. The sensation was overwhelming. His body surged with strength that should have torn him apart at the seams, that should have shattered his skeleton and turned his organs to pulp. His muscles burned with the strain. His bones felt as if they might crack from the pressure. His entire body glowed with blue light, so bright it was painful to look at. But he held together, containing the force, directing it. At the center of his consciousness, the CDF interface blazed with information. Collective amplification active. Power multiplier. 8.3x. Territory harmony surge. Plus 150% combat effectiveness. Warning. Sustained amplification at this level may trigger celestial detection. Yin Xingqua's strike met Vark's sword with a sound like thunder, a crack of power that echoed across the entire village and made people in distant settlements pause and wonder what distant storm was approaching. The impact sent the bandit leader flying backward, his hands numb from the collision, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides for a moment, his weapon tumbling from his grip. Before Vark could recover, before he could marshal his training and experience, before he could even think clearly through the shock of the blow, Yin Xingque pressed forward, striking with a speed and strength that should have been impossible for any human cultivator. Vark was good enough to block the first 3 strikes that came at him. His reflexes sharp enough to parry and deflect despite his disorientation. But in the end, he was alone. Yin Xingque was 847 people acting as one will, their collective power flowing through his body like an electric current, their determination channeled through his strikes, their fear and courage and love all contributing to his strength. Against such unity, against such a force, individual excellence was a liability rather than an asset. The bandit leader found himself facing not one opponent, but an entire army channeled through a single body. The final strike came when Vark's exhaustion caught up with him, when his muscles grew heavy and his reaction time slowed. He dropped his guard for just a moment, a fraction of a second's hesitation born from sheer fatigue and pain, and Yin Xingque drove his fist toward the bandit leader's chest. The impact stopped short of killing. Yin Xingque pulled back at the last second, remembering his vow, remembering that he wanted to be better than the men he fought. The blow hit hard enough to shatter Vark's cultivation base, to drive the air from his lungs, to leave him gasping on the ground. His cultivation base shattered, his will to fight extinguished like a candle in strong wind. The power that had sustained him for years of brutality was gone, burned away in a single moment of contact with a force greater than himself. His mind would never recover fully from this defeat. The arrogance that had defined him would be replaced by the knowledge that he had encountered something beyond his capacity to comprehend or overcome. He would spend the rest of his life remembering this moment, remembering what it felt like to be utterly powerless against an opponent he could not understand. The remaining bandits, seeing their leader defeated and helpless, seeing the formation still holding, seeing that they were outnumbered and outmatched, ran. They abandoned their wounded and retreated toward Redstone Gorge, their confidence shattered. The surviving villagers let them go, too exhausted to pursue, too grateful to be alive to care about vengeance. They wept openly, embracing each other, giving thanks to gods and spirits that they had survived. The connection to the collective remained strong, binding them together, making them feel the collective grief and the collective relief simultaneously. In the aftermath, Yin Xingque felt a strange mixture of emotions, grief and exhilaration, sorrow and triumph, all mixing together into something he couldn't quite name. 12 villagers had died. 12 people whose presence he had felt flowing through his consciousness moments before their light went out, before their connection to the collective was severed forever. He could still feel the absence where they had been, like 12 holes torn in the tapestry of his consciousness. The weight of that responsibility crashed down on him like a physical force, nearly crushing him under its burden. He had made decisions that cost lives. He was responsible for their deaths, even if those deaths had been necessary to protect the village. Grandma Wei found him staring at the bodies being prepared for burial, his hands clenched into fists so tight his nails drew blood from his palms, his face a mask of grief and determination. She moved slowly, her joints creaking slightly with age, and placed a weathered hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and real. "You saved us," she said simply. "More would have died if you hadn't taught them to fight. This is war, young man. People die in wars. The question is whether you save more than you lose. And today, you saved many more than you lost. You saved most of us. You gave 12 people's lives purpose and meaning. They died defending their home, defending their families. That is a good death, whatever the cost." He nodded slowly, knowing she was right on an intellectual level, but the knowledge didn't ease the weight that had settled into his chest, that felt like a stone growing heavier with each breath. He was no longer just a visitor who had been taken in by kindness. He was a lord now, with all that title implied, and lords made decisions that cost lives. The weight of 12 necessary deaths became his burden to carry forward, a weight that would only grow heavier as his empire expanded and the stakes increased. The breakthrough came on the morning of the 7th day of meditation, during an hour when the light was neither fully day nor fully night. Yin Xingque's meridians, previously sealed by the fall through dimensions, suddenly opened like flowers responding to sunlight. The sensation was simultaneously agonizing and exhilarating, power flooding through channels that had been dormant, energy reorganizing itself according to principles he'd learned in the upper realms but had been prevented from implementing. The village shook. Actual tremors ran through the earth as the spiritual pressure radiating from his meditating form released itself in concentric waves. Outside the temple where he'd sequestered himself, the villagers who'd gathered in the early morning scattered in panic, convinced an earthquake had arrived to finish what fate had started. When Yin Xingque emerged, his eyes reflected light that wasn't sourced from any visible source. His presence had changed fundamentally. Where before he'd been a mysterious stranger, he was now visibly a cultivator of significant power. The air around him seemed to vibrate at a frequency just beyond normal perception. The breakthrough? Zhao Chun asked carefully, approaching from a distance as though proximity to this newly elevated power might be dangerous. Extensive. More complete than I expected. The CDF framework had expanded exponentially, now processing calculations at depths he'd previously only theorized about. The fall damaged my cultivation base, but it's healing faster than anticipated. Within months, perhaps weeks, I'll be fully restored to my previous capacity. And then, Zhao Chun pressed. Yin Xingque looked out at the village that had sheltered him, at the people who'd risked themselves to keep him alive. Then we begin. Chapter 5. Celestial Lord Zixin's shadow. 5 days after the battle with Vark's bandits, a stranger arrived. He appeared at the village well in the early morning when the sun was still low on the horizon and the light was soft and golden, when most villagers were just beginning their day's labor. The man was of indeterminate age. He could have been young or ancient. His features seemed to shift slightly when you tried to look at him directly, as if reality couldn't quite decide how to display him. He had silver hair that seemed to shimmer with an internal light that suggested illumination from within rather than mere reflection. His clothes marked him as someone of extraordinary importance. Robes woven from materials that didn't exist in the lower realm, materials that seemed to carry their own faint light, decorated with patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, that carried meaning in a language most humans couldn't read. The villagers recognized him immediately without needing to ask, not from personal encounter, but from the way the air itself seemed to respond to his presence, the way reality seemed to bend and flex around him. He was a celestial cultivator, his aura so refined and powerful that even mortals could sense the otherworldliness that clung to him like a second skin, that made the boundary between him and the world seem thin and negotiable. Fear rippled through the village at his appearance, rippled through the collective consciousness that Yin Xingque maintained, spreading like poison through water. Parents pulled their children indoors. Animals sensed the wrongness and fled. The very plants seemed to lean away from his presence. Yin Xingque sensed his arrival through the collective consciousness before anyone came to tell him. The fear that rippled through Dust Home was like a shock of cold water, threatening to disrupt the careful harmony he had been building, the unity and peace he had worked so hard to establish. He found the man waiting for him near the meditation chamber, standing calmly, as if he had all the time in the world. Yin Xingque, the man said. It was not a question. His voice carried the weight of authority, of power acknowledged and recognized. I was sent to deliver a message of significant importance, a message from Celestial Lord Zixin himself, a message you have been expecting, whether consciously or not. From whom? Yin Xingque asked, though he already knew the answer. He had been waiting for this, had known it would come eventually. The realization settled into him with the inevitability of fate, with the certainty of consequences following cause. His body went rigid with tension. From Celestial Lord Zixin himself. The messenger replied, his expression neutral, but something in his eyes suggested he knew far more than he was saying, that he was carrying information that extended beyond mere words. Your sentence of exile has been reinforced. Additional measures have been taken. A binding seal has been placed upon your soul itself, a seal that prevents your ascension back to the celestial realm through any conventional means. Not just the seal that was placed during your judgment, but a second seal, layered over the first, making it exponentially more difficult to overcome. Any attempt to cross the boundary between realms will trigger the seal. It will burn away your cultivation and cast your soul into the void between worlds, where it will dissolve into nothing, scattered across the spaces between realities until no trace of your existence remains. The words hit Yin Xingque like a physical blow, each one landing with weight and finality. He had known intellectually that his exile was permanent, but hearing it confirmed, hearing the absolute nature of the seal described, made the reality settle into his bones like winter cold. The barrier he had thought might be circumvented, the path he had imagined might exist somewhere in the celestial hierarchy. All of it was sealed away, locked behind doors that could not be forced open through strength or will. The wind around them seemed to grow colder, and even the light from the sun seemed dimmer somehow, as if reality itself was responding to his despair. This was truly the end of his old life. There was no escape back to the celestial realm. There was only forward. There is more. The messenger continued, his voice dropping. Zishin also wanted me to tell you that he bears you no personal ill will. The council fears what you might build in the lower realms. They fear cross-realm commerce, cross-realm influence, cross-realm alliances, anything that they do not directly control and monitor. Your offense was not the trading. Your offense was the potential. You proved that a lower realm cultivator could succeed through merit and intelligence, could build something genuinely good, could create systems that didn't rely on oppression and fear. That terrified them. That proved their monopoly on power is not inevitable, and that terrified them more than any personal transgression ever could. Why are you telling me this? Yin Xinhua asked. If you're here to deliver a message of confinement, if you're here to reinforce my imprisonment in this realm, why reveal the council's reasoning? Why give me information that they clearly didn't want me to have? His mind raced, trying to understand the messenger's true purpose, trying to see past the surface of his words to the deeper intention beneath. Was this a trap? A test? The messenger smiled slightly, an expression that contained both sadness and understanding. Because Zishin is not entirely ignorant of the way power flows through the lower realms. He knows that messages have a way of spreading differently depending on how they are delivered, and he wanted you to understand something important. There is a loophole in your binding. The messenger leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper so quiet that even the wind seemed to pause to listen. If you can build enough territorial power across the realms, real power, the kind that cannot be easily contained or destroyed, you may eventually be strong enough to rewrite your fate. The seal binds you specifically, binds the Yin Xinhua that exists now. But theoretically, if you transcended yourself, if you transformed yourself entirely, becoming something more than a mere cultivator, something the seal was never designed to contain, something that exceeds the parameters it was programmed to restrict, the seal might lose its purchase on you. It would be like trying to chain smoke, like trying to bind water in a net. The transformation would have to be fundamental. You would have to become something other than what you are. Yin Xinhua's mind reeled. The implications were staggering. There was a path forward, a possibility that might allow him to eventually challenge the celestial realm on its own terms, to stand before the council and force them to reckon with him. The realization sent a surge of hope through him, fragile and terrifying, like holding a candle flame in a storm. If he could grow powerful enough, if he could transcend the limitations imposed upon him, then perhaps, just perhaps, he could achieve something that had seemed impossible just moments before. Before Yin Xinhua could ask what he meant by that, before he could demand clarification, the messenger bowed respectfully and departed. He walked to the edge of the village and simply vanished, returning to the celestial realm through a method that Yin Xinhua could no longer use, through gateways that were sealed to him by the binding that held his soul in place. His form faded into light and then was gone entirely, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the air where he had been standing. Yin Xinhua stood alone, processing what he had been told. The seal on him was absolute, unbreakable through conventional means. But theoretically, if he grew powerful enough, if he transformed himself into something that the seal could not bind, there was a path forward. It was a slim hope, a possibility so distant it seemed like a mirage. But it was hope, hope that had the power to sustain him through whatever challenges lay ahead. That night, as he meditated in his stone chamber with the wind howling outside like a living thing, rattling the stones and making the small structure creak and settle under the strain, Yin Xinhua made a decision that would define the rest of his existence. The path to confrontation, to standing before the council that had cast him out and forcing them to acknowledge their mistake, would be long and difficult and perilous, filled with obstacles and dangers he couldn't yet imagine. He would need to build an empire far greater than Dusthome. He would need to expand far beyond the single village to entire regions, to multiple realms. He would need to grow in power and influence until even the celestial realm had to recognize him as a threat they could not ignore or contain. It was an insane goal. But as he felt the warm flow of power from 847 people who had placed their faith in him, as he sensed the potential in the territories around him, Yin Xinhua realized he had already begun the journey. The celestial realm had thrown him into the abyss expecting him to die. What they had not anticipated was that the abyss might have something to teach him, might have gifts to offer to those brave or desperate enough to accept them. He would take those gifts and transform them into a weapon, an empire, a system that would eventually force the celestial realm to reckon with him on equal terms. The bandits who controlled Redstone Gorge had operated for approximately 30 years, long enough to become something of a local legend. Tales of their brutality had permeated the region, stories of caravans destroyed, merchants executed, entire families left to die in the wilderness. They occupied a fortress carved into the gorge walls, a position so defensible that formal military forces had reportedly declined to dislodge them, finding the cost too high relative to the actual threat they posed. Chapter 6. Training the village guard. Over the next month, Yanxinqua transformed Dust Home from a village of farmers into something that resembled a small fortress. The defense against the bandits had proved that the CDF system could be weaponized in ways no one had anticipated, that collective power could rival or even exceed individual cultivator strength when properly organized and channeled. He began training not just the 70 who had fought against Vark, but younger men as well, recruiting boys barely past adolescence who showed promise, teaching them the arts of synchronized combat alongside the veterans. The training was intense, relentless, pushing each man to his absolute limits while binding them together through shared struggle and shared purpose. The meditation chamber became his primary tool. He spent hours there, expanding his awareness, learning to feel not just the immediate village but the territories beyond it. He could sense the communities in nearby settlements, could feel their spiritual essence flickering at the edge of his consciousness like distant campfires. The CDF system showed him that these communities could be integrated into his network, could become nodes in a larger web of power that would feed upward to him while distributing benefits downward to the connected populations. The potential for expansion was extraordinary, limited only by his ability to convince communities to join voluntarily and his ability to extend his consciousness across greater distances. The training regimen was relentless. Each morning, before the sun rose, Yanxinqua had the militia assemble in the village square. They practiced formations, drills, synchronized strikes that were designed to channel collective power through a unified structure. He taught them to sense each other without visual communication, to anticipate movement based on nothing more than a shared understanding of what their brothers would do. By the third week, the village militia had grown to 120 warriors, not professional soldiers, but capable enough to hold a line against most conventional threats. They moved with the precision of machines but the grace of dancers, each man perfectly synchronized with his brothers. Grandma Wei, watching this transformation, approached him one evening as he sat reviewing the CDF interface, studying the new capabilities that had unlocked as his cultivation advanced. "This is what you are now," she said without judgment, simply stating fact. "A leader of men, a builder of power. You cannot go back to being just a wanderer, just a man who appeared in our ravine broken and dying. You are becoming something larger than yourself, something that has the potential to reshape the world." "I don't know how to be a lord," Yanxinqua admitted, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility. "I was a merchant in the celestial realm. I understood commerce and negotiation. I don't understand warfare or governance or the responsibility that comes with holding people's lives in your hands. Every decision I make affects hundreds of people. Every mistake could cost lives. No one knows how to be a lord until they have to be," she replied, sitting beside him with the careful movements of someone managing arthritis and age. "You'll learn. And you'll make mistakes, terrible ones, probably. People will die because of decisions you make, but they will also live because of those decisions. The question is whether you accept the responsibility, knowing both of these things are true." She paused, her ancient eyes searching his face. "The village accepts you. They feel the change in themselves, the way you touch their consciousness through the system you use. Some fear it, but most feel hope. You have to carry that hope forward without letting it become a burden that breaks you." The shadow of Celestial Lord Zixin hung over everything, even in his absence. Through the CDF calculations, Yanxinqua could sense the connections, how his patron's influence permeated the merchant network, how a single word from that man could redirect entire trade routes or authorize military interventions. Zixin had been his mentor, had lifted him from merchant obscurity to prominence. But that same man had also engineered his downfall, had chosen to sacrifice him as a political move. The betrayal was absolute, because it had been deliberately masked as concern. "Your cultivation is dangerous," Zixin had said during their final meeting. "Too rapid, too uncontrolled. A threat to the established hierarchy. For the good of the system, you must be removed." The CDF had been designed in part as a response to that betrayal. A framework that didn't depend on the approval of mentors or celestial powers, a system of self-correction and adaptation that answered only to its own internal logic. But knowing he was under observation, that Zixin was tracking his movements through spiritual networks and merchant intelligence, changed the calculation. Every action had to be made with the assumption that it would be reported back to the celestial throne. Every consolidation of power had to be framed as peacekeeping. Every territorial expansion had to appear as defensive necessity. Yin Xinhua sometimes wondered if Zixin followed his progress with a kind of cold satisfaction, watching to see if his cast-out disciple would survive or be consumed by his own ambition. The answer would matter to Zixin, though perhaps not in the way one might expect. If Yin Xinhua failed, it would validate the master's decision. If he succeeded, it would prove something far more troubling, that his former patron's judgment had been wrong, that the system itself might be flawed. The thought of Zixin watching from the celestial heights, uncertain, calculating his next move, held a cold satisfaction all its own. Chapter 7. The Princess in Chains. In the fourth week after the bandit battle, a refugee caravan arrived at Dusthome's gates, bearing news and bringing with them a passenger of extraordinary importance. The caravan consisted of perhaps 200 people, a mixture of common folk and minor nobility fleeing from the south, from the territories controlled by sect master Kang Yi, who had recently expanded his domain through violence and coercion. The refugees spoke of purges, of systematic oppression, of anyone who might pose a threat to Kang Ye's absolute authority being either executed or enslaved. Their stories were grim, filled with details of atrocities and horrors that made Yin Xinhua understand the true nature of the regime he would eventually have to confront. Among the refugees was a woman unlike any of the others. Her bearing spoke of nobility despite her rags and chains. Her eyes held intelligence and a dangerous kind of awareness. Her name was Mei Luan, and she was a deposed princess from the Jade Kingdom, though the Jade Kingdom had fallen to Kang Ye's forces 5 years prior. She had been imprisoned since that fall because of a prophecy she had spoken, a prophecy that had terrified Kang Yi and convinced him that she was a threat that had to be eliminated. Yin Xinhua learned of her presence through the refugee leader, a merchant named Kun who had secured passage for the refugees in exchange for a promise of protection and assistance from the MC's growing influence. When Yin Xinhua found her in the makeshift holding area where the refugees were being kept, Mei Luan was sitting on a wooden bench, her wrists bound by heavy iron shackles, her eyes fixed on some point in the distance that existed only in her mind. "You're the one who's been orchestrating change in this region," she said without looking at him, as if she had sensed his presence through some instinct beyond normal perception. "The one who defeated Vark's bandits through collective power rather than individual strength. The council's message reached us before we fled. Warnings about a lower realm cultivator who was building something that terrified celestial powers. I recognized the pattern immediately. How do you know about the council's warnings?" Yin Xinhua asked, moving closer, studying this mysterious woman. "Because I was once part of that world," Mei Luan replied, and finally looked at him. Her eyes were extraordinary, dark as night, but containing what seemed to be stars burning within them, as if some part of her was still connected to the celestial realm despite her exile to the lower lands. "I was once a minor celestial official, stationed in the lower realm to monitor trade and commerce. But I saw something that changed me. I saw that the lower realms possessed not just resources, but potential. The potential to grow, to evolve, to become something greater than the council's stagnant hierarchy would allow. I spoke of this in the presence of sect master Kang Yi, and he took it as prophecy. A man cast out by heaven will one day cause heaven to tremble," I said. I was speaking of possibility, of potential. But Kang Yi interpreted it as a specific threat. "He discovered you existed through me, and that's why he's been hunting you. I inadvertently created your enemy's obsession with destroying you." Yin Xinhua stared at her in shock. This woman had inadvertently led his enemy to knowledge of his existence. She had spoken a prophecy that perfectly matched his own situation. And yet, instead of resentment, he found himself fascinated by her, drawn to her in a way he didn't fully understand. There was a connection between them that transcended mere chance, a recognition of kinship with someone who understood the celestial realm as deeply as he did. "Why did you speak that prophecy?" he asked. "Because I believed it to be true," she replied simply. "The celestial realm is dying, though few would admit it. The hierarchies are calcifying. The rules are becoming more oppressive, more rigid, more divorced from reality. The system was designed for a cosmos in which there were stable numbers of realms and populations. But the cosmos changes. New realms emerge. New powers rise. The council's response is always containment, control, crushing anything that threatens their hierarchy. But the hierarchy is unstable. It will fall, and when it does, someone will need to reshape it into something better. I spoke of hope, of possibility. I spoke of the necessity for change." Yin Xinhua made a decision that surprised even himself. He ordered the shackles removed from her wrists, earning shocked reactions from the guards. "You speak from the celestial realm's perspective, But you understand the limitations of that world, he said. You see potential where others see only threat. I need that perspective. Join me. Help me build what I'm attempting to create here. Your prophecy created me, in a sense. Perhaps your prophecy also intended for us to work together. Maelwan rubbed her wrists, examining the marks left by the shackles. You're asking me to commit to your cause without knowing what that cause truly is beyond the vaguest outlines. Yes, Yanshinqua admitted. That's exactly what I'm asking. I'm asking you to have faith in a vision that hasn't fully taken shape yet, to trust in someone you've only just met, to risk everything on the possibility that together we might accomplish something neither of us could achieve alone. A smile appeared on her face, complex, knowing, containing layers of understanding. Then I accept. I have spent my life running from power structures that were corrupt and broken. Perhaps it is time to help build something different. My prophecy needs you to succeed. If you fail, then my words will have been nothing but empty noise, and that would be a far worse fate than death. Your success validates my entire existence. The meeting between Yanshinqua and Maelwan altered the trajectory of his plans. With her knowledge of celestial structures, of the politics and hierarchies that governed the higher realms, he could now see paths that had been invisible before. She became not just an advisor but his strategic partner, helping him understand how to position his growing empire in relation to celestial powers, how to play factions against each other, how to build alliances that would protect him from direct assault. The training ground was a sprawl of grassland outside the village limits, a place where Yanshinqua had established a structured discipline to turn farmers and merchants into something resembling warriors. The village guard that emerged from this process would never rival the forces of Kong Ye's military machine, but they would be competent. More importantly, they would be devoted. Yanshinqua moved among the trainees, observing their forms, their breathing patterns, their cultivation. The CDF framework analyzed each one, calculating their potential trajectory. Some would plateau within months. Others would continue to develop, would become skilled cultivators in their own right. Harder, he called to a group struggling through a formation drill. Your enemy won't show mercy because you're tired. Your enemy won't hesitate because your muscles burn. The soldiers pushed harder, sweat streaming down their faces in the morning heat. He could smell their effort, the salt of perspiration, the metallic tang of blood from blistered palms where they gripped their practice weapons without proper conditioning. Zhao Qin supervised another group at the rear, teaching meditation techniques rather than martial movements. This was the innovation that set Yanshinqua's army apart from traditional forces, the cultivation of both body and spirit, simultaneous development of physical and magical capabilities. How many will be ready by month's end? Zhao Qin asked during a break in training. 3,000. Yanshinqua calculated, consulting the CDF metrics. Ready enough. Not perfect, but they'll serve the purpose. Which is? Zhao Qin asked, though he likely already knew. To remind Kong Yi that this realm is no longer defenseless. To show the people that resistance is possible. To prepare for the inevitable conflict that comes when we stop asking for permission and start taking autonomy. Chapter 8. The First Territory Expansion. With Maelwan's strategic guidance and the foundation established at Dust Home, Yanshinqua moved to expand his territorial control. The CDF system had shown him that the most efficient expansion came not through conquest, but through voluntary integration, through demonstrating the advantages of joining his network compared to remaining under the rule of local tyrants and despots. He sent emissaries to 3 neighboring farming communes, each struggling under the oppressive control of Kong Ye's regional administrators. The message was clear and compelling. Join his network voluntarily and receive better resource distribution, protection from bandits and corrupt officials, and a voice in the decisions that affected their communities. All of this came with a single requirement. They accept integration into the CDF system, allowing their populations to become part of his collective power network. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Within 3 weeks, all 3 communes had voted to join. Their populations, approximately 3,400 people in total, integrated into the CDF network, and Yanshinqua felt a surge of power as millions of units of spiritual essence flowed upward through the hierarchical structure of his growing empire. The CDF interface updated to show his expanded reach. Territory, Greater Dust Home Region. Territory size, 45 sq li. Territory population, 4,247. Collective spiritual output, 312 units/day. Harmony level, 41%. Growth potential, exceptional. The expansion revealed something crucial that Yanshinqua hadn't fully appreciated at the village level: the system's mechanics for resource distribution. As power flowed upward, it didn't simply vanish into his consciousness. It passed through the network, and if properly managed, could be redirected back downward in the form of infrastructure, protection, better tools, and improved living conditions for the populations that generated that power. The more he invested in improving his territories, the higher their harmony level climbed, which exponentially increased their spiritual output. It was a virtuous cycle. Investment led to increased harmony, which led to increased power, which allowed for greater investment. The CDF announced a significant unlock. Next rank unlock. Chi Condensation Foundation establishment requires 15,000 population and 2 fully developed territories. He was making progress toward the next cultivation rank through means that had nothing to do with personal training. The realization was profound. In the celestial realm, advancement required decades of personal meditation, of mastering specific techniques, of proving oneself worthy of higher power through individual achievement. Here, advancement came through caring for others, through building systems that elevated entire populations, through creating harmony that transcended individual limitation. The CDF system rewarded benevolent governance, not tyrannical domination. The princess arrived in chains, literally, not metaphorically. Her escort was a contingent of Kong Ye's soldiers, their manner suggesting this was a task they'd performed before, perhaps dozens of times. The woman they delivered was young, probably no more than 25, with the kind of beauty that came from generations of selective breeding within the merchant elite. But her eyes held something harder, intelligence, and beneath that, rage. "I am Princess Mei Lin of the Third Celestial Household," she announced upon being released from her chains, her voice carrying the kind of authority that came from absolute certainty of one's position. "My father sends his regards and his disgust. I am to remain with you as surety, a living contract that prevents you from further expansion until the celestial powers can decide what to do with you." Yen Xinhua studied her through the CDF framework, analyzing her speech patterns, her physical presentation, the subtle tells of a trained negotiator. She wasn't here as a prisoner. She was here as a political instrument, a living guarantee of good behavior. "Welcome," he said simply. "You'll be treated with the courtesy due your station, within the constraints of our current situation. Zhao Chun will arrange quarters for you." She looked surprised by his equanimity, perhaps expecting resistance or attempts at leverage. Instead, she received civility and respect. Over the following days, as she settled into the garrison, something unexpected began to happen. She began to actually listen to the people around her, to witness the genuine improvements in living conditions that Yen Xinhua's presence had created. Within 2 weeks, she requested a private audience with him. "My father was wrong," she said without preamble. "The celestial hierarchy has been wrong, perhaps for centuries. You're actually building something instead of merely perpetuating control structures." "You shouldn't say such things," Yen Xinhua warned, though part of him had been hoping for exactly this realization. "Your loyalty is supposed to be absolute." "My loyalty was," she agreed. "Now it's uncertain. And uncertainty is the crack through which real change can enter the system." By the end of the month, Princess Mei Lin had become one of his most trusted advisors, a bridge between the lower realm and the celestial powers, a living proof that change could reach even into the highest echelons of society. Chapter 9. Kong Ye's attention sect. Master Kong Ye became aware of Yen Xinhua's growing influence gradually, like a man noticing the water rising slowly around him until suddenly he was up to his neck and struggling to keep his head above the surface. The loss of 3 communes to this mysterious outsider was an insult to his authority, a direct challenge to the hegemony he had established across the lower realm through decades of violent expansion and consolidation of power. The fact that the communes had voluntarily transferred allegiance, rather than being conquered or forcibly taken, made the situation even more threatening. It suggested that his rule was not inevitable, not universally accepted, and that people would abandon him if given an alternative that offered genuine benefits. He sent a delegation to Dust Home ostensibly for peaceful negotiations, but in reality as reconnaissance, trying to understand what kind of cultivator could convince entire communities to abandon their traditional allegiances without apparent military pressure. Yen Xinhua welcomed them, served them food prepared according to celestial culinary traditions, and gave them a tour of the improved infrastructure that had been established in just 6 weeks of CDF management. The delegation returned to Kong Ye's capital perplexed and disturbed. Their report suggested that this was not a conventional cultivator seeking to build a personal power base through force. This was something different, something that operated according to principles they didn't fully understand. Kong Ye began planning a more direct reconnaissance. He selected his most powerful subordinate, an immortal named Guolei, and tasked him with infiltrating Yen Xinhua's organization, learning its secrets, and reporting back with detailed intelligence on its structure and capabilities. Guo was a master of disguise and infiltration, having spent centuries perfecting the art of moving unseen through enemy territories. His assignment was straightforward: become a problem that Yin Xingque would want to solve, gain trust, and observe everything. The expansion had been methodical, almost mechanical in its execution. Using the CDF framework, Yin Xingque identified the vulnerable points in the territory's defensive network, places where local warlords had spread their forces too thin, where political alliances were fragile as spider silk. His first target was a merchant enclave to the west, a settlement that maintained nominal loyalty to Kang Ye's regime, but whose leadership was far more interested in profit than principle. The negotiation took 3 days. The terms were simple: peaceful incorporation into the new realm with guaranteed trade privileges, or isolation and starvation as routes were redirected through Yin Xingque's territory instead. They chose incorporation. The second expansion was trickier: a fortified town held by a general who had built his reputation on absolute loyalty to his celestial superiors. Yin Xingque didn't attempt negotiation with him. Instead, he organized a demonstration. He arrived with 500 trained soldiers at the town's gates and simply waited. For 6 days, they maintained a visual presence, close enough to be threatening, far enough to avoid open conflict. On the 7th day, the general's scouts reported back with news. The CDF framework had been circulated among the general's own troops through dissident merchants. The soldiers had read about the new order being built, about the promise of autonomy and opportunity rather than endless servitude. 30% of the garrison deserted in the night. The general surrendered the town at dawn. By the 10th day of expansion, Yin Xingque controlled territory spanning 3 provinces. The CDF calculations showed this was sustainable, barely. The new territories could be integrated, their resources absorbed into the growing network. But it was reaching a critical point. Push further, and the system would collapse under its own weight. He stood atop the walls of his newest conquest, surveying the landscape that had become his domain. Fires still burned in the merchant quarters where resistance fighters had chosen violence over surrender. The acrid smell of smoke mixed with the metallic scent of blood. Zhao Chen approached, looking exhausted. "The captains are requesting instructions on what to do with the prisoners from the final siege," Zhao Chen reported. Yin Xingque's jaw tightened. This was the part the CDF couldn't perfectly calculate: the human element, the question of mercy. "Execute the soldiers who fought," he said, the words tasting like ash. "But spare anyone who was conscripted against their will. Offer them a choice: integration or release. That will be seen as weakness," Zhao Chen warned. "No," Yin Xingque replied, understanding crystallizing in his mind. "It will be seen as something the old regime could never offer. Choice. That's what we're building toward." Chapter 10. Zhao Chun and the Slave Rebellion. Intelligence from Meiluan's network informed Yin Xingque of a slave camp operating in the hills to the east. One of Kang Ye's more brutal operations, where political prisoners and captured rebels were worked to death in mine excavations that extracted rare minerals and spiritual stones. The camp held approximately 800 prisoners, many of whom had become so malnourished and broken that they would die if released without careful medical attention and time to recover. But among those prisoners was a man who changed everything. His name was Zhao Chun, and he had once been a merchant of considerable skill before his family's enterprise had been destroyed by Kang Ye's predatory expansion tactics. Zhao Chun had been imprisoned not for resistance, but for the crime of being successful in commerce, while Kang Ye sought to consolidate all trading networks under his personal control. In the camps, Zhao Chun had spent his time observing, analyzing, understanding the structures and hierarchies that held the camp together. He had developed theories about how populations could be organized for mutual benefit rather than exploitative extraction. When Yin Xingque's forces liberated the camp in a coordinated assault that combined military force with careful medical preparation for the freed prisoners, Zhao Chun was transported back to Dust Home in a cart specifically prepared for those too weak to walk. His recovery took 3 weeks, mirroring Yin Xingque's own earlier recovery from his catastrophic fall. And when he was finally well enough to meet with the man who had freed him, Zhao Chen's mind was clear and focused. "This system you've built," Zhao Chen said, studying the CDF interface that Yin Xingque displayed for him. "It's not just a power structure. It's an entirely new model of economic and political organization. It rewards governance aligned with the well-being of the population. It punishes exploitation. It's what I always theorized might be possible, but I could never see how to implement it with conventional cultivator hierarchies. Can you help me expand it?" Yin Xingque asked. "I don't just think I can help you expand it," Zhao Chen replied. "I think I can help you make it work at scales that you cannot currently imagine." I can help you optimize resource distribution, identify inefficiencies in your current structure, and predict where to expand for maximum harmony and power growth. Give me time, and I'll make this system something the celestial realm will never be able to ignore. Zhao Qin became Yan Xingqua's strategist, his right hand, the brilliant mind that understood the mechanics of empire building in ways that went beyond simple military force or cultivation strength. The attention came as an unwanted surprise, manifesting first as a shadow falling across the morning light during a quiet meditation session. When Yan Xingqua opened his eyes, he found the CDF framework churning with warnings and calculations. Something massive had moved in the celestial networks, and that movement had a focus: him. The messenger arrived in the evening, descending from the clouds themselves in a display of raw power that made even the most experienced cultivators in Yan Xingqua's camp freeze in awe. The figure was humanoid, but only technically. Their form seemed to shift slightly as you looked at it, as though they occupied multiple states of existence simultaneously. The energy radiating from them was the heat shimmer of a forge after 10 years of continuous burning. Sect Master Kong Yi has become aware of your consolidation efforts, the messenger announced without preamble. He is intrigued. Threatened, perhaps. Curious, certainly. He has offered you an opportunity. Cease your expansion, accept reinstatement as a merchant lieutenant, and you will be allowed to live. Continue on your current path, and he will come for you personally. Yan Xingqua studied the messenger with both his physical eyes and through the CDF interface. The entity was powerful enough to single-handedly devastate this entire province. That Kong Yi had sent merely an emissary rather than a strike force was telling. Tell Kong Yi, Yan Xingqua replied carefully, that I am honored by his attention and gratified by his concern. But I cannot accept an offer that requires me to abandon my principles or the people who have come to depend on me. The messenger's form seemed to solidify slightly, as though surprise could manifest as physical precision. You understand what you're refusing? I do, Yan Xingqua said, and I refuse anyway. The messenger was gone before the wind settled, ascending so rapidly that the clouds themselves seemed to pull away. But the implication hung in the air. The consolidation efforts had attracted the exact attention he'd been trying to avoid. Kong Yi was aware of the growing threat. The timetable had just accelerated. Chapter 11. The Spiritual Nexus Discovery. While Zhao Qin worked on optimizing the empire's economic and administrative structures, Lu Fenghui, a scholar from a fallen noble house who had joined Yan Xingqua's network during the first territorial expansion, made a discovery that would have far-reaching implications for how the CDF system could leverage the natural world. In the hidden libraries of the House of Yuanguang's ancient archives, preserved despite the house's fall and the family's dispersal, Lu Fenghui found texts describing something called spiritual nodes, geographic locations where the boundary between the material world and the spiritual realm became thin and permeable. These locations appeared at the confluences of great rivers, at the peaks of mountains, in caves where underground springs emerged into the light, at ancient temples where generations of human devotion had imprinted spiritual significance on the landscape itself. If we can identify and control these locations, Lu Fenghui explained to Yan Xingqua, we can amplify the power flowing through our network by as much as 40%. Each node becomes a focal point where territorial energy converges and multiplies before flowing upward through your consciousness. The CDF system responded to this knowledge by updating its mechanics and revealing new scanning capabilities. Yan Xingqua could now sense spiritual nodes within his territory, could locate them with precision, and could begin the process of integrating them into his network structure. The first node he identified was Dragon Spring Valley, located about 2 li north of Dustholm. When he integrated it, the CDF announced, Spiritual Node Integrated, Dragon Spring Valley, Resource Yield Increase, plus 40% Territory Buff, plus 5% All-Chi Generation. The system was becoming more sophisticated with each expansion, each improvement, each refinement. What had begun as a crude framework for channeling collective power into usable cultivation energy was evolving into something far more complex. A genuine system for territorial management, population governance, and power optimization that rivaled anything in the celestial realm. The rebellion had been carefully planned, though perhaps not as carefully as it should have been. The slaves, thousands of them, mined from mineral deposits in the eastern provinces, their spirits ground down by generations of forced labor, had begun to organize. And their organizer was Zhao Qin. When Yan Xingqua discovered this, he didn't punish the young man. Instead, he recognized it for what it was. Evidence that his message had genuinely taken root in the minds of others. That freedom wasn't just a concept he articulated, but something others had begun to believe in and act upon. The The slave rebellion that followed was spectacular in scope. 30,000 enslaved people, armed with improvised weapons and spiritual techniques Zhao Chun had been secretly teaching them, rose up against their masters. The mining operations collapsed. The quarries fell silent for the first time in 3 centuries. The revolt wasn't without cost. Thousands died in the initial clashes. The mine owners responded with brutal counterattacks. But when Yin Xingqua's forces arrived, when his disciples began arriving with weapons and techniques and the promise of genuine freedom, the rebellion transformed from a desperate uprising into a potential army. "Why didn't you tell me?" Yin Xingqua asked Zhao Chun after the main fighting had ceased. "Because you would have been cautious," Zhao Chun replied simply. "You would have calculated the risks, determined it was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Sometimes things need to happen before they can be acknowledged as possible." It was a rebuke delivered without malice, but it struck deep. The CDF was a powerful tool, but it couldn't account for human courage, for the willingness of ordinary people to risk everything for a chance at dignity. Perhaps that was its limitation. Perhaps that was also its greatest strength. Chapter 12. The Tournament of the 9 Provinces. Kong Yi announced a grand martial tournament to be held in his capital city, officially, a celebration of his sect's dominance across the 9 provinces. In reality, he intended it as a venue to demonstrate power to his subjects and a way to identify and assess potential threats. He invited champions from across the lower realm to compete, promising rewards of gold and spiritual stones for the victors. Yin Xingqua saw the tournament as an opportunity. He selected 10 of his best trained warriors, men who had been training under his collective combat methods since shortly after the bandit battle, and sent them to compete. He did not expect them to win the overall tournament. He only hoped they would perform well enough to impress, to demonstrate that they were cultivators of note who deserved attention and respect. What actually happened shocked both him and Kong Yi. The 10 warriors, trained in synchronized collective combat, despite being separated from the main body of power, began fighting as a unified organism even without direct consciousness connection to their leader. They anticipated each other's movements with supernatural precision. They combined their strength in ways that made each individual fighter appear to be operating at twice their normal power level. And remarkably, they progressed through the early tournament brackets with almost contemptuous ease. By the semifinals, 3 of Yin Xingqua's warriors remained in competition. They were scheduled to face 3 of Kong Ye's elite warriors, cultivators with years of personal training and significant individual strength. The fights were spectacular. The CDF's collective combat principles proved superior to individual cultivation strength when properly applied. Yin Xingqua's warriors moved to the finals, drawing the attention of every powerful cultivator watching the tournament. In the final bracket, 2 of Yin Xingqua's warriors faced each other. They fought with a grace and synchronization that was breathtaking to witness. Neither tried to defeat the other in the traditional sense. Instead, they demonstrated perfect coordination, moving through a series of forms that showcased their unified consciousness and shared training. The crowd was mesmerized. Kong Yi watched from his elevated seat, his expression growing darker and more thoughtful with each passing moment. He realized that this tournament had inadvertently revealed something crucial, a new system of power organization that was not based on individual cultivator strength, but on collective coordination and harmony. When the tournament concluded, Kong Yi summoned the 3 victorious warriors for private audience. He offered them positions in his own sect, trying to recruit them away from their mysterious leader. All 3 politely refused, citing loyalty to Yin Xingqua and commitment to his vision. The refusal further convinced Kong Yi that this situation required immediate investigation and intervention. He tasked Immortal Guolei, the infiltrator he had already positioned in Yin Xingqua's network, with accelerated intelligence gathering. The discovery had come almost by accident, during a routine meditation session in what was once a forgotten shrine buried beneath centuries of accumulated earth. The spiritual nexus revealed itself not as a sudden breakthrough, but as a gradual awareness, like becoming conscious of a sound you've been hearing all along but never truly noticed. Yin Xingqua's eyes opened, his pupils reflecting light that didn't come from any external source. Before him floated a construct of pure spiritual energy, a convergence point where the fundamental forces of this realm seemed to crystallize into visible form. The nexus was beautiful in the way that a thunderstorm or an earthquake could be beautiful, terrible and magnificent, and utterly indifferent to human perspective. Through the CDF framework, he could perceive it now, the web of spiritual currents flowing through the entire province, all of them converging at this single point. The nexus was a natural amplifier of cultivation energy, a place where the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms became permeable. The implications cascaded through his mind. With control of the Nexus, he could accelerate the cultivation of everyone in the region. Energy that would normally take years of meditation to gather could be harvested in mere weeks. And more importantly, he could deny that same resource to his enemies. Zhao Qin stood at the entrance to the shrine, face suffused with wonder and caution in equal measure. "What is it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "A advantage," Yin Xinhua answered, though the word felt inadequate. "Perhaps the advantage we needed." He began to move, approaching the Nexus slowly, carefully. The energy flowing from it made his skin tingle, his meridians responding instinctively to the call of such concentrated power. The CDF provided calculations and warnings. Overexposure could burn out his channels, could damage his cultivation base permanently. But there was another option. If he established a harmonious relationship with the Nexus, if he didn't attempt to dominate it, but instead aligned himself with its nature, he could use it without being consumed by it. The meditation that followed lasted through the night. By dawn, the Nexus had accepted his presence, and Yin Xinhua had taken his first step toward becoming the spiritual anchor this realm truly needed. Chapter 13. Infiltration and Betrayal. Immortal Guolei had spent 3 weeks in Dust Home, posing as a refugee cultivator who had fled from Kang Ye's persecution. He claimed to have been a minor priest in a temple that the sect master had seized and desecrated, and he wove a convincing story of personal tragedy and loss. Yin Xinhua, guided by his understanding that harmony increased through inclusion and that integrating even potentially dangerous elements could amplify his system's stability, had welcomed Guolei into the inner circle. Through this proximity, Guolei was able to observe the CDF system's mechanics directly. He attended Yin Xinghua's meditations, witnessed the way power flowed through the collective consciousness, learned the structure of the Empire's organization at every level. He began mapping the territorial nodes, identifying key population centers, understanding how resources flowed upward through the hierarchy. His intelligence reports to Kang Yi became increasingly detailed and alarming. The Immortal was gathering precisely the kind of strategic knowledge that would allow a massive, concentrated assault to cripple the entire system. But fate intervened in the form of Mei Luan's recognition. She had served in the celestial bureaucracy alongside Guolei centuries ago, before their paths had diverged, and they had become enemies in the shifting politics of the higher realms. One morning, when she encountered him in the meditation chamber, she realized exactly who and what he was. A tense standoff ensued, played out in silence and meaningful glances while other disciples meditated nearby. Mei Luan could expose him, but that would force open conflict with Kang Yi before Yin Xinghua's empire was ready for direct assault. Guolei knew he had been discovered, but his mission was almost complete. One more week, and he would have all the intelligence needed to guide a devastating attack. "Why did you stay?" Mei Luan asked him privately, confronting him in the gardens where they could speak without observers. "You had what you needed. You could have left with your information intact." "Because I was curious," Guolei admitted. "I came expecting to find a clever upstart trying to exploit the lower realms for personal power. Instead, I found something genuinely different. A cultivator building power not through exploitation, but through mutual growth. A system that actually works according to principles that are more just than anything the celestial realm has managed in millennia. I've been serving Kang Yi out of necessity, out of ancient debts and obligations. But I'm tired of serving tyrants who crush everything good simply because they fear change." "What will you do?" Mei Luan asked. "I will go to Kang Yi with false intelligence," Guolei replied. "I will tell him that Yin Xinghua's system is more fragile than it appears, that a focused assault will shatter it, that the timing is wrong for decisive action. I will manufacture months of delay, and perhaps in that time, your leader will grow powerful enough that when conflict finally comes, he will be ready for it. But I need you to do something for me in return." "What?" Mei Luan asked. "Let me work openly for Yin Xinhua," Guolei said. "I want to help build this thing properly, not undermine it from within. I want to be part of creating something that actually challenges the corrupt hierarchies I've been serving for far too long." Mei Luan told Yin Xinhua everything, describing both Guolei's infiltration and his subsequent conversion. To her surprise, Yin Xinhua did not execute him or exile him. Instead, he offered the Immortal the same choice he had offered to Mei Luan. Commit fully to his cause, bring your power and knowledge to bear for mutual benefit, and accept the consequences of that choice, which could include being executed if the commitment proves false. Guolei accepted, and true to his word, he sent carefully crafted false intelligence reports to Kang Yi that reported the MC system as fragile, unstable, likely to collapse on itself within months. The reports bought Yin Xinhua crucial time to continue expanding his territorial control and consolidating power. The tournament was conceived as spectacle, a grand display of martial and magical prowess that would cement Yin Xinqua's authority while simultaneously identifying talented individuals worth recruiting to his cause. The 9 provinces sent their champions, warriors bred in combat, cultivators shaped by decades of meditation and hardship. The first round was brutal. One competitor collapsed mid-duel, blood beginning to flow from both eyes as their meridians ruptured from overexertion. The crowd roared approval, treating the injury as entertainment. Yin Xinqua felt the familiar CDF calculations emerging, assessing everyone present, threat levels, potential, stability factors. But he noticed something else. Zhao Chun, watching with disapproval clear on his face. His young lieutenant had absorbed something from Yin Xinqua's philosophy, a belief that strength didn't require cruelty, that victory didn't mandate the destruction of all competitors. In the 4th round, Yin Xinqua himself entered the arena to face a warrior who'd eliminated 5 consecutive opponents. The battle lasted barely 2 minutes. Yin Xinqua didn't kill his opponent, despite having the opening. Instead, he disarmed him, used a technique that rendered further combat impossible but left the man alive and functional. The crowd booed. They wanted bloodshed, wanted to see a worthy warrior eliminated. But the message was clear to those who understood it. Under Yin Xinqua's rule, strength would be measured in different ways. When the tournament concluded, the 6 survivors were offered a choice: join his growing army or accept safe passage to lands beyond his influence. All 6 agreed to join, not out of fear, but out of recognition that what he was building represented something genuinely new. Chapter 14. The spiritual plague. A mysterious illness began spreading through Kong, Ye's territories roughly a month after Guolei's conversion. It afflicted primarily cultivators, weakening their connection to the spiritual realm, disrupting their ability to gather and channel qi. The symptoms were subtle at first: difficulty meditating, a sense of spiritual disconnection, inability to advance in cultivation. But they progressed into something more severe: paralysis of the qi pathways, inability to even sense spiritual energy, and in extreme cases, permanent damage to the cultivator's connection to the spiritual realm. The plague terrified Kong Yi. He suspected witchcraft, cursed artifacts, or perhaps divine punishment for his tyrannical rule. He sent delegations seeking cures, offering rewards to anyone who could identify the source and devise a treatment. The plague also proved convenient cover for Guolei's continued false intelligence reports. He attributed Kong Ye's inability to launch military operations to the sect master being occupied with managing the health crisis. Yin Xinqua, through his network of intelligence sources and Mei Luan's arcane knowledge, traced the plague to its origin: a corrupted spiritual node in the territories adjacent to Kong Ye's domain. The node had been deliberately cursed by an ancient enemy of Kong Ye's sect, someone from the sect master's past who had survived his purges and was now exacting revenge. The corruption was spreading outward through the spiritual network, affecting anyone with refined enough cultivation to sense the spiritual realm clearly. Yin Xinqua offered to help. He sent a delegation of his finest cultivators, along with specialists in spiritual cleansing and network maintenance, to the source of the plague. They located the corrupted node, identified the cursed structure, and began the process of purification. It took 3 weeks of careful work, but eventually the corrupted spiritual energy was dispersed, the curse was broken, and the plague began to fade. Kong Yi, grateful and impressed, invited Yin Xinqua to meet with him personally, the first direct encounter between the 2 most powerful cultivators in the lower realm. The meeting was cordial on the surface but laden with subtext and unspoken conflict beneath. Kong Yi attempted to assess whether Yin Xinqua was a threat or a potential ally. Yin Xinqua, for his part, declined to reveal his full capabilities while gathering crucial intelligence about the sect master's fears, his insecurities, and the true extent of his power. The plague incident cemented Yin Xinqua's reputation as a healer and problem solver, earning him access to elite circles within Kong Ye's organization, precisely the kind of access that would prove invaluable as his empire continued to grow and eventually challenge the sect master's authority. The infiltration was planned with precision, using the CDF to identify security vulnerabilities and predict patrol patterns. Yin Xinqua himself led the team, with Zhao Chun and 5 other carefully selected disciples. They moved through the darkness like spirits, cultivators trained to muffle their spiritual signatures, to move between heartbeats rather than within them. The palace of Sect Master Kong Ye's regional capital was a monument to his power, towers that reached towards celestial thresholds, walls inscribed with protective wards that had been refined over centuries. But every defense had a weakness. Every system had points of failure. They reached the inner archives without raising an alarm, moving through spaces that seemed somehow larger on the inside than outside, geometries that bent in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Yin Xingqua's hands trembled as they searched through records, not from fear, but from the enormity of what they were discovering. The documents revealed a network of control more extensive than anyone had suspected. The celestial powers weren't merely ruling from above. They had installed agents, created dependencies, manipulated local politics at the most fundamental levels. And more importantly, the records showed the extent of their fear. Yin Xingqua had been marked not because he was insignificant, but because he represented something that genuinely threatened the stability of their entire system. A successful lower realm cultivator operating independently could inspire others, could create a precedent. But the betrayal came from within. One of his team members, revealed as a long-term celestial agent, emerged from the shadows with blade drawn. The ensuing chaos nearly cost them everything. They escaped, but the archives were sealed, their presence known. Kong Yu would be alerted. The careful growth strategy would need to accelerate or fail entirely. Betrayal had a way of clarifying priorities. Chapter 15. The summit that changes everything. Kong Yi convened a regional summit, inviting all the significant power brokers in the lower realm to his capital for discussions about territorial stability, resource distribution, and mutual defense against external threats. The summit had an official purpose, to create peace and accord among the major powers of the lower realm. But it also served as a venue where Kong Yi could assess threats and consolidate his power by forming alliances with other regional powers. Yin Xingqua received an invitation, which itself was a significant development. It meant that Kong Yi recognized him as a peer worthy of formal negotiation, not just a minor upstart to be crushed. Yin Xingqua brought a small delegation, Mei Luan as an advisor, Zhao Chun as a strategist, and Guo Lei as a guarantor of safety. Their presence at the summit itself was shocking to many attendees. To have a recently emerged power broker at the highest levels of lower realm politics was without precedent. The representatives of the older powers watched Yin Xingqua's delegation carefully, measuring them, trying to understand the threat they represented. The summit lasted 5 days and featured formal discussions about trade, military mutual defense, territorial boundaries, and the sharing of resources. But the real value of the summit was in the private meetings that occurred in side chambers and private quarters. Yin Xingqua met with celestial cultivators who monitored the lower realm on behalf of the Eternal Accord Council, learned of the bureaucratic structures that govern the hierarchy of realms, and understood for the first time the scale of the political challenge he would eventually face. In a private moment with Kong Yi, the sect master warned him, "There are forces above this realm that watch and judge cultivators like us. They will tolerate only so much ambition before they intervene. Be careful that your rise does not trigger their notice in ways that will be impossible to manage." Yin Xingqua understood this as both warning and subtle threat. It was a reminder that his path, however successful at the lower realm level, was constrained by the celestial hierarchy's ultimate authority. But it also suggested that there were limitations to Kong Ye's own power, that he too was subject to higher authorities and could not act with complete freedom. The summit concluded with mutual agreements of peace and commerce, but everyone understood that this peace was temporary, a holding pattern that would last only until power relationships had shifted sufficiently to make open conflict inevitable. The sickness had spread through Kong Ye's capital like an invisible poison, creeping through the water systems and air itself. In the markets, the sick lay abandoned on stone benches. In the homes of nobility, physicians gathered in hushed circles, their remedies failing one after another. The manifestation was distinctive, a darkening of the veins beneath the skin, beginning at the extremities and slowly working toward the heart. Those affected reported sensations of fire and ice simultaneously, their spiritual meridians somehow corrupted at the fundamental level. Yin Xingqua could feel it even from his camp at the borders. The CDF detected it as an anomaly in the spiritual field, a distortion that didn't match any natural disease pattern. This was cultivation sickness, inflicted deliberately by someone with enough power and knowledge to weaponize illness itself. The timing was too convenient. 3 days after his representatives had demanded better terms for the border provinces, the plague begins. Whoever had unleashed this had wanted to send a message: comply with the established hierarchy, or watch your enemies suffer. But they'd miscalculated. The plague had struck Kong Ye's forces harder than anyone had anticipated, because Yin Xingqua's disciples had spent weeks distributing spiritual purification stones and meditation techniques specifically designed to resist exotic cultivator weapons. The knowledge had come from his own time in the higher realms, memories of defenses against such attacks that he'd incorporated into the CDF framework. From his tent, He watched as refugees from the capital began flowing south. Families fleeing the contagion, merchants desperate to reach healthier lands. Even some of Kang Ye's own soldiers deserting their posts rather than wait for death to find them. The moral weight of it pressed down on him like stone. These were innocent people suffering. And while his side had merely defended against the plague rather than caused it, there was a sharp satisfaction in watching it undermine his enemy's position. The CDF had predicted this scenario, not the plague specifically, but the fragmentation of enemy cohesion when confronted with uncontrollable catastrophe. Zhao Chen approached, his expression troubled. Refugees from the capital are requesting shelter. Some of Kang Ye's own officials are trying to negotiate peaceful surrender of their territories in exchange for protection from the plague. Granted, Yan Xinhua commanded. But carefully, verify their intentions. This could be strategy. The plague had changed the nature of the conflict. It was no longer about territorial dispute, but about survival itself. And in survival scenarios, the CDF's predictions became exponentially more accurate. Chapter 16. Declaration of Independence 3 months after the regional summit. With his territories now encompassing 12 major settlements and a total population of 28,000, Yan Xinhua made a dramatic announcement. He formally declared his territories an independent nation-state, severing all ties to Kang Ye's organizational structure and claiming the right to self-governance without external interference. The declaration came as both shock and inevitability. Shock because it was so direct, so unambiguous. There was no room for interpretation or negotiation. Inevitability because everyone involved understood that Yan Xinghua's power had been growing exponentially, and separation from Kang Ye's control was only a matter of time. The CDF system responded to the declaration with a dramatic shift in resource generation. Independence declared. Independence bonus, plus 50% all resource generation. Harmony surge. Territory populations unified by shared purpose. Diplomatic node unlocked. Cross-realm alliance initiated. The system itself seemed to recognize that this was a moment of historical significance, a rupture point that marked the transition from local power to regional significance. The plus 50% resource generation bonus was substantial enough to double the MC's effective power in a single moment. Kang Ye's response was measured but final. He declared Yan Xinhua an enemy of the lower realm, froze all trade with the independent territories, and began assembling a military force for the purpose of reconquering the lost settlements and eliminating the threat they represented. He called up his military reserves, recruited mercenary forces, and prepared for what he believed would be a swift and decisive campaign against an upstart who had overestimated his own strength. The military force Kang Ye assembled numbered 10,000 soldiers and cultivators, a force that vastly outnumbered anything Yan Xinhua could field with his current population base. The MC had only 3,000 trained warriors, a ratio of 3-to-1 disadvantage that most military strategists would have considered unwinnable. But most military strategists did not understand the CDF system, had never encountered a power structure based on collective harmony rather than individual strength, and had no framework for assessing how a population of 28,000 people, all unified in common purpose, could leverage their combined power in ways that defied conventional military doctrine. The summit convened in neutral territory, a mountain peak that belonged to no single realm or dominion, but was sacred to all. The representatives arrived bearing gifts and grudges in equal measure. Merchants seeking profit, warlords seeking power, scholars seeking truth, and rebels seeking opportunity. Yan Xinhua sat at the center of the gathering, no longer merely a talented exile, but a figure of consequence. The CDF calculations had prepared him for this moment, had given him the framework to understand the complex web of interests and grievances that motivated each participant. The established order is breaking, he announced, his voice carrying weight and authority despite his relative youth. We can either fight to preserve it, crumble with it, or build something new on its ruins. I propose the third option. The response was mixed. Some representatives nodded in recognition. Others grew defensive, their hands moving toward weapons. One ancient cultivator laughed, a sound like distant thunder. A child with a grand vision. How delightful. How doomed. Perhaps, Yan Xinhua acknowledged. But doomed together is still better than doomed alone. The celestial hierarchy is designed to keep us divided, afraid, dependent on their goodwill. I'm offering something else. Mutual aid, collective strength, shared prosperity. It wasn't agreement he received that day, but something more valuable. It was consideration. It was the seed of alliance, planted in the minds of those who had been relegated to the lower tiers of society for too long. The summit that changes everything is less about grand declarations and more about subtle shifts in perspective, about raising consciousness and possibility among those who had resigned themselves to limitation. Chapter 17. The Alliance of the Downtrodden. Before Kang Yi could launch his assault, Yan Xinhua reached out to every oppressed faction, every minor sect, every exiled community in the lower realm. Everyone who had reason to resent Kang Ye's tyranny and saw opportunity in his potential overthrow. The outreach campaign was remarkably successful. Shi Rang, leader of an underground rebel sect that had survived Kang Ye's purges through operating in mountain hideaways, pledged 2,000 warriors, and his sect's accumulated military knowledge. Minor noble houses that had lost status and territory to Kang Ye's expansion contributed soldiers, resources, and strategic wisdom. Former merchants whose businesses had been destroyed by the sect master's predatory monopoly practices provided financial backing and logistical expertise. Within 3 weeks, Yan Xinhua had assembled an alliance of 8,000 warriors. Not enough to match Kang Ye's numerical superiority, but a far more credible military force than he had possessed alone. More importantly, the alliance brought diversity, different cultivating traditions, different strategic approaches, different sources of knowledge that enriched the collective understanding available to the combined force. The alliance also strengthened the CDF system in ways Yan Xinhua hadn't anticipated. Each new population integrated into the network brought with them not just raw population numbers, but accumulated knowledge, cultural practices, and philosophical perspectives. The harmony level increased as people felt hope that their oppression might finally be challenged. The collective spiritual output doubled, then tripled as the system drew power from larger populations operating under improved conditions. The decree was written in flame and starlight, burned into the consciousness of every cultivator for 10 provinces in every direction. Yan Xinhua stood in the newly constructed palace of the lower realm, built from materials salvaged and reformed by his disciples' collective cultivation efforts, and watched as the announcement spread like wildfire through the spiritual networks. Independence, a realm declaring itself separate from all celestial dominion, ruled not by distant merchants of power, but by those who lived within its borders. The audacity of the declaration sent shockwaves through the established order. But before the ink could dry on the proclamation, before even a single merchant's caravan could challenge the legitimacy of his rule, the celestial networks erupted with counterarguments. Some were measured, attempts at negotiation through official channels. Others were venomous, promises of economic blockade and magical isolation. A few were simply threats, thinly veiled promises that those who supported this rebellion would find themselves erased from existence itself. Yan Xinhua read each response through the CDF interface, watching as the numbers updated, recalculating the odds of various scenarios. The framework had given him victory after victory in the physical realm, but the spiritual politics of the celestial hierarchy operated under different rules. He sat in the throne room, a space deliberately designed to feel more like a council chamber than a monument to ego, and contemplated the consequences of his choice. Everything he'd built, the territorial expansion, the united provinces, the alliance of the downtrodden, all of it was precarious, dependent on maintaining the illusion of strength while actually remaining vulnerable. A knock sounded at the chamber doors, and Zhao Chen entered, carrying reports from the frontier settlements. The young man's face had hardened these past months, shaped by responsibility and danger in equal measure. When had he stopped being merely a potential ally and become essential? The northern provinces confirmed their loyalty, Zhao Chen reported, laying documents before the throne. But 3 merchant families have already begun pulling their investments. They fear celestial retaliation. This was the hidden cost of freedom, Yan Xinhua realized. It wasn't measured in lives or territory alone, but in the constant, grinding pressure of uncertainty. Every declaration of independence was followed by a test of will. The celestial powers would not accept this rebellion lightly. Chapter 18. The Battle of Crimson Plains. The war came to a head on the Crimson Plains, an expanse of grassland located roughly between Kang Ye's capital and the northern territories where Yan Xinhua had consolidated most of his population. The battle was the largest military engagement the lower realm had seen in over a century. Kang Ye's 10,000 soldiers and cultivators faced Yan Xinhua's combined force of 8,000 warriors. The disparity should have been decisive, but the MC employed the collective combat multiplier strategy on a grand scale, organizing his 8,000 warriors into synchronized battalions that operated with unity impossible for conventional military forces to achieve. Each battalion drew power from the shared chi of his territories, amplifying strength beyond individual capacity. Where Kang Ye's forces relied on individual cultivator power and trained soldiers following orders, Yanxinqua's forces operated as unified organisms responding to strategic direction with superhuman coordination. The battle lasted from dawn until evening, a brutal clash of armies across the grasslands. The ground became saturated with blood, the air filled with the screams of the wounded, the sky darkening from the dust and smoke of combat. Yanxinqua's forces, though outnumbered, held the center line. They bent under pressure, but did not break. When Kang Ye's forces tried to flank them, the battalions shifted formation with impossible speed, creating new lines of defense almost before the threat fully materialized. In the climactic moment of the battle, Yanxinqua himself stepped forward to confront Kang Ye directly. The sect master had revealed himself in his arrogance, believing that personal power would carry the day. The two cultivators faced each other at the center of the battlefield, their auras clashing against each other in waves of visible force that made the ground beneath them tremble. "You have challenged the natural order," Kang Ye snarled, his cultivation base blazing with the power of a high-tier cultivator. "You have gathered the weak and the desperate, given them false hope, created illusions of collective power that cannot possibly stand against true individual strength. I will end this delusion now." Yanxinqua opened himself completely to the power flowing from his 28,000 connected people. The sensation was overwhelming. Hundreds of thousands of units of spiritual power flowing through his consciousness, amplifying his physical form, burning through his channels with heat that should have incinerated him. But he held together, containing the force, directing it. His strike met Kang Ye's blade, and the impact sent shockwaves across the entire battlefield. Warriors on both sides were knocked off their feet by the force of the collision. When the dust settled, Kang Ye was on his knees, his hands numb from the contact, his confident expression replaced by shock and dawning recognition that he had fundamentally misunderstood his opponent's power. "This is not possible," the sect master gasped. "You are barely Foundation establishment. I am far more advanced than you." "Power comes in many forms," Yanxinqua replied, his voice carrying the weight of 28,000 people unified in common purpose. "Individual strength is one form, but collective power, harmony, and purpose create forces that individual cultivation cannot match. You chose to build your empire on fear and oppression. I chose to build mine on hope and mutual benefit. That difference is written in the power levels you have just experienced." With a final effort, Yanxinqua drove his strike forward, breaking through Kang Ye's remaining defenses, forcing the sect master's surrender. The battle was over. Kang Ye was defeated, captured alive, but with his power largely neutralized through careful spiritual suppression techniques that Guolei had taught. The coalition formed gradually, like water seeping through cracks in stone. It wasn't announced through grand proclamations or formal treaties, but rather emerged from countless individual decisions. Outcasts chose to stand together. The disenfranchised created networks. The oppressed discovered they had collective power. The representatives of various settlements and provinces began arriving at Yanxinqua's growing center of power, not as subjects, but as participants in something genuinely new. A farmer with a grievance against local nobility found himself negotiating alongside a scholar who'd been exiled from the great academies. A miner who'd escaped brutal servitude stood beside a merchant whose goods had been seized by celestial enforcers. This alliance had no formal leadership structure, no rigid hierarchy. Instead, it operated on the principle that all voices held value, that decisions were made through consensus rather than decree. It was chaotic by the standards of traditional political organization, but it held. "It will fall apart eventually," Zhao Chen warned, watching the delegates argue over resource allocation in the Great Hall. "Consensus governance doesn't scale. Eventually someone will want more authority, someone will feel cheated, and the whole thing will shatter." "Probably," Yanxinqua agreed, "but it will hold long enough to challenge the existing order. And perhaps, if we build it correctly, it will hold even after that." The alliance of the downtrodden wasn't designed to be permanent. It was designed to be transformative, to take the accumulated frustration of centuries and channel it towards something constructive. Whether it would succeed was still uncertain. The CDF calculations could project various outcomes, but none of them were guaranteed. Chapter 19. The new order with Kang Ye defeated and captured, Yanxinqua moved quickly to consolidate control over the entire lower realm. He implemented a new governmental structure based on the CDF's principles: fair distribution of resources, opportunity for advancement through merit rather than noble birth, and a system of shared prosperity where everyone contributed to and benefited from the collective strength. Former enemies pledged allegiance. The territories that had been ruled through Kang Ye's tyranny now experienced the benefits of governance aligned with collective harmony. Infrastructure improvements that had been neglected for decades were undertaken. Educational systems were established. Spiritual training centers were created to allow cultivators to develop their abilities within the framework of collective benefit rather than selfish personal advancement. The MC's territory now spanned the entire lower realm, with a population exceeding 150,000. The CDF system announced a massive breakthrough. Territory unification achieved, cultivator rank, foundation establishment attained, new mechanic unlocked, cross-realm trade route initialization. Yen Xinhua had achieved what had seemed impossible 3 months earlier. He had unified an entire realm under his governance, eliminated the previous tyrant, and established a new system based on principles fundamentally opposed to celestial hierarchy. The implications were staggering. The weight of anticipation hung heavy in the morning air as Yen Xinhua surveyed the preparations. The crimson plain stretched before him like an ocean of autumn grass, each blade catching the weak sunlight in shades of copper and gold. He could smell the earth, rich, loamy, pregnant with the promise of blood soon to stain it. The acrid scent of cooking fires drifted from the encampments on either side of the valley. Sweat mixed with steel oil, the metallic tang that preceded violence. Beside him, Zhao Qin clutched his ceremonial armor, fingers trembling against the cold bronze. The younger man's face had taken on the pallor of someone who finally understood what he'd pledged himself to. Behind them, 10,000 soldiers arrayed in loose formations, some veterans of the spiritual wars, most of them conscripted villagers and miners who'd learned swordplay only in the past 3 months. How many will die? Zhao Qin asked, not meeting his gaze. Yen Xinhua didn't answer immediately. The CDF calculations burned in his mind, probabilities and trajectories, the mathematical weight of mortality expressed in numerical form. Against them stood perhaps 5,000 of Kang Ye's elite forces. The numbers favored them, but only barely. Enough, he finally said. Too many. But the alternative is slavery. The morning mist began to lift as the sun climbed higher. In the distance, the enemy banners began to emerge, the purple and silver of Sect Master Kang Ye's dominion, a visual declaration of his absolute authority over the region. Those colors had represented law and order for 3 centuries. Today, they would represent tyranny. Yen Xinhua felt the tremor in his own hands then, a vibration that ran through his spiritual meridians. Fear, not of death. He'd faced that already in the celestial trials. This was something else. The fear of letting down those who believed in him. The fear that his calculations were wrong, that the CDF framework had failed to account for some variable, some human element that couldn't be quantified. He turned to Zhao Qin. Do you remember when we first met? In the shadows of the collapsed temple, when I had just arrived in this realm and you wanted to rob me. A ghost of a smile crossed the young man's face. You showed me what I could become. I showed you what you were already becoming. Yen Xinhua corrected. I simply removed the chains. Today, we do the same for everyone behind us. That's why we fight. Not for glory or titles, but because every person deserves the chance to become who they're meant to be. The morning trumpet call shattered the silence. Somewhere to the north, Kang Ye's forces were mobilizing. The moment had arrived. Chapter 20. Whispers from the celestial throne at the grand coronation of Yen Xinhua as the supreme ruler of the lower realm. A celestial envoy descended through the barriers between worlds. His arrival was announced not by trumpets or fanfare, but by a sudden shift in the quality of light and the air itself. The envoy was a minor official of the Eternal Accord Council, a bureaucratic entity that oversaw all realms and ensured compliance with celestial law. The envoy delivered a proclamation that chilled everyone present. It was a formal decree from the Eternal Accord Council, confirmed and signed by Celestial Lord Zixin himself, stating clearly and without ambiguity, Yen Xinhua, your ambition threatens the celestial order. You have 10 years to dismantle your empire, return all integrated territories to their independent status, and accept the authority of the celestial hierarchy over your actions. Failure to comply will result in total annihilation of your empire and yourself. This is not negotiable. This is not debatable. This is judgment from the highest celestial authorities. The proclamation sent shockwaves through Dustholm and rippled outward through all connected territories. Yen Xinhua stood before the envoy, his expression unreadable, his consciousness touching every person in his empire through the CDF network. He could feel their fear, their despair, their sense of betrayal. They had fought to create something good, something that worked on principles superior to the old tyranny. And now they were being told that celestial power would not permit their experiment to continue. Yen Xinhua looked up at the envoy, and his eyes held no fear, only determination. Tell Zixin that I acknowledge his decree, he said. But tell him also that I do not accept it. I have 10 years to dismantle what I've built, he says. I interpret that as 10 years to build it stronger, to expand it wider, to make it too significant to simply destroy without great cost to the celestial order itself. In 10 years, I will not have dismantled my empire. I will have made it unstoppable. The envoy departed, returning to the celestial realm with this message of defiance. As the creature vanished into light and distance, Yin Xinhua turned to address his gathered people. We have been given an ultimatum, he announced. The celestial realm fears what we have created because it proves that their hierarchies are not inevitable, not perfect, not the only possible way to organize power and authority. They fear us because we demonstrate that collective harmony can surpass individual cultivation strength. In 10 years, they will come for us directly, and we will be ready. We will have grown so powerful, expanded so far, integrated so many realms into our network, that when they come, they will find that trying to destroy us would require sacrificing far more than they are willing to lose. The crowd roared, their voices unified, their determination absolute. The stage had been set for larger conflicts, for a struggle that would extend far beyond the boundaries of the lower realm into celestial politics and the highest reaches of power that existed in all the connected worlds. Yin Xinhua gazed at the night sky, his hand clenching into a fist, his entire consciousness burning with purpose and ambition. 10 years, he said quietly to himself. I'll build an empire they cannot ignore. The victory wasn't clean, wasn't total, wasn't anything like the triumphant end that stories promised. The battlefield was a chaos of victory and loss intermingled, a terrain where the distinction between winning and losing had become philosophical rather than practical. Yin Xinhua stood at the edge of the Crimson Plains as his soldiers gathered the wounded, as healers worked frantically to save those who might yet be salvaged, as the dead were arranged in rows according to their allegiances. The wind carried the smell of blood and torn earth, the metallic tang of death that had visited this place in abundance. Of Kang Ye's original 5,000 elite forces, fewer than 2,000 remained alive. But Yin Xinhua's losses were catastrophic. Nearly 7,000 of his 10,000 soldiers had fallen. The mathematical advantage the CDF had calculated had been correct, but it had measured victory in terms of outcome, not cost. And the cost was written in the flesh of people he'd come to know as individuals. Zhao Chun moved among the wounded, offering water and comfort in equal measure. The young man's face had permanently aged in the aftermath of battle, the brightness that had once characterized him replaced by something harder, more tempered. Was it worth it? Someone asked. One of the lower officers, his voice hollow with the realization that he'd just participated in mass death. Yin Xinhua didn't answer immediately. The question was too large, too multi-layered, too dependent on perspective. From one angle, the victory was comprehensive. They now controlled the territory previously held by Kang Yi, had eliminated his primary military force, had proven that the lower realm was no longer subject to distant celestial tyranny. From another angle, they had simply created new suffering to replace the old. The battle had changed something fundamental in him. The CDF framework remained useful, remained powerful, but he could see its limitations now in a way he hadn't before. It could calculate probabilities and outcomes, but it couldn't truly measure the weight of a single human life, couldn't quantify the value of the connections between people, couldn't explain why victory sometimes felt like defeat. Chapter 21. The Celestial Blockade. The first celestial ships arrived within 3 weeks. Yin Xinhua stood atop the merchant's tower overlooking Dusthome's western approach, watching the vessels descend through the twilight sky like wounded birds making their final descent. They were massive, constructed of a metallic substance that shimmered with barely contained spiritual power, and they moved with absolute certainty, as if no force in the lower realm could possibly challenge their authority. The air around him grew cold as the ships passed overhead. He could feel the weight of their presence, a pressure that pressed down on the landscape like a celestial hand closing into a fist. The temperature dropped at least 10 degrees, and frost began to form on the metal railings of the tower. It wasn't natural cold. It was the spiritual weight of celestial power, the physical manifestation of beings who existed on a level of the hierarchy that most lower-realm cultivators could barely comprehend. Beside him, Zhao Qin's jaw tightened with tension. His fingers gripped the tower's edge hard enough that his knuckles turned white. 23 ships. Each one carries at least 300 soldiers. The Eternal Accord Council is not joking. They're setting up at the trade routes, Lu Fenghui said quietly, his voice steady despite the tremor of concern that ran beneath it. The scholar had arrived that morning with reports from his network of contacts across the realm. His papers rustled in his trembling hands as he consulted notes. The northern passage to the celestial territories is entirely sealed. The western routes are being blockaded. Any merchant carrying goods destined for the lower realm is being turned back with explicit orders from celestial authorities. I've confirmed this through at least 15 independent merchant networks. The message is consistent. Trade with the lower realm will result in economic sanctions and potential military intervention. Yin Xinhua could feel it already, a subtle drain on his territories like the first signs of blood loss from a barely visible wound. The CDF system was reporting reduced resource generation from trade nodes in real time. Red notifications flickered across his awareness, each one indicating a trade route that had previously contributed to his empire's growth now severed at the source. The blockade was economic strangulation, designed with surgical precision to squeeze his growing empire like a celestial constrictor slowly tightening around its prey. Zixin understood the system well enough to target its vulnerabilities directly, moving through the channels of commerce with the efficiency of someone who had spent decades learning exactly how to break systems designed by people less imaginative than himself. He wasn't attacking the military infrastructure. He was attacking the lifeblood, the resources that allowed cultivation advancement, that kept the population fed, that enabled the technological development that made the CDF system work. Without resources flowing in, the pyramid he had built would collapse from its base upward. The implications were terrifying in their clarity. Zixin had looked at Yin Xinghua's empire, understood how it functioned through careful analysis, and identified exactly how to destroy it without risking direct military confrontation in a theater where his advantages might be less pronounced. It was a strategy of patience refined through centuries of political maneuvering. Zixin could maintain the blockade indefinitely while his forces remained alert on the boundary, rotating through units to maintain readiness while minimizing fatigue. He didn't need to win militarily. He just needed to starve the lower realm into submission, to watch the population turn against their leader when resources became scarce enough. How long can we sustain the population without trade goods? Yin Xinhua asked, his mind already working through the economic calculations with the speed of someone accessing the CDF system's data directly. The ceiling of his office abruptly felt lower, the walls closer, the air thinner. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. 800,000 people depended on his decisions, on the choices he made in the next hours, on his ability to navigate this crisis without breaking under the strain. 6 months, perhaps 7, Zhao Qin replied, his voice steady with professional precision despite the gravity of the situation. He consulted the ledgers he had brought with him, documents that outlined the lower realm's resource production in meticulous detail. His fingers traced across the numbers, following calculations that had taken days to compile. Spiritual stone extraction from the mines operated at roughly 300,000 stones per month, a number that had seemed impressive before the blockade, but now feels hopelessly inadequate for our current population. Supporting cultivation advancement for 800,000 people requires nearly double that amount, maybe even triple if we want to maintain the rate of advancement we've achieved over the past year. Complex calculations filled the pages, population growth projections that curved upward with each passing month, resource consumption rates that increased as more people joined the cultivation tiers, reserves in various settlements that were being drawn down at alarming rates. The mathematics of survival was brutal and unforgiving. The deficit, that word hung in the air like a death sentence. Yin Xinhua had built his empire partly on the promise that it could provide better opportunities than celestial hierarchy, that even the lowest-ranked individuals could advance if they worked hard enough and contributed meaningfully to the collective good. But opportunity required resources, and resources required trade. And trade was now severed, cut off as cleanly as a blade severing flesh from bone. Lu Fenghui added more specific detail, his scholarly precision both clarifying the situation and making it worse through cold accuracy. The northern celestial trade routes alone were responsible for 40% of our spiritual stone imports. The western routes handled another 30%. The remaining 30% came through secondary channels and smaller merchant networks that operate on the margins of celestial commerce, merchants willing to take risks for higher profit margins. With the primary routes cut off entirely, we're losing 70% of our import capacity almost immediately. That remaining 30% will dry up within weeks as the celestial hierarchy applies pressure to any merchant house willing to trade with us. Yin Xinhua closed his eyes, visualizing the cascade of consequences that would follow from this blockade. 70%. Not a reduction. Not a challenge. A catastrophe. That meant rationing. Difficult choices about who received cultivation resources and who went without. That meant prioritizing cultivation resources for warriors and administrators while ordinary citizens went without, watched their cultivation advance stall, felt the sting of being left behind. That meant the system he had built on merit and contribution would degrade into the same hierarchical structures he had been trying to replace, a return to the celestial model of power concentrated at the top and distributed grudgingly to those at the bottom. What about the secondary sources? Mailwan asked, stepping into the office with the confidence of someone accustomed to walking into strategic discussions. Her strategic mind sought alternatives even as she understood the dire implications of the situation. The scent of rain and sword oil came with her. She had been overseeing military preparations since dawn, drilling soldiers, checking defenses, preparing for the possibility that economic strangling might transition into military assault. Can we reroute through them? Can we increase the volume of trade flowing through merchants willing to take the risk? Partially, Lu Fenghui said carefully, choosing his words with the precision of someone accustomed to delivering bad news. But celestial merchants won't use the secondary routes in volume if the council is actively discouraging primary trade. It's too risky for them. They have celestial realm properties and business operations the council can target if they cooperate with us. The council's power extends beyond military force. It reaches into the economic infrastructure of the celestial realm, touching the profit margins of merchants whose loyalty is more to their wealth than to any ideological principle. Zixin has already made subtle threats, implied restrictions on trading rights, subtle pressure on merchant houses that have been friendly to our cause through careful cultivation of relationships over the past years. Those merchants face a choice: maintain profitable relationships with the celestial hierarchy or take enormous financial risks to support us. We can get maybe 15 to 20% of our normal import volume through secondary channels, but only for merchants so financially desperate or ideologically committed that they're willing to risk the council's retaliation. And those merchants will charge premium prices for the risk they're taking, triple or quadruple the normal cost for spiritual stones. We'll stretch our reserves further, but not by much. Mailwan walked to the window, looking out over the city with the tactical eye of a military commander assessing defenses. The soldiers are restless. They want permission to attack the blockade fleet. They see them as invaders. They are invaders, Yan Xinhua said, his voice carrying the weight of acknowledging a truth he wished he could deny. But they're invaders we can't defeat directly. Not yet. He turned away from the window, unable to bear looking at the city that depended on him. The pain of admitting that limitation cut deeper than any blade could have cut, a wound to his pride and to his sense of responsibility. Zixin gave me 10 years. He's not trying to destroy me immediately. He's trying to suffocate me slowly. Give my people reason to question whether their rebellion was worth the cost, whether their leader can actually protect them, whether pledging themselves to his empire was a mistake they'll regret for decades. Lu Fenghui stepped forward, his scholarly bearing carrying the weight of knowledge hard-won through research and careful analysis. There may be alternatives. Before Zixin's public decree, there were rumors of celestial factions unhappy with the Eternal Accord Council's authority. Neutral parties. Cultivators who fear monopolies on power even in the heavens, who understand that absolute power in celestial hands has historically led to centuries of stagnation and oppression. You're suggesting we negotiate with celestial forces while we're being blockaded? Mailwan's tone wasn't skeptical, merely analytical, the assessment of a military strategist considering options. We'd need contact methods. We'd need someone the celestial realm would listen to. We'd need to prove that we're worth the risk. Yan Xinhua felt something shift in his chest, a crystallization of thought, like ice forming on still water. His old mentor's words surfaced in his memory, a hint delivered years ago about achieving a loophole through sufficient territorial power. What if that loophole included access to celestial allies? What if the path to survival lay not in direct confrontation with overwhelming force, but in playing the celestial political game as expertly as Zixin had learned to play it over centuries? Then we find those allies, Yan Xinhua said, his resolve hardening like steel cooling after the forge. In secret, while the blockade proceeds and Zixin believes he's slowly strangling us into submission, we'll be reaching past his defenses to find sympathetic forces in the heavens. This is not a siege we can break through military might. It's a siege we must circumvent through political maneuvering. The CDF system sent a notification, its cold mechanical voice carrying information across his consciousness. Diplomatic crisis detected. Economic strain. -40% trade revenue. New objective unlocked. Establish celestial diplomatic relations. Threat level. Critical. Timeline to economic collapse. 6 months. That night, Yan Xinhua could not sleep. He climbed to the highest tower in Dust Home and gazed upward, studying the celestial ships positioned at the realm's boundary like predators waiting for any sign of weakness. The blockade was invisible in the darkness, but he could feel it. a weight pressing down on every trade node, every merchant route, every connection between his territories and the resources they needed to survive. The void whispered, and in that whisper, Yin Xinhua heard a question that echoed through his consciousness. Could he survive not through strength, but through politics? Could he build an empire that was dependent not on force, but on alliance? The void offered no answers, only questions, and the pressure of knowing that his next moves would determine whether his entire vision endured or crumbled into dust. Chapter 22. The fox made Lirue. The prisoner was brought in during a rainstorm, her wrists bound with celestial iron chains that suppressed her cultivation. Rain dripped from her fur, creating a wet trail across the stone floor of the interrogation chamber. She was lithe, with features that seemed almost fox-like, ears that pointed slightly backward, eyes that reflected light like an animal's, a tail that she held with surprising dignity despite the indignity of captivity. Her damp fur clung to her body, revealing the lean musculature beneath, the physical form of someone trained extensively in combat and evasion. A spy, the soldiers reported, captured during an attempt to infiltrate the administrative centers in the capital. The soldiers who had brought her in bore scratches and minor wounds, evidence that capturing her alive had required considerable effort. They recommended immediate execution, citing the danger she represented and the impossibility of extracting reliable information from celestial operatives trained to resist interrogation. Yin Xinhua ordered her brought to his personal chambers instead. The woman, she introduced herself as Lirue, sat across from him with the composure of someone who had expected this interrogation. There was no fear in her eyes, only calculation. Her ears twitched occasionally, monitoring sounds that human ears couldn't perceive. Her tail moved with subtle precision, a language of body movement that conveyed information to anyone trained to read it. "You're a fox cultivator," Yin Xinhua observed, his knowledge of celestial species patterns informing his assessment. "That means you're at least chi condensation, if not foundation establishment. The celestial chains suppress your power by, what, 70%? 85, Lirue said coolly, her voice carrying the accent of someone who had spent centuries around celestial dialects. "Your soldiers were more prepared than I anticipated. A tactical error on my part. I underestimated how well trained your defensive forces had become. In my previous assessments 3 months ago, your military was still disorganized. Something has changed. Why were you infiltrating our administrative centers?" "Gathering intelligence," Lirue said. She tilted her head, studying him with the intensity of a predator assessing prey. "The Eternal Accord Council wanted to know how your system functioned, how you managed to control such large populations without resorting to the hierarchical oppression that maintains celestial order, where your power flowed from in technical terms, what resources you depended on, where your vulnerabilities lay hidden beneath the surface." Her ears twitched slightly, and she exhaled slowly. They wanted leverage points, places they could disrupt to cause maximum damage if negotiation failed. Weak links in your supply chains, key administrators they could target, defensive positions they could overwhelm with concentrated force. Yin Xinhua considered this, turning the situation over in his mind. Most interrogators would threaten, would attempt to break the captive through pain or intimidation. But Lirue seemed to expect that. Her composure suggested she'd been trained extensively to resist such pressure, that she'd undergone conditioning to make her mind resistant to coercion. Instead, he asked, "If I execute you, what happens?" "The council learns that you kill prisoners from the heavens without hesitation, that you're as brutal as any lower realm despot. It strengthens Zixin's position. He can claim he was right to send the blockade, that you cannot be trusted with the responsibility of leading people, that your system is built on blood like every other system." Lirue paused, her expression unchanging. "Also, they send a replacement. Better trained, more ruthless. You'll just be starting the process again with someone harder to turn. And if I release you?" Lirue smiled slightly, an expression that revealed teeth just slightly more pointed than a human's. "Then you're either weak or playing a deeper game. Which is it?" Yin Xinhua stood and walked to the window. The rain fell in sheets, turning the city below into a blur of wet stone and lamplight. The streets were alive despite the late hour, people moving through the darkness, maintaining the infrastructure that kept the empire functioning, lighting fires, pulling water from wells, tending to the sick and injured. The machinery of civilization running even in the darkness, even under threat. "I'm offering you a choice. Work for me. Help me understand why the council genuinely fears my system, and you live. You work in my administrative centers, the same ones you try to infiltrate. You become invaluable to my operation. You survive this interrogation and this war and whatever comes after. You gain access to a system that genuinely works, that isn't built on hierarchy and oppression. You become part of something your council fears more than military might. For a moment, Leroy said nothing. The rain continued its drumming against the window. The city continued its nocturnal work below them. Time stretched, pregnant with possibility. Then, and if I refuse, then I execute you. Feed your body to the river so there's no remains for the council to examine, and inform the council through whatever channels they monitor that you died under interrogation. Either way, the council loses its spy. Either way, the resource they invested in your capture and training is wasted. But I'm offering you something better, the chance to observe why their fears are justified. The chance to live in a system that proves the council's propaganda about human, or celestial, nature is wrong. Leroy's ears perked forward. In that gesture, Yenxinqua saw something he'd suspected. She wasn't genuinely bound to the council through loyalty. She'd been assigned to this mission, paid for her services, given orders. The chains and the interrogation changed the equation in her mind. The council was not protecting her. The council had sent her into danger expecting her to either succeed or be expendable. Survival, she understood, meant finding someone who valued her more than a mission. I accept, Leroy said finally. Her voice carried the weight of a major decision. But I'll need freedom from these restraints. They're suppressing my cultivation, and if I'm going to work for you, I need to be at full strength. You should understand, a cultivator operating at 85% suppression is not useful for intelligence gathering. Over the following weeks, Leroy became a fixture in the administrative tower. She proved invaluable. Her centuries of experience. She revealed she was older than most cultivators assumed, having used Fox techniques to extend her lifespan through cycles of death and rebirth, each one resetting her physical age while maintaining her accumulated knowledge, gave her insights into how celestial bureaucracies functioned at the deepest levels. She understood the unwritten rules that governed celestial society. She knew which officials were ambitious and could be played against each other. She recognized the patterns of power and how they flowed through the celestial hierarchy. More importantly, she helped Yenxinqua understand why the council was determined to destroy him. It's not military strength they fear, she explained one afternoon, reviewing trade ledgers in his office while rain drummed against the windows. Her tail coiled around her lap, a gesture of contentment at being warm and dry while the weather raged outside. 100 empires have risen in the lower realm with military might. Generals with armies have challenged celestial authority before. Warlords have built forces that threaten celestial shipping routes. But none of them had what you have, a system that actually works. A structure where people want to contribute because they benefit from the contribution. The celestial realm has built itself on hierarchy and suppression. Your system is evidence that another way is possible. Evidence that celestial hierarchy isn't inevitable. That terrifies them. She also proved useful in other ways. Her shape-shifting abilities, honed over centuries of practice through techniques that had been forbidden in the celestial realm for millennia, allowed her to move through the blockade lines undetected. She became his eyes and ears, gathering intelligence on the celestial ships positioned at the boundary. She would disappear in the darkness and return with information about soldier morale, weapon loadouts, command structure weaknesses. She observed the guards and understood their patterns. She listened to their conversations and reported back what they said about the lower realm in unguarded moments. She became the most valuable intelligence asset Yenxinqua possessed, and slowly, a genuine relationship developed between them. Not romantic. Leroy's nature was fundamentally alien, and she seemed to have no interest in such entanglements, treating the concept of romance as humans might treat the mating behaviors of insects. It was interesting, but not personally relevant. Instead, what developed was something deeper, a mutual respect forged through survival and shared purpose. She had expected to die a captive. Instead, she'd found a leader who valued intelligence and strategy over simple dominance, who treated her as an asset to be cultivated rather than a resource to be extracted and discarded. One night, after reviewing a particularly complex report about supply routes and defensive positions, she looked at him with an expression that might have been affection on a human face. You're going to change the celestial realm, aren't you? That's the real ambition underneath all this tactical maneuvering. You're not just building an empire. You're building the proof that the celestial system can be remade. I'm going to try, Yenxinqua admitted. The weight of that ambition pressed down on him as he said it aloud. I'm going to prove that power can be distributed without destroying order. That a system built on merit rather than hierarchy can function. That the celestial realm doesn't have to operate the way it has for millennia. Leroy's tail curled contentedly. Then I'm glad you chose not to execute me. I want to see how this ends. Chapter 23. Core formation bottleneck 3 months into the blockade. Yin Xinhua reached the threshold of core formation and could advance no further. His cultivation base had grown steadily. Each victory had poured power through his meridians. Each expansion of territory had opened new channels for spiritual energy. Each addition of population to his domain had increased his personal power through the CDF system. He had reached the threshold of foundation establishment and held there for weeks, absorbing power as his territory grew, consolidating gains before pushing toward the next threshold. But somewhere around the mark of 200,000 population, the advancement had stopped. The mechanism that had allowed seamless progression through previous realms had jammed like a door locked from the inside. Lu Fenghui theorized the issue in the meditation chamber Yin Xinhua had constructed for cultivation work, a space carved from living rock deep beneath Dusthome's surface. Runes carved into the walls created a space where spiritual energy was amplified, where the ambient power of the territory could be drawn directly into his body. The scholar's instruments were arrayed around the chamber in precise geometric patterns, measuring the spiritual currents with mechanical precision. The CDF system channels power differently than traditional cultivation, Lu Fenghui said, his instruments measuring the spiritual currents flowing around Yin Xinhua's seated form. In normal cultivation, a cultivator must form a perfect golden core, a jewel of condensed spiritual energy that becomes the anchor for all future advancement. The cultivator draws power in, compresses it, shapes it through meditation and force of will. But the CDF doesn't work that way. It channels power through the territory itself, through you as the nexus point, through the network of connected souls that you've been building. So what forms my core? Yin Xinhua asked, his frustration evident in the tension of his shoulders. That's the problem, Lu Fenghui said, setting his instruments down. A traditional cultivator might meditate on their fundamental nature, their martial aspirations, their understanding of the natural world. Something internal that crystallizes into a core. But you're distributed. Your consciousness is linked to 200,000 people. Your understanding of your fundamental nature includes all of them. How do you crystallize that into something a cultivation system can recognize as a valid advancement marker? The CDF system is sophisticated but not infinitely flexible. It was designed assuming power would flow in certain ways. Yin Xinhua closed his eyes. He could feel the distribution of his consciousness across his territory. It was like having hundreds of thousands of shadows, each one moving according to his will, but also maintaining its own existence. He could sense Mei Luan in the military compound, overseeing troop movements with the precision of a general preparing for siege. Zhao Chun in the strategic war room, planning contingencies for every possible celestial escalation. Shi Rang directing reconstruction efforts in the western settlements, understanding directly how civilians lived and what they needed. The feeling was vast, almost overwhelming in its scope. 200,000 minds connected to his, each one a thread in a tapestry of consciousness. Then, one night, Tian Mo came to him in dreams. The memory ghost of his former mentor appeared in Yin Xinhua's meditation space, manifesting with more solidity than usual. This was not a fragmentary echo, the kind of half-formed memory that occasionally surfaced in deep meditation. This was something more present, more aware, more intentional. The figure of Tian Mo stood before him with perfect clarity, wearing the robes he had worn in life, carrying the expression of someone who had something urgent to communicate. "You're still thinking like a traditional cultivator," Tian Mo said, his voice resonating through the dream space with authority that transcended the distinction between memory and genuine communication. "Trying to form a gem from the essence of yourself alone. But listen, your core is not a jewel. It is the bond between you and every person in your empire. Strengthen that, deepen it, make it unbreakable, and advancement will follow naturally. The CDF system is not separate from you. You are the system. Your power is their power. Their will is your will. The connection is everything." When Yin Xinhua woke, he understood what had been blocking his advancement. For 3 days, he did something he'd never done before. Instead of meditating inward, drawing power into himself, consolidating it in his personal form, he meditated outward. He extended his consciousness through every settlement in his territory, reaching out to every mind connected to his own. He felt the warmth of a mother in Dustholme holding her child, the fierce protectiveness in her heart. He felt the pride of a mason completing the walls of a new garrison, the satisfaction of having built something that would stand and protect people. He felt the determination of a cultivator who had risen from nothing, had been given opportunity by the system Yin Xinhua had built, had grasped that opportunity and climbed higher than anyone had thought possible. He felt the love of Mei Luan, steady and resolute, a foundation he could build upon. He felt the loyalty of Zhao Chun, structured and unwavering, the commitment of someone who had chosen to believe. He felt the sacrifice of soldiers who had died defending his vision, their final moments of consciousness marked by courage and purpose. And in the center of all that, something crystallized. Not a golden core, not a jewel, a network of light, billions of strands of power flowing between him and his people, creating a structure so intricate and beautiful that it took his breath away when he finally perceived it fully. It was the physical manifestation of the CDF system itself, not an external mechanism, but something embedded in his very being now, woven into his spiritual form as thoroughly as his bones and blood. It was the connection itself that had become his foundation. The breakthrough came like the breaking of dawn. Golden light erupted from Yin Xingqua's body, shattering the meditation chamber's walls as the power contained within his form could no longer be constrained. Fragments of stone flew in all directions, and the energy released was so immense that it created a visible wave of force expanding outward through the earth. The entire capital of Dustholm felt it, a spike of power so immense that even the blockade fleet registered it, celestial soldiers standing alert on their decks as they sensed something shifting in the lower realm's power structure. Alarms sounded across the celestial ships, and commanders rushed to understand what had just occurred. The CDF system announced, core formation achieved, non-traditional method, cultivation breakthrough, core formation mid-stage. New ability, collective soul resonance, channel up to 20% of territory power simultaneously, power amplification, plus 150% all damage output when territory is engaged in conflict. When Yin Xingqua opened his eyes, his vision transformed. He could see spiritual currents flowing through the air like rivers of light. He could perceive the connections that tied him to every settlement in his domain. He could sense the consciousness of individual people across hundreds of miles. Mei Luan was there, having run through the night to reach his chambers, driving herself hard enough that she was breathing heavily, sweat soaking through her clothes from the exertion. She looked at him, and he saw it. The moment she recognized that something fundamental had changed. He was no longer just a cultivator who controlled territory. He was becoming something else, something the celestial realm had no framework for understanding. His eyes carried light now, the physical evidence of power restructured at the deepest levels. The barrier broke, she said, her voice filled with awe and recognition. The barrier broke, Yin Xingqua agreed. And now we begin the ascent toward them. Chapter 24. The love blooms amid war. In the weeks following his core formation breakthrough, Yin Xingqua found his nights increasingly occupied with Mei Luan. It began practically. As the primary military strategist for the lower realm, she needed to coordinate constantly with him. The blockade had not eased, and tension along the boundary remained at a knife's edge. There were incidents, minor skirmishes between Yin Xingqua's patrol forces and celestial scouts. Infiltration attempts that Li Rui's network detected and neutralized. Occasional attacks on merchant caravans attempting to move goods through secondary routes. Each day brought new threats that required immediate strategic decisions, consultations that stretched into the night. But the conversations grew longer, more personal. They would close the war room doors and sit across the map table, discussing not just tactics but philosophy. How to defend a territory without becoming a military state, without letting the constant warfare culture poison the society they were building. How to maintain hope among civilians when the leadership was in constant danger, when every day brought reports of new threats. How to make decisions that affected hundreds of thousands of lives without losing sight of individual humanity, without becoming cold and calculating. When I served Zixin, Mei Luan said one night, as they reviewed reports of food distribution across the settlements, watching the numbers on how many people could be fed for how long at current supply levels, there was no philosophy. There were orders and executions. The system ran on fear and absolute authority. I was good at it, which is why Zixin valued me. But I was always hollow. There was no purpose beyond obedience. No meaning beyond following the next command. And now? Yin Xingqua asked, setting aside the ledgers to look at her directly. He could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the weight of carrying responsibility for the military defense of 800,000 people. Now I fight for something I believe in. That makes all the difference. She looked at him directly, and he saw something shift in her expression, a vulnerability emerging from beneath the military commander's careful control. When I first saw you, I was sent to assess whether you were a genuine threat or a nuisance, whether this rebel enterprise was worth the effort of crushing. I had a prophecy, a vision from years before, that a man cast out by the sky will become the sky itself. I thought I was watching that prophecy unfold, that my purpose was to serve the instrument of that transformation. That my entire life had been leading me toward following you. And now you know that I'm just a man? Flawed. Uncertain. Yin Xinhua felt vulnerable making the admission, exposing his doubts to someone whose respect he had earned through strength and strategy. Now you know that I wake up terrified that I'll fail you? That I'll make a decision that costs thousands of lives? That I'm carrying a weight I'm not certain I'm strong enough to bear? Now I know that you're the man who will change everything. And I'm terrified of losing you. Mailwan reached across the table and took his hand. Her grip was strong, the grip of someone trained in combat, but her touch carried gentleness. Before, I served destiny. Now I serve choice. That's a different thing entirely. Now I choose to stand beside you, not because a prophecy told me to, but because I believe in what you're building. Because I see the vision clearly, and I want to be part of making it real. In that moment, something shifted between them. The barrier between strategy and intimacy dissolved like salt and water. Their relationship, which had been built on mutual respect and tactical alignment, became something deeper. The connection transformed from professional partnership to genuine intimacy. Over the following weeks, Mei Luan began spending her nights in his chambers. They would lie together, listening to the rain against the stone walls, a sound that brought peace in the midst of perpetual crisis. Rain that fed the crops that fed the population. Rain that replenished the water supplies. Rain that was, paradoxically, both comforting and a reminder of the forces beyond human control that could destroy everything. She would rest her head on his chest, and he would run his fingers through her hair, and they would talk about things that had nothing to do with warfare or strategy. She revealed her history, the decades she had spent under Zixin's command, rising through ranks because she was ruthless enough to succeed in a system that rewarded ruthlessness above all else. She told him about the people she had killed on Zixin's orders, the families she had destroyed when those families harbored rebels, the choices she had made that could never be unmade. Some of this came easily, flowing out like water released from a broken dam. Some of it came with tears, silent and soaking into his chest as she spoke of things she had done that violated her fundamental nature, that created a chasm between who she was and who she had been forced to become. The things she had done in Zixin's name that she regretted so deeply that she had developed new strategies for shutting down the memories when they surfaced. The hope she had nurtured for decades that one day she might find a leader worthy of genuine loyalty, someone whose vision was not self-serving but genuinely benefited those who served under them. And he revealed his fears in return. Not the fears of a leader presenting a facade of strength, but the fears of a man. He told her about moments when he doubted whether the CDF system would work, whether he was building something revolutionary or just a more interesting form of tyranny. He shared his terror that he would fail them all, that the celestial realm would prove too strong, that Zixin would find a way to destroy everything he had built despite all his planning and strategy. He confessed that he was gambling with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people on theories that might not work, on philosophies that celestial cultivators had been trained to consider heresy. He spoke of the weight of carrying consciousness connected to so many minds simultaneously, of the exhaustion that came from never being genuinely alone inside his own head, of moments when he felt fragmented, pulled in too many directions. I believe in your vision, she told him, drawing him close. More than I believe in anything else. If that's gambling, then I gamble everything on you. My life, my future, my choices, all of it. I stake on the belief that what you're building can endure. The relationship was not hidden, but neither was it flaunted. The people of Dustholm understood what was happening. It seemed natural that the leader who had unified their territories and the general who defended them would find love together. Storytellers began spinning tales of the romance, and Yin Xinhua noticed that morale increased whenever word of their relationship spread through the settlements. People fought harder knowing that their leader had something to protect beyond abstract principles. A genuine person he loved, someone real and human and worth dying to protect. The CDF system registered it. Soul bond established. Male 1. Loyalty coefficient. 100%. New passive bonus. When Male 1 is present, all nearby territory forces gain plus 12% combat effectiveness. Romance resonance. Harmony levels in capital increase by 8%, but it was more than a mechanical system notification. One night, as Mei Luan slept against his chest, Yin Xinhua felt the physical reality of the connection, the way their spiritual energies intertwined, the way her presence calmed the constant pressure of containing hundreds of thousands of consciousnesses in his mind. She was an anchor, a point of stability in the chaos, and he was beginning to understand that he needed her in ways that went beyond strategy or combat effectiveness. She was his grounding point, the person who kept him human when the weight of leadership threatened to transform him into something cold and distant. When the morning came, she woke and looked at him with complete peace. Whatever comes, she said, we face it together. It was a genuine vow, though neither of them spoke it in formal ceremonial terms. But the CDF felt it, registered it, integrated it into its calculations. They were bound now in every meaningful sense, not just strategically, but emotionally, spiritually, fundamentally. Chapter 25. The scholar's gift. Lu Fenghui's discovery came while excavating the ruins of an ancient celestial embassy, a massive stone structure that had stood in the lower realm for nearly 5,000 years before being abandoned when the celestial realm began to pull its direct representatives from the lower territories. The structure was hidden in a remote mountain valley, accessible only through paths that few people remembered, protected by terrain that made approach difficult and discovery unlikely. The structure had been nearly swallowed by the mountain itself, stone and earth reclaiming what had been built. The scholar had brought a team of cultivators with him, and they had spent weeks carefully clearing away centuries of accumulated stone and vegetation, working with archaeological precision to avoid damaging what lay beneath. It's a communication artifact of significant power, Lu Fenghui explained, presenting the orb to Yin Xinhua with the reverence of an archaeologist revealing a masterpiece. The object was small, no larger than a man's fist, constructed of crystalline material that seemed to contain light without generating it. When he turned it, the light inside followed a pattern, currents of energy flowing in a perpetual cycle. A cross-realm communication orb. Celestial origin, at least 3,000 years old, but the construction is flawless. It should still function. The craftsmanship is too advanced to have degraded significantly across 3,000 years. Whoever built this understood how to work with materials in ways celestial engineers today can barely replicate. They brought it to the meditation chamber and activated it carefully. The process was delicate. Celestial artifacts could be volatile if mishandled, and neither of them wanted to risk an explosion in the capital. The activation would require precise calibration, a careful balance of spiritual energy to awaken the artifact without overwhelming its ancient systems. But the activation was smooth, almost natural, as if the orb had been waiting for this moment. The process was like opening a door that had been closed for millennia, but was still mechanically functional. The orb began to glow, and abruptly Yin Xinhua could feel something new, a pathway that extended beyond the boundaries of his territory, past the blockade lines, up toward the celestial realms themselves. It was like discovering a hidden tunnel through a wall he had been certain was impenetrable. The pathway resonated with power, vibrating with potential. With this, you can reach celestial cultivators without intermediaries, Lu Fenghui said quietly, understanding the implications as clearly as Yin Xinhua did. You can communicate directly with any force that has a similar orb. The Eternal Accord Council has these scattered throughout their administrative centers. So do some of the more powerful independent celestial lords. This is a backdoor to celestial politics. Yin Xinhua understood the implications immediately and entirely. The blockade had been designed to cut him off from the celestial realm's political structure, to force him into isolation where his options were limited. But this artifact offered a way around that isolation. He could reach out to those neutral forces that Lirue had mentioned, celestial cultivators who chafed under the council's authority but hadn't openly rebelled, who were waiting to see how events would unfold before committing to any particular side. That night, he made his first attempt at contact. The process required extending his consciousness through the orb into the celestial realms. It was strange, disorienting, like trying to swim through water made of pure energy. But he pushed through, feeling for any presence that might respond to his reaching out. He moved carefully, aware that celestial communication channels could be monitored, that reaching out too obviously might alert hostile forces to his attempts. He found one, a consciousness vast and ancient, the spiritual signature of someone with centuries of cultivation experience. The mind on the other end was wary but curious, like a predator that sensed something worth investigating. Who contacts the neutral chambers of the third tier? The voice asked, carrying undertones that suggested this was not an expected intrusion. Identify yourself before I sever this connection. Yin Xinhua, of the lower realm, he responded, carefully filtering his thoughts into a form that could traverse the celestial communication channels. I seek counsel with those who question the Eternal Accord's absolute authority. For a long moment, there was silence. He could feel the consciousness on the other end evaluating him, assessing whether he was genuine or some form of celestial trap designed to identify dissidents. Then, that is a dangerous request to make through open channels. The council monitors these pathways. Then speak carefully. But speak. I need allies. And I believe you need alternatives to the council's stranglehold on celestial governance. Another pause. Then, You are bold to approach us in this manner. But you are not wrong. There are those of us who grow weary of the Council's monopoly on authority. We will listen, but not through this channel. Come to the tertiary boundary in 3 days. Alone. Bring the orb. Bring proof that you can offer something beyond rebellion. The connection severed. Yan Xinhua opened his eyes to find Lu Fenghui watching him with barely concealed excitement. You made contact? Actual contact with the celestial force. I did, and I have a meeting. Yan Xinhua felt the weight of that statement settle into his bones. At the realm boundary. Which means I need to leave the territory and approach celestial health space. That's dangerous, Mailwan said, having just entered the chamber. She had felt his breakthrough consciousness and come to investigate, driven by the instinctive knowledge that something significant was occurring. The blockade fleet will see you crossing the boundary. They'll try to stop you. You'd be putting yourself in direct contact with celestial forces that could destroy you. Then we make sure they don't stop me. We have 3 days to plan how a man walks past a celestial fleet without being intercepted. Chapter 26. The Shadow Sect emerges before Yan Xinhua could make his journey to the tertiary boundary. Information arrived through Lirue's intelligence network that changed everything with the weight of a celestial stone crashing down. A mysterious organization was operating within celestial territories, the Shadow Sect, they called themselves. For months, they had been conducting surgical strikes against the Eternal Accord Council's infrastructure. Trade routes were disrupted with precision timing. Supply convoys were ambushed, and their cargo disappeared without trace. Military facilities suffered mysterious accidents that killed no one but rendered equipment unusable. Nothing dramatic enough to constitute open warfare, but consistent enough to create cascading logistical problems throughout the Council's operations. The pattern was unmistakable, not random sabotage but coordinated operations designed to maximize disruption. They're weakening the Council from inside, Lirue explained, spreading reports across the strategic war table in Yan Xinhua's private chambers. Her ears pointed forward with interest as she traced the patterns in the data, taking pressure off your blockade, making the Council's occupation force more stretched than it should be. They're not strong enough to challenge the Council directly, but they're sophisticated enough to cause genuine problems. Someone is funding this operation. Someone very powerful. Do we know their motivation? Zhao Chen asked, studying the map markers indicating Shadow Sect activity. The pattern was unmistakable, not random sabotage but coordinated operations, suggesting a command structure and a comprehensive plan. Organizations like that don't operate without a clear objective. That's where it becomes interesting, Lirue said. She produced a message, delivered to the capital under circumstances that suggested it had been left intentionally for Yan Xinhua to find. The paper it was written on was made of celestial materials, marked with symbols that indicated it had passed through multiple realm boundaries. The handwriting was precise and ancient, suggesting someone with centuries or millennia of experience. They want direct contact. They're interested in a partnership. More than that, they're offering what amounts to a military alliance. The message was brief but dense with implication. To Yan Xinhua, keeper of the lower realm. The Shadow Sect recognizes in your vision a path toward the destruction of the Eternal Accord's monopoly on power. We have been working toward this end for longer than empires have stood and fallen. We propose an alliance of convenience. We continue to weaken the Council's celestial operations, creating instability in their bureaucratic structures and military supply chains. You continue to strengthen the lower realm and offer sanctuary to those who flee the Council's tyranny. When the moment is right, when the Council's position becomes untenable, we strike together. The old order crumbles. The new order rises from its ashes. This is not a request for subordination. This is an offer of true partnership between forces working toward compatible ends. It's a trap, Mailwan said immediately, her military instincts alert to the danger implicit in the message. No one operates at that level of sophistication without ulterior motives. They're using you. You realize that, don't you? This Shadow Sect, whoever they are, they see your conflict with the Council as useful. They're offering support not because they care about your vision, but because your struggle weakens the people they want to destroy. Perhaps, Yan Xinhua acknowledged, turning the message over in his hands. The paper felt warm, resonating with spiritual power layered into the material itself. Someone very powerful had crafted this. But they're also offering something valuable. The blockade is choking us. If they can genuinely weaken the Council's ability to maintain the blockade, that buys us time to grow. Time to reach out to celestial allies we haven't discovered yet. Time to consolidate power to the point where even the Council can't destroy us without risking a broader celestial civil war. Zhao Qin's expression was thoughtful rather than fearful. The question isn't whether we should accept their help. The question is what accepting their help commits us to. Alliances have consequences. If we take their support, we enter into their political calculations. At some point, they'll call upon us to repay the favor in ways we might not anticipate. We might be trading the Council's oppression for the Shadow Sect's control. Time to do what? Zhao Qin asked carefully, voicing the deeper concern. If we accept their help, we're aligning ourselves with forces we don't understand. We don't know who leads them. We don't know what they want long-term. We're making a deal with unknown quantities. Time to grow. Time to reach out to celestial allies. Time to become too strong for even the Council to destroy without risking a broader celestial civil war. Yin Xinhua looked at the message again, studying the script. It was ancient. The writing style suggested it had been drafted by someone with centuries or millennia of experience. I don't trust them. Not yet. But I'm willing to accept their help while maintaining distance from their ultimate goals. Strategic alliance is different from ideological alignment. Shi Rang, the rebel commander who had joined Yin Xinghua's forces years earlier, leaned forward. How do we respond? And more importantly, how do we ensure that accepting their help doesn't compromise our independence? With interest but caution. We accept the partnership for mutual benefit, but we don't surrender agency or make commitments beyond what serves our interests. We acknowledge their efforts. We express gratitude, but we do not pledge ourselves to their cause or promise to serve their agenda when our conflict with the Council ends. Lu Fenghui added quietly. We also need to understand that by accepting this alliance, we're signaling to every other power in the celestial realm that we're willing to work with forces that operate outside the official hierarchy. That has political implications we need to consider carefully. We'll be seen as less reliable, less bound by celestial law, more willing to operate in gray areas where the Council can't directly reach us. Over the following weeks, as Yin Xinhua prepared for his meeting at the tertiary boundary, the Shadow Sect's activities increased dramatically. A celestial supply fleet bound for the blockade force was delayed by a 3-week detour caused by mysterious route disruptions that destroyed maps and navigation beacons. Military garrisons positioned at strategic locations began experiencing equipment failures that seemed natural but were probably sabotage. The blockade garrison began to experience shortages of certain cultivation resources, food supplies running lower than expected. The pressure on Yin Xinghua's territories eased noticeably. Trade routes that had been entirely sealed began to show cracks, opportunities for merchant ships to slip through if they were willing to risk the journey. But every night, Lirue warned him in private, "They're manipulating you. Whoever leads the Shadow Sect is ancient, powerful, and plays games across centuries. You're being positioned for something. I just don't know what." The Shadow Sect doesn't do anything randomly. Every action they take serves a purpose buried in plans that probably predate the Council's formation by centuries or millennia. You're useful to them right now, but usefulness is temporary. Eventually, you'll either serve their agenda or become an obstacle. Yin Xinhua knew she was right, but he also knew that in the game of celestial politics, you couldn't survive by remaining passive. You survived by moving pieces, by creating opportunities, by dancing between allies and enemies while maintaining your own agenda. The Shadow Sect was offering him something he desperately needed: relief from the blockade's pressure, the space to maneuver, the time to build strength. In exchange, he was offering something they found valuable: his conflict as a distraction from their own operations, his success as proof that the Council was vulnerable. It was a transaction, not a true alliance. And transactions could be dissolved when they no longer served both parties' interests. The CDF system registered it. External alliance established. Shadow Sect, provisional. Strategic advantage, plus 30% resource scarcity mitigation. New risk, entanglement with celestial political elements beyond Council. New objective, determine Shadow Sect's true agenda. Chapter 27, Infiltration of the Heavenly Bureaucracy. Hanju, Yin Xinghua's childhood rival turned trusted administrator, volunteered for the mission before it was even fully proposed. He walked into the war room, where Yin Xinhua was conferring with Zhao Chun and Mei Luan, not waiting for an invitation, carrying the confidence of someone who had earned the right to speak freely in such councils. "Send me to the celestial realm as a merchant," he said without preamble, his eyes meeting Yin Xinghua's directly. "I know how to play the role. I've been managing trade relationships for 3 years now. I understand merchant psychology, can navigate bureaucracies without triggering suspicion, can make deals that benefit multiple parties in ways that leave all of them feeling they've won. And I'm not valuable enough for the Council to immediately suspect as a spy. I'm a middle-tier administrator from a lower realm, someone they'll dismiss as beneath their attention, a minor functionary not worth detailed vetting." He was right, and he knew it. Hanju had a particular gift for making people comfortable in ways that seemed effortless, but were actually the result of extensive psychological study. Where Yin Xinhua commanded through strength and vision, through the sheer force of his will and the presence that made people follow him, Hanju influenced through relationships and persuasion, through the subtle art of making people believe their own ambitions aligned with his goals. He understood how to position an idea so that someone thought it was their own idea, how to suggest something so gently that the other person felt clever for agreeing, how to extract information through conversations that felt like genuine exchanges between friends rather than interrogations. "You could be killed," Mei Wan said simply. She was not attempting to dissuade him, merely stating the risk with the directness of a military strategist. "If the council discovers what you're doing, if they realize you're a spy rather than a merchant, execution would be the merciful option." "They won't discover," Hanju said with the calm certainty of someone who understood his own capabilities. "Because I'm genuinely going to be a merchant. I'm going to make real trades, establish real relationships, generate real profits for the lower realms merchant class. The intelligence gathering will be a secondary layer, something they'll never detect because it's woven seamlessly into legitimate commercial activity." The plan was complex and required careful orchestration at every level. Hanju would travel to a celestial commercial hub, the floating markets of the third tier, ostensibly seeking trade relationships and cultivation resources for the lower realms merchant class. The cover story was ironclad: a lower realm trader with connections to Yin Xinhua's expanding administrative structure, seeking to diversify the lower realm's economic base by developing relationships with celestial merchants. It was exactly the kind of activity that would be beneath the council's notice, the mundane commerce that kept the celestial economy functioning. In reality, beneath that legitimate commercial activity, he would be gathering intelligence on the Eternal Accord Council's internal politics with the precision of someone cataloging every factional division, mapping the spheres of influence that Lirue had suggested existed throughout the celestial bureaucracy, and identifying which celestial lords might be sympathetic to alternatives to the council's authority. He would be looking for cracks in the edifice, points where the council's control was weakest, places where ambition or resentment might make a celestial lord receptive to partnership with the lower realm, where the promise of alternative power structures might overcome loyalty to the hierarchy that had defined celestial society for eons. Preparing him took weeks of intensive training conducted in secret chambers, where immortal Qin worked with him extensively. Qin taught him celestial customs with the precision of someone who had lived in that world for centuries, who understood not just the surface protocols but the deep cultural assumptions underlying them. They practiced the protocols for dealing with bureaucratic entities, the subtle language patterns that indicated faction allegiances without being explicit about them, the tone of voice that communicated respect without servility. Qin taught Hanju how to read the insignia of different celestial houses, the symbolic language embedded in robes and jewelry that broadcast a merchant's or official's affiliations. He taught him how to understand power dynamics from the seating arrangements in meeting halls, how a seemingly arbitrary choice of location was actually a careful statement of relative status. He taught him how to identify which administrators had genuine influence and which were merely functionaries, how the celestial hierarchy revealed itself to those trained to see its patterns. The preparation extended beyond simple cultural training. Qin worked with Hanju on the psychology of celestial commerce, on understanding what motivated celestial merchants and celestial lords, on the subtle assumptions about resource scarcity and power competition that shaped celestial economic behavior. He taught Hanju to recognize when a celestial lord was genuinely interested in partnerships versus merely entertaining possibilities, to read the minute behavioral shifts that indicated openness to the kind of alternative political arrangements that Yin Xinhua was preparing to offer. Chapter 28. The Merchant's Web. 3 weeks after Hanju's departure for the celestial realm, reports began arriving through celestial merchants who traded with the lower realm. Hanju had established himself in the floating markets, setting up a merchant house dealing in cultivation resources and rare goods from the lower realm. He was careful, methodical, never pushing too hard, building relationships slowly and patiently. Some merchants became friends. Others became allies. Still others became sources of information traded for profit and favors. The network grew, thread by thread, connection by connection. His reports were detailed and analytically sophisticated. He identified factional divisions within the council. Older celestial lords who saw the current system as serving their interests, younger ones who chafed under the restrictions placed on them, merchant princes who saw opportunity in the chaos, military commanders who worried about the council's strategy. He mapped the relationships between different celestial lords, understanding which ones worked together and which harbored resentments. He identified which celestial powers had grievances against the council that were severe enough to make them potentially receptive to alternatives. Celestial Lord Yunha, Hanju reported through encrypted communication channels, is increasingly frustrated with the council's emphasis on military solution. He controls significant merchant operations that have been disrupted by the council's trade embargo against the lower realm. He's losing profits. I estimate his resentment is significant enough that he might be convinced to support alternative approaches to the lower realm question. What about the military wing? Yin Xinhua asked. Divided. Some commanders are loyal to Zixin personally. Others are loyal to the council as an institution. A third group seems motivated primarily by advancement and will support whoever maintains their access to power and resources. There's no unified military position. And neutrals? Many. More than I initially estimated. The council's position is weaker than it appears. They're maintaining control through momentum and the assumption that everyone else is as committed to the status quo as they are. But there's genuine discontent beneath the surface. Over the following weeks, Hanju began making strategic moves. He arranged meetings between celestial lords who had never communicated directly, facilitating conversations that allowed them to express their frustrations with the council in safe settings. He provided information to merchants interested in trade opportunities with the lower realm, suggesting that opening these routes could be profitable. He quietly suggested to military commanders that the council's strategy might not be optimal, that perhaps a negotiated settlement might serve celestial interests better than prolonged conflict. None of this was explicit. None of it could be traced directly to Hanju or to Yin Xinhua. But the effects were cumulative, cascading through celestial society like water, finding its way through cracks in stone. Chapter 29. Crisis and Alliance. The message from Immortal Qin arrived with urgency, transmitted through the cross-realm communication orb with a tremor of anxiety that Yin Xinhua could hear beneath every word. The council is planning something. I can feel it in the formal meetings, in the dispatch orders, in the way the militaries are being mobilized. Zixin is preparing for action beyond the blockade. He's commissioning new fleets, calling in debts from allied celestial lords, marshaling forces that haven't been deployed in centuries. Get Hanju out of the celestial realm before the council realizes what he's actually doing. Before they capture him and extract everything he knows about your plans. Yin Xinhua's hand instinctively tightened on the communication orb, and he could feel his heart rate accelerate despite his attempt at calm. Hanju was his most valuable asset in the celestial realm. The diplomatic network he'd built, the relationships he'd cultivated, the intelligence he'd gathered. Losing him would set back celestial operations by months, perhaps years. But Hanju's response, which arrived hours later through a secondary communication channel that had taken weeks to establish through tertiary merchant networks, indicated he was staying. I'm close to a breakthrough. One of the celestial lords I've been cultivating, Celestial Lord Yunha, is willing to organize a formal challenge to the council's trade embargo. He's been positioning himself as the rational voice in celestial politics, the lord who understands that economic isolationism is ultimately self-defeating. If he can get other lords to join him, it will crack the blockade without us having to take direct military action. The council's authority depends on unified support. If the minor lords fracture, if they start defecting to alternative power centers, the whole edifice becomes vulnerable. But Yunha needs reassurance. He needs to know that if he breaks with the council, he'll have legitimate trade partnerships to replace the ones he loses. I need 2 more weeks. Yin Xinhua received this message in the war room at Dust Home, surrounded by maps showing the positions of celestial forces, the state of lower realm defenses, the precarious balance of territorial security. Zhao Chun was beside him, as always, ready to analyze any strategic development. Mailwan stood by the window, monitoring reports from field commanders along the boundary. Shi Rang reviewed supply manifests, tracking the resources they had accumulated. The choice was stark and terrible. Pull Hanju to safety, lose the intelligence, the diplomatic network, the possibility of cracking the council's unified opposition through internal politics, and face a military assault with fewer strategic advantages. Or risk his most skilled diplomat to the possibility that Zixin would discover Hanju's true purpose and have him captured, tortured for information, executed as a traitor to celestial interests. Yin Xinhua closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a physical force. This was the cost of leadership, making choices where every option carried risk, where the safety of individuals had to be weighed against the survival of hundreds of thousands. He stays, Yin Xinhua decided, his voice steady despite the conflict churning beneath. We don't pull him out, but we prepare for the possibility that the council moves against him. We prepare escape routes. We position assets in the celestial realm to extract him if necessary. We ensure that if things go wrong, he has options beyond capture. Mailwan turned from the window, her expression grim but approving. She understood the calculation. She understood why this was the right choice, even if it was the most dangerous one. What happened next was a sequence of events that would be remembered as the moment the celestial realm began to fragment. The moment when the unified opposition to Yin Xinghua's rising power shattered like ice beneath a hammer's blow. Hanju, working through his merchant connections with the precision of someone who had studied celestial business protocols for months, arranged a formal presentation before the full council, not as a rebel demanding concessions, but as a merchant proposing profitable trade opportunities. He positioned himself as someone seeking to create mutual benefit, not challenge celestial authority. The merchant role was both genuine and camouflage. He was genuinely offering trade proposals, but he was also using the merchant's access to council chambers to gather intelligence, to read the room's divisions, to understand exactly which celestial lords were most receptive to alternative perspectives. The presentation was masterful in its construction and delivery. Hanju began not with economic arguments, but with psychological ones, with stories of lower realm merchants eager for celestial goods, of populations that would pay premium prices for the knowledge and artifacts only the celestial realm could provide. He showed the celestial lords exactly how much profit they could make if they reopened trade with the lower realm. He displayed merchandise, rare lower realm cultivars, artifacts with unique properties, texts on cultivation methodologies that had developed independently in the lower realm and might offer insights valuable to celestial scholars. He showed them how the lower realm could become a source of exotic goods and cultivation resources, how it could serve as a laboratory for testing new economic models. He showed them the economic potential locked behind the trade embargo, quantifying the lost profits in numbers that made celestial lords' eyes widen with the sting of opportunity cost. At the same time, Qin initiated contact with celestial cultivators sympathetic to the lower realm, approaching them with the authority of someone who had defected at considerable personal cost. His message was simple but seductive. The Shadow Sect has made moves against the Council. Neutral forces are organizing. The moment of change is approaching. The Council's authority is not eternal. Position yourselves now, before the Council's power becomes irrelevant. The Celestial Lord who stands with the Council when it falls will be remembered as a relic. The Celestial Lord who positions himself for the coming reorganization will be recognized as a visionary. Chapter 30. The Spiritual Breakthrough. 3 days before the expected arrival of Zixin's military fleet, Yin Xinghua made his way to Dragon Spring Valley. The sacred site where he had first discovered a spiritual nexus years earlier had become a place of power in the lower realm's spiritual geography. The water of the Dragon Spring flowed with raw cultivation energy that radiated visible light, and meditating within its influence accelerated spiritual development exponentially. Meditators reported that time seemed to move differently here. Meditation sessions that lasted hours felt like minutes, and the spiritual insights gained were disproportionately valuable. Zhao Chen had questioned the decision. You should be in the capital, preparing defensive strategies. I'll be more useful preparing a breakthrough in cultivation, Yin Xinghua had replied. If I reach the next threshold, if I can push beyond core formation, my individual power will multiply. That's worth 3 days of preparation. He arrived with only a small escort, Mei Luan, Lu Fenghui, and 3 guards. The valley was pristine, untouched by civilization except for a stone meditation platform that had been built specifically for his cultivation attempts. The air itself seemed different here, thicker with spiritual power, resonant with potential. For 3 days, Yin Xinghua sat in meditation at the meditation platform in Dragon Spring Valley. But unlike previous cultivation sessions, this one was not focused on him alone. He extended his consciousness across the entire lower realm, across all 500,000 of his people. Instead of trying to control them or pull power from them, he simply observed. He felt the rhythm of their lives, the rhythm of a baker beginning work before dawn, the rhythm of farmers checking irrigation channels, the rhythm of soldiers training in formation, the rhythm of children laughing in marketplaces. He felt the way they contributed to the greater whole, the way their individual efforts created something larger than themselves. The cold of the meditation stone seeped into his legs as he sat motionless for hours. His breath became synchronized with the pulse of spiritual energy flowing through the valley. His heartbeat slowed, becoming almost inaudible, matching the rhythm of the earth itself. The sensations faded, cold, pain, fatigue, replaced by a sense of expanding awareness that transcended physical sensation. Some of them knew he was reaching out to them. Most did not. But all of them felt it. A presence, a connection, a sense that they were part of something meaningful that extended beyond their individual lives. The baker felt his attention like a gentle hand acknowledging her contribution. The soldiers felt his consciousness moving through their ranks like a general reviewing troops. The children felt his warmth like the presence of someone who cared about their futures. Tian Mo's voice came to him in the meditation, appearing not as a separate entity, but as a crystalline thought within his own mind, as if his former mentor had become part of his consciousness itself. Your core is not a gem. It is the network. Every person is a node. You are not the source of power. You are the nexus that ties them together. Your strength comes from connection, not concentration. Understand that, and advancement will follow naturally. And Yin Xinhua understood. He had been trying to form a core the way individual cultivators did, by drawing power inward, condensing it, crystallizing it into a perfect structure. It was the method taught in every celestial cultivation manual, the approach that had defined advancement for millennia in the celestial hierarchy. But the CDF system didn't work that way. The power flowed outward, distributed across a territory of hundreds of thousands of minds. His advancement required not greater power concentration, but greater connection. He needed to stop thinking like a singular cultivator and start thinking like the living heart of an empire, like the nexus point where the consciousness of 500,000 people connected. So he did something unprecedented, something that no celestial cultivator had ever attempted. He reached out to every person in his territory simultaneously, not with commands or requests, but with an offering. Not a demand, but an invitation. He extended his consciousness to them and said without words, in a language that transcended speech, I need you. Not your obedience, not your service, but your will, your intention, your desire to see this empire succeed. Channel it, for just a moment, through me. And they did. It wasn't a forced extraction born from the master-servant dynamics that ruled celestial cultivation. No person in the lower realm would have resisted if he had demanded their power through force. They knew he was their leader, and in the celestial realm, leaders took what they wanted. But Yin Xinhua was asking, not demanding. And in asking, he transformed the nature of what he received. It became a voluntary gift offered by hundreds of thousands of people who believed in the vision he was building. A soldier preparing for battle donated his fierce courage, the sharp clarity of resolve that came from understanding he was fighting for something real. A mother protecting her children donated her fierce love, the absolute determination to protect what mattered most. A scholar pursuing knowledge donated her intellectual hunger, the driving need to understand systems and improve them. A merchant seeking prosperity donated his drive for success, his belief that hard work could create genuine value. A farmer growing food donated her connection to the earth, the understanding of cycles and seasons and growth. All of these things, all of these intentions, flowed toward him simultaneously, like rivers converging into a single channel. The power that flowed from them was immense. Not a trickle but a flood, not electricity, but a river of crystallized will and purpose. And instead of trying to contain it in the way traditional cultivators did, trying to compress it into a singular point, Yin Xinhua became a conduit. He let it flow through him, transformed it, shaped it into something new. The spiritual essence of 500,000 people, all focused on a single purpose, to see their empire survive, to see their vision realized, to see themselves part of something greater than their individual lives, to prove that the celestial hierarchy was not inevitable. The golden core that formed was unlike anything in celestial precedent. It was not solid but liquid, not singular but infinite, not contained but flowing. It was the physical manifestation of 500,000 wills aligned toward a single purpose. It was power generated not through suppression of weaker forces, but through genuine cooperation. The light that surrounded it was pure white gold, brighter than any cultivator's core had ever shone, bright enough that it illuminated the entire valley. Light that seemed to carry the hopes of 500,000 people, concentrated in a single form. Yin Xinhua's body erupted with golden light. The explosion of spiritual energy was visible across half the lower realm. In the capital, soldiers felt it and understood. Their leader had advanced beyond what any of them had thought possible. In the military compounds, officers felt the power spike and realized that the army had just become exponentially stronger. In the celestial realm, the blockade fleet's sensors detected it, and officers reported to Zixin. The lower realm's leader has just achieved a cultivation breakthrough that should be impossible. The lower realm's leader has just achieved an unprecedented power level. The lower realm's leader is no longer someone we can destroy through conventional methods. In the meditation chamber, Mailwan caught him as the light faded, holding him as his consciousness returned to singular awareness. His body was weak from the exertion, trembling from channeling that much power. But his eyes shone with the light of someone who had touched something vast and transcendent and understood it as truth. The CDF system announced, spiritual breakthrough achieved, cultivation rank, core formation peak threshold of nascent soul, new ability, territorial projection, channel up to 50% of territory power in concentrated strikes, new ability, collective consciousness bridge, permanently linked to all 500,000 population members, power amplification, plus 300% all damage output in territory, new status, candidate for transcendence, requires ritual and 1 million population. Base, asterisk. When Yin Xinhua opened his eyes, his vision was different. He could see the spiritual currents flowing through the valley like rivers of light. He could feel the connections that tied him to every settlement in his domain. He could sense the consciousness of individual people across hundreds of miles, could feel their hopes and fears and determination like his own internal sensations. 3 days and 3 nights, Yin Xinhua remained in that meditative state, neither eating nor sleeping, sustained by the pure spiritual energy flowing through the Dragon Spring Valley. The valley itself seemed to respond to his meditation. The water in the spring glowed with soft luminescence. The mist that hung over the valley grew thicker and more complex, and strange harmonies echoed through the landscape as if the land itself was singing. During those 3 days, he experienced visions. Tian Mo's presence was more than metaphorical guidance. The ancient mentor's consciousness seemed to brush against his own, showing him pathways of understanding he had never imagined. The void whispered less frequently now, as if acknowledging that Yin Xinhua had learned to listen to voices other than its own. And beneath all of it was something new, a sensation of connection, of being woven into the fabric of the lower realm itself, as if the land and the people had become extensions of his consciousness, and he had become an extension of theirs. "What did you do?" Mei Luan asked, her voice filled with wonder and slight fear. "Something that should have been impossible," Yin Xinhua replied. "I distributed my core across every person in the empire, which means I can't fall back on personal strength alone. I'm dependent on them. But it also means I can't be defeated unless the entire empire falls." He stood, his body thrumming with new power. "And now I'm ready for Zixin's fleet. More than ready." Chapter 31. Zixin's patience breaks. The signal came through Immortal Qin's communication channels. Zixin had lost patience. A military fleet was being assembled. 10,000 celestial soldiers equipped with the finest weapons the council could provide, 5 elite celestial cultivators, military vessels equipped with weapons that could level mountain ranges in coordinated strikes. The council lord's plan was simple and brutal. Arrive at the lower realm, destroy Yin Xinhua's administrative infrastructure, execute any survivors who resisted, and then begin a process of forced reintegration under celestial control. The plan assumed that overwhelming force would overcome any resistance that 500,000 people could muster against celestial military might. There was no attempt at subtlety. Zixin sent word to the entire celestial realm. The apostate cultivator who calls himself Yin Xinhua has refused to dismantle his heretical empire. The Eternal Accord Council hereby editorializes a permanent military solution. All celestial cultivators are instructed to cease support for the lower realm and prepare for full celestial martial engagement. It was a desperate move, and Hanju reported that even neutral celestial lords were alarmed. "He's overcommitting," Hanju explained to Yin Xinhua and Zhao Chun in the war room. "If he brings that kind of force into the lower realm and something goes wrong, if he's defeated or even just heavily damaged, the neutral parties will see it as proof that the council is vulnerable. They'll move to position themselves as alternatives to Zixin's authority. They'll see opportunity, which is exactly what we want," Zhao Chun said. "We want the entire celestial hierarchy to understand that the council's military power is not absolute. We want them to see that there are forces that can stand against celestial authority." Yin Xinhua stood before the map of the lower realm and the celestial territories beyond. The threat assessment notifications from the CDF system were urgent and detailed. Military threat, critical level. Enemy forces, 10,000 soldiers plus 5 celestial cultivators. Estimated power, early heavenly tribulation. Estimated arrival, 8 days. Territory military capacity, 15,000 soldiers plus 2 celestial rank cultivators. Yin Xinhua plus Immortal Qin. Direct confrontation outlook. Defeat likely without tactical advantage. Recommendation: utilize territorial advantages. And collective combat multiplier to offset power disparity. Asterisk asterisk. He's coming with overwhelming force, Yin Xinhua said. And he expects to win decisively. What he doesn't understand is that overwhelming force requires supply lines. It requires coordination. It requires the ability to operate in unfamiliar terrain against an enemy that knows every mile of ground. Shi Rang leaned forward. Shi Rang, who had come up through the ranks as a rebel fighter before becoming one of Yan Xinqua's most trusted military commanders, leaned forward with intensity. How many soldiers can we afford to lose in this strategy? Because ambush tactics work until they don't. Once they adapt their supply convoy procedures, once they increase security, our casualty rate will skyrocket. Yan Xinqua met his gaze without flinching. That's why we don't just harass. We coordinate. Every ambush feeds intelligence back into the system. Every successful strike teaches us more about how they operate, and every failure teaches them less than it costs us. The mathematics favor knowledge and adaptation, two things the lower realm excels at while celestial forces operate from rigid doctrine. Zhao Qin added calculation to the discussion. If we can reduce their effective supply delivery to 60%, their army begins to starve. 70% reduction, and they're rationing within 2 weeks. 80%, and morale collapses within a month. Our target is 75% disruption while maintaining our own supply chain through alternative channels. What about their reinforcements? Lu Fenghui asked, the scholar's voice steady with scholarly concern. The council can summon unlimited soldiers from the celestial realm. We're not unlimited. We don't need to be, Yan Xinqua replied. We need to be efficient. And we need to make the cost of replacement exceed the value of the territory they're fighting for. The celestial hierarchy has survived this long because it assumes power flows only downward. That commitment to celestial authority is automatic. We're testing that assumption. And every soldier that chooses to defect, every celestial cultivator that joins us, weakens that assumption further. The weight of that last statement settled over the war room. What they were planning wasn't just military strategy. It was a direct assault on celestial ideology, using the lower realm as the battlefield. What are you proposing? We don't meet him in open battle. We bleed him along the approach routes. We attack his supply convoys with coordinated precision. We force his soldiers to march through terrain where our scouts have prepared ambushes. We disrupt his communications so commanders can't coordinate effectively. And when he finally arrives at our core territories, exhausted and depleted, we meet him with everything we have. It was the strategy of an empire under siege that could not afford direct confrontation with overwhelming power. But Yan Xinqua was no longer under siege. He had the support of neutral celestial factions. He had merchant routes open. He had the spiritual connection to 500,000 people. All of those factors changed the calculus. He was no longer playing defensively. He was playing to win. Chapter 32, Mobilization and Preparation. The 7 days before Zixin's arrival were a blur of activity that transformed the lower realm from a peaceful society facing existential threat into a military machine preparing for total war. Yan Xinqua initiated a strategy he called Operation Fragmentation, a multi-layered approach designed to divide the celestial resistance before it fully manifested. If he could keep the council isolated, prevent them from receiving support from other major celestial powers, then even Zixin's overwhelming military force would be forced to operate with limited resources and limited reinforcement options. Hanzhu, working through Celestial Lord Yunhe's network, began private negotiations with 3 other major celestial powers. The messages were carefully crafted to appeal to each lord's specific interests and fears. To one, he emphasized economic opportunity. The lower realm was opening trade routes that could enrich merchants willing to take the risk. To another, he emphasized political advantage. Supporting the lower realm created a counterbalance to the council's authority, preventing any single power from becoming too dominant. To the third, he emphasized self-preservation with careful precision. The Eternal Accord Council is attempting to consolidate power through military dominance. If they succeed in destroying the lower realm, they'll turn that military apparatus toward consolidating celestial territories under their exclusive control. Support the lower realm now, and ensure that no single power, including the council, can monopolize authority. The responses came back within hours. 3 celestial lords, each commanding military forces comparable to Zixin's expedition, pledged their neutrality. More significantly, they pledged that if the council's forces suffered catastrophic losses, they would be willing to defend the lower realm against further aggression. It was a calculated position. They weren't openly opposing the council, which would be political suicide and would unite all celestial powers against them. But they were signaling that further escalation would have consequences. Zixin would be fighting alone. In the lower realm, Zhao Chun was orchestrating the more tactical preparations with meticulous attention to detail. Soldiers were positioned at key choke points along the approach routes that Zixin's fleet would follow. The terrain of the lower realm, which had seemed uniform from celestial observers' perspectives, actually contained numerous natural fortifications. Mountain passes that could be held with minimal forces. River crossings that could be controlled. Forests where superior individual power meant less than knowledge of terrain and the ability to hide and ambush. Supply caches were established at strategic intervals, ensuring that when the celestial forces advanced, they would find their routes blocked and their logistics disrupted. Each cache contained not just food but information, detailed maps marking natural obstacles, notes on settlement locations that could provide further supplies, guides who understood the terrain. Civilian populations were evacuated from potential battle zones in a coordinated operation that moved hundreds of thousands of people in just 5 days. Supplies and housing were prepared in defensible locations deeper within the territories, in fortified cities that had been built specifically to withstand prolonged siege. Shi Rang was training the rebel forces he commanded to conduct hit-and-run attacks, rapid strikes against isolated units, avoiding direct engagement with superior forces. The strategy required speed, intelligence, and the ability to disappear into terrain before celestial counterattacks could be mounted. Each unit practiced ambushes repeatedly, learning to identify vulnerabilities in formation-based tactics and to exploit them with surgical precision. Some units trained to attack supply convoys. Others trained to target communication centers. Still others trained to conduct terror operations, not to kill civilians, but to convince celestial soldiers that they were fighting in hostile territory where danger came from everywhere. And Lirue was gathering intelligence on every aspect of Zixin's invasion force, using her network of contacts and her shape-shifting abilities to move through celestial territories undetected. The Fox cultivator had contacts throughout the celestial realm, other merchants, other spies, other creatures who had decided that serving a rising power was better than serving a declining one. She used every one of them to understand the composition of the fleet, the capabilities of its commanders, the morale and confidence levels of individual units. She obtained manifests listing which soldiers would arrive with the fleet. She tracked the personal relationships between celestial commanders, understanding who would cooperate and who harbored resentments. She even gathered personal details about the 5 elite celestial cultivators who would accompany Zixin, their favorite weapons, their known weaknesses, their historical tactics. Zixin is overconfident, she reported to Yan Xinhua in the final briefing. His commanders believe this is a simple military exercise: destroy the lower realm's infrastructure, execute the rebel leader, reintegrate the territories. None of them expect serious resistance. They think they're coming to suppress a minor uprising, not engage in a genuine military campaign against an organized, prepared opponent. That's our greatest advantage. They'll make assumptions that aren't true. They'll expect difficulty at levels below what they'll actually encounter. That's good, Yan Xinhua said. Overconfidence leads to tactical mistakes, and tactical mistakes are what we need to exploit. The final day before Zixin's arrival, Yan Xinhua gathered his inner circle for a final briefing. Mei Luan, Zhao Chun, Shi Rang, Lu Fenghui, Lirue, Immortal Qin, and Han Ju stood before the war table as he outlined the complete strategy. Zixin expects to win through overwhelming power, Yan Xinhua explained. We'll show him that overwhelming power is meaningless when it can't connect its advantages together. His fleet is massive, but it's also slow. His army is large, but it requires supply lines that we can disrupt. His cultivators are powerful, but they're also isolated, unable to communicate effectively across the distances involved in continental warfare. And our advantages? Immortal Qin asked. We know the terrain. We have the support of the population. Every person in our territories is a potential source of intelligence and resistance. We have celestial allies watching from neutral territories, ready to move if the council overextends. And most importantly, we have the CDF system, which allows us to operate as a collective even when individual fighters are separated across vast distances. We can coordinate at scales that celestial forces can barely comprehend. What about the risk of total defeat? Mei Luan asked. The question was practical, not fearful. Total defeat is possible, Yan Xinhua acknowledged. But if Zixin wins decisively, he proves to the neutral celestial lords that the council's military can suppress any rising power. If he wins through attrition, suffering catastrophic losses, he proves the opposite, that even overwhelming force can't guarantee victory against a well-organized, determined opponent. And if we force a stalemate that requires him to negotiate, we transform from rebels into political players in the celestial realm. And which outcome are you actually predicting? Zhao Chen asked. A stalemate that forces negotiation, Yan Xinhua said, followed by a peace that recognizes our autonomy. And from that recognition, the beginning of something larger. the proof that the Council's system is not the only way to organize celestial power. Chapter 33. The ambush at the realm borders. Zishin's fleet arrived at the boundary between the lower realm and the celestial territories at dawn on the 8th day. The ships descended through the spiritual veil that separated realms, their arrival marked by tremors that shook the ground across dozens of miles. 10 massive vessels, escorted by 50 smaller craft, began the crossing into the lower realm's airspace. The veil between realms flickered as they passed through, a moment of vulnerability when the vessel's defensive systems were transitioning from celestial operation to lower realm operational modes. They were intercepted almost immediately. Yin Xinhua had positioned his strongest forces at the boundary, not to prevent the crossing, which was impossible, but to disrupt it. As the fleet passed through the veil, coordinated attacks from multiple directions struck at the escort vessels. The assault came from 3 directions simultaneously. Sure Rank's rebel forces attacked from the ground, launching projectiles imbued with celestial rank cultivation energy, weapons purchased through Immortal Qin's networks and distributed to the most skilled fighters. Lirui, in her true fox form, led a team of cultivators in direct aerial assault, striking at the smallest vessels. And from hidden positions throughout the region, Lu Fenghui's prepared defensive positions unleashed attacks that had been months in the planning. The first wave of celestial responses was chaos. Zishin's commanders had not expected organized resistance at the realm boundary. They had anticipated passive flight and late-stage defensive preparations. Instead, they found themselves under sustained assault while still in the process of full planetary entry. The veil between realms was still flickering with the transition effect, creating interference that disrupted celestial communication channels and made coordination difficult. The fleet's formation, designed for open space combat, was compromised by the terrain-based attacks coming from 3 directions simultaneously. 12 of the escort vessels were destroyed in the initial assault, crushed by boulders launched with supernatural force or struck by projectiles imbued with celestial rank cultivation energy. The explosions lit up the sky, bright enough that they cast shadows across the lower realm even in daylight. Another 8 were damaged so severely that their hulls were breached, magical systems failing, their crews dying in the void or desperate for emergency landings. The soldiers within them, the elite forces that Zishin had brought to ensure swift victory, were slaughtered before they could establish defensive formations. Some died in the explosions. Others suffocated as their vessels lost atmospheric integrity. Some managed to escape the dying ships, only to plummet toward the lower realm and smash into the landscape below, their screams audible even from great distances. The screams of dying soldiers echoed across the boundary region, a sound that no celestial force had been certain they would hear. The lower realm had never successfully contested any celestial military operation. The assumption had been that overwhelming power would inevitably win. Now, in the first moments of the campaign, that assumption was being violently disproven. And then the celestial lord's remaining forces responded with overwhelming retaliation. The 5 celestial cultivators who had accompanied Zishin deployed simultaneously, their power overwhelming. Where Yin Xinhua soldiers fought with coordination and tactical precision, the celestial cultivators simply erased targets through brute force. Sure Rank's position was overrun, requiring him to retreat before his forces were entirely annihilated. Lirui was forced to abandon her air assault and retreat at low altitude, barely escaping a strike that would have killed her. The reinforced ambush positions that Lu Fenghui had prepared were neutralized through sheer power. But the damage had been done. Nearly 30% of Zishin's escort force had been destroyed before they could effectively respond. The remaining fleet suffered casualties that would impact their operational capacity for weeks. Chapter 34. The military campaign begins. The war that followed was not the clean military victory Zishin had expected. Yin Xinhua's forces harassed the Celestial Army along every mile of its approach toward the capital. The lower realm's landscape, which celestial military strategists had dismissed as insignificant terrain, became a weapon. Supply convoys moving through narrow mountain passes were ambushed with devastating precision. Communication centers, hastily established in commandeered settlements, were destroyed in night raids conducted by forces that seemed to materialize from the darkness itself and vanish before celestial reinforcements could arrive. Celestial soldiers, trained in individual combat, but unprepared for the distributed warfare of a population that had integrated itself into the CDF system's collective combat multiplier, were picked off in coordinated strikes that left them unable to mount effective counterattacks or even understand the coordinated command structure directing their attackers. The lower realm became a hostile environment where superior individual power meant less than knowledge of terrain and the ability to coordinate across distributed forces. Celestial cultivators could destroy buildings with single strikes, could kill dozens of soldiers in moments of unrestrained combat, but they could not be in 10 places simultaneously. They could not anticipate ambushes set by people who communicated at once through the CDF system's spiritual network. They could not maintain morale when every night brought losses, when supply deliveries failed, when command orders were disrupted before they could be fully transmitted. But the Celestial Army did advance, slowly, steadily, suffering casualties, but advancing. The weight of their numbers and the power of their cultivators could not be overcome through tactics alone. For every Celestial soldier killed, 10 more emerged from reinforcement units, fresh troops arriving from the Celestial realm through the open boundary. For every supply convoy destroyed, replacements were summoned from Celestial logistical centers. The blockade prevented new resources from entering the lower realm, but it also ensured that Celestial supplies could flow freely, the boundary operating as one-way valve, allowing Celestial materials to pass, while barring lower realm goods. The mathematics of attrition favored Zixin. He could afford casualties in a way that Yin Xinhua could not, could replace soldiers faster than the lower realm could generate new ones, could sustain the war of grinding advancement that wore down defenders more surely than any dramatic victory could achieve. Yin Xinhua understood this mathematics with perfect clarity. He could feel it in the CDF system's notifications, tracking the slow drain on military resources, calculating the timeline until the lower realm's forces would be exhausted beyond recovery. Zhao Chun had laid out the mathematics without hope. They could sustain this level of military engagement for approximately 4 months before forced to choose between defending the capital or abandoning outlying territories to preserve military capability. It was a choice without good options, only degrading outcomes. And then the Shadow Sect moved, demonstrating through action the reality that the Eternal Accord Council's position was far more fragile than it appeared. In coordinated strikes across celestial territories, the mysterious organization attacked Council infrastructure with devastating precision that suggested access to high-level intelligence about celestial military deployments. Military fabrication facilities, where celestial weapons systems were constructed, were destroyed in explosions that consumed entire installations. Command centers, where Council military orders originated, were disrupted by internal sabotage that suggested infiltration at the highest levels. Supply routes to Zixin's army, the logistical umbilical that connected his invasion force to celestial resources, were cut by forces that attacked with perfect timing, striking at moments when celestial defenders were at minimum strength. The Council's position, which had seemed stable, began to fracture like a frozen lake warming beneath sudden spring heat. The organization that had been working against the Council for months was now working for Yin Xinhua by default, weakening the Council's ability to support its own military operation through the simple act of advancing its own agenda. The effect was multiplicative. Zixin's army, advancing steadily through lower realm territory, abruptly faced supply shortages that forced rationing. Celestial soldiers, accustomed to the abundance of the heavenly realms, grew anxious as portions shrank. Officers, unable to explain the delays to command, transmitted increasingly alarmed reports to the Council. The Council's commanders, dealing with multiple crises across multiple fronts, abruptly had to divert resources from Zixin's campaign to address the Shadow Sect's coordinated assault. Simultaneously, the 3 neutral celestial lords that Han Ju had cultivated made their move with perfect political timing. They publicly announced support for the lower realm's right to autonomy, delivering formal statements that positioned their objections as principled defenses of celestial law rather than interference in Council business. They declared that the Council's military assault violated the ancient accords that governed relationships between celestial territories, that a lower realm could not be conquered without formal trial and celestial consensus. They positioned their own forces near the contested zone, military deployments that were technically non-aggressive but unmistakably threatening, making clear that any further escalation would result in confrontation with them as well. The balance had shifted. Zixin found himself fighting a lower realm that would not be conquered through military might, facing a celestial hierarchy that was fracturing behind him as other powers recognized opportunity in the Council's weakness, and running out of supplies as his military lines extended farther and farther from celestial support. The simple numerical advantage that had seemed overwhelming at the campaign's start was being eroded by the complexity of the celestial political situation that his invasion had destabilized. Zixin convened an emergency council of his most senior military officers and celestial administrators that evening. The atmosphere in the war room was electric with tension and suppressed panic. For eons, celestial military forces had been the ultimate expression of power in the tiered realm system. Now, they were being bled slowly, systematically, by forces they had dismissed as insignificant. The lower realm is not organizing its defense randomly. Immortal Tinjin explained to Zixin, his powerful voice filling the chamber. Tinjin was the council's primary military enforcer, a heavenly tribulation cultivator whose personal strength was nearly unmatched. They're using terrain methodically. They're coordinating attacks across distributed forces in ways that suggest unified command structure. And they're hitting supply convoys with intelligence suggesting they know our routes before deployment. Zixin's hand tightened on his war room chair's armrest. Spies in our forces. Or defectors, said a neutral representative. Celestial cultivators who abandoned their posts to join lower realm forces. The word defectors hung like poison in the air. The celestial hierarchy did not produce officers who joined rebellious realms. This violated the assumed order fundamentally. But Immortal Qin's defection was already known. Daily, reports came of other celestial cultivators offering to sell information or switch sides entirely. Zixin understood that the war had changed. No longer was it merely whether the lower realm could be defeated. Now the question was whether the celestial hierarchy itself could withstand the pressure of its fracturing authority. Chapter 35. The turning point. Halfway through what Zixin had planned as a 3-week campaign, the Celestial Lord called for negotiations. Yin Xinhua, meeting him in a neutral zone at the boundary between realms, saw a man who had miscalculated dramatically. Zixin was no longer the arrogant Celestial Lord dismissing lower realm concerns. He was a military commander who had failed to achieve his objectives, who was losing soldiers daily, who faced the possibility of humiliating retreat. The negotiation ground, a plateau suspended between the lower realm and the celestial boundaries, was shrouded in mist that seemed to shift between solid and ethereal states. The temperature fluctuated wildly, as if the two realms were struggling for dominance even in this neutral space. The air itself tasted of burnt metal and ozone, the residue of the spiritual battles that had been fought across the boundary over the past weeks. Zixin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture still radiating celestial authority, but his eyes betraying calculation. The Celestial Lord was thinner than when Yin Xinhua had first encountered him. The stress of military command and the weight of strategic failure had carved lines into his face. His ceremonial robes, once pristine and shimmering with undiluted celestial power, were now marked with the dust and scorch marks of a war he had not anticipated losing. "You fought well," Zixin said, his voice carrying an edge of something Yin Xinhua could barely identify. Was it respect, or merely cold assessment from someone evaluating an opponent? "Better than I anticipated. But you cannot ultimately win. The Council will not accept your autonomy. The celestial hierarchy has stood for eons because it maintains order through absolute authority. Your success in resisting that authority threatens the foundation of everything we've built." Yin Xinhua studied the Celestial Lord, reading the desperation beneath the commanding tone. This was a man facing the reality that overwhelming military force had encountered something that could not be overcome by numbers alone. Every day the campaign continued, the Shadow Sect strikes destabilized celestial infrastructure. Every casualty his forces suffered meant fewer soldiers available to garrison territory or respond to other threats. Every supply line cut meant his army grew progressively weaker, while the lower realm's defenders, fighting on familiar terrain with the population-wide support of the CDF system's collective combat multiplier, grew progressively more efficient. "The Council cannot stop me from accepting yours," Yin Xinhua replied. His voice was steady, devoid of boasting or threat. This was the tone of someone stating simple facts. "Nor can they stop the neutral celestial lords from recognizing my authority. 3 major celestial powers have already pledged non-interference. More will follow once they understand that continued support for this military adventure will destabilize the Council's own position. The game has changed. It changed the moment your supply lines began breaking. You can continue this war and watch it consume celestial resources while the Shadow Sect destabilizes the Council's position. You can watch the war drag on for months, perhaps years, draining celestial treasuries and military personnel. Or you can negotiate a settlement that allows the Council to claim they forced capitulation under their terms, that they achieved diplomatic victory where military victory proved impossible." Yin Xinhua stepped closer to Zixin, close enough to see the subtle tremor in the Celestial Lord's hands, not from fear, but from the accumulated exhaustion of managing a multi-front military operation that had devolved into chaos. "Your pride is a luxury you can no longer afford. The celestial hierarchy's reputation is another luxury you cannot afford. Every day this war continues. Every soldier that dies in a campaign that was supposed to be a quick suppression, Every resource consumed demonstrates weakness. The council wanted to destroy me as an example to other potential rebels. Instead, you're demonstrating to every ambitious celestial lord that the council's authority is not absolute. You're proving that lower realm forces can stand against celestial might. You're showing that the system you govern can fail. The color drained from Zixin's face at those words. Yin Xinhua could see the calculation shifting behind the celestial lord's eyes, the moment when pride was forced to yield to practical necessity. What do you propose? Zixin asked, each word drawn from him like blood from a wound. The negotiation chamber they moved to was carved from stone that existed in both realms simultaneously, its walls inscribed with treaties dating back millennia. The symbols of previous agreements between celestial powers covered every surface, testimony to centuries of conflict and resolution. 3 days they spent in that space, never leaving, subsisting on provisions brought by attendants who moved in and out like ghosts. Yin Xinhua maintained his central position throughout those 3 days, the recognition of lower realm autonomy, the acknowledgement of his legitimacy as a political entity, the establishment of trade routes. He was patient, presenting each proposal not as demands but as solutions that allowed Zixin to withdraw with honor preserved. The Celestial Lord, gradually understanding that continuing the war would eventually force worse concessions, began to accept terms. With each agreement reached, the tension in the chamber seemed to lessen incrementally, like a rope being slowly released from a vice. By the end of the 3rd day, when the formal treaty had been drafted and the opening passages read aloud, Yin Xinhua could see something like relief in Zixin's expression, the relief of a man stepping back from a precipice, choosing a difficult compromise over catastrophic failure. Neither man was entirely satisfied with the outcome, but both recognized that the alternative was far worse. And in the neutral space between realms, under the witness of celestial scribes and lower realm administrators, 2 powers that had been locked in mortal combat were transformed into parties to a negotiated peace. Chapter 36. The treaty that Zixin and Yin Xinhua signed filled 40 pages of celestial parchment, each page covered in script that encoded the careful compromises 2 powers had negotiated when neither could afford total victory. It recognized the lower realm as an autonomous zone, not as a gift, but as a necessary acknowledgement of military and political reality. It granted the lower realm the right to manage its own internal affairs, to establish its own administrative structures, to pursue cultivation development without celestial interference. It established trade relationships between the lower realm and tertiary-tier celestial territories, opening channels for resource flow that had been severed by the blockade. The economic strangulation ended, replaced by formal mercantile relationships that benefited both parties. The ink used for the signatures was a special blend, celestial ink that bound the signatory to the terms through a spiritual covenant, making the treaty not merely a political agreement, but a binding contract that celestial magic itself would enforce. Yin Xinhua signed with ceremony, his hand steady as he inscribed his name in characters that mixed lower realm script with celestial notation, marking him as a figure who existed in both worlds simultaneously. But it also included limitations, concessions extracted by Zixin to preserve the appearance that the celestial hierarchy had not genuinely compromised. The treaty forbade direct alliance or trade with celestial realms ranked higher than tertiary tier, cutting off access to the primary and secondary tier territories where the greatest power and resources accumulated. It maintained the blockade on technology transfer from celestial to lower realm, preventing Yin Xinhua from acquiring the most advanced cultivation methodologies or weaponry systems. It established that Yin Xinhua remained ultimately subordinate to celestial authority, even if that authority was exercised at a distance, a clause designed to preserve the fiction that the celestial hierarchy remained supreme. There were also restrictions on military expansion, specifications about the maximum size of a standing army, limitations on cultivation resource generation. Each limitation was a small knife designed to slow his growth, to prevent him from reaching power levels that would threaten celestial dominance within the next decade. Yin Xinhua studied the final pages with the detachment of a chess player analyzing the positions remaining on the board after a complex endgame. Mei Luan sat beside him in the study of his temporary residence in the celestial realm, her warrior's eye scanning the document with the methodical care of someone trained to recognize threats and opportunities embedded in dense text. The heat from the lamp in the corner seemed insufficient to warm the stone room. Outside, the celestial night was clear and cold, stars blazing with the light of distant cultivators whose power manifested as celestial bodies. The temperature contrast between the warmth of the lamp and the chill of the stone walls created subtle drafts that moved across Yin Xinhua's skin like whispers of warning. They've constrained us, Maelwan observed after reading through the key passages herself. Her fingers traced the clauses that limited his expansion. We're still not genuinely free. We're permitted autonomy only within the scope they've defined. Step outside those boundaries, and the treaty becomes justification for renewed military intervention. Yin Xinqua nodded, his mind already working through the implications. He could feel the weight of the treaty's restrictions like chains, not immediately painful, but certainly limiting his freedom of movement. A lower realm leader bound by formal celestial agreement to remain within specified territorial boundaries, limited in the allies he could pursue, constrained in the resources he could access. No, Yin Xinqua agreed, his tone carrying neither resignation nor despair, merely cold assessment. We're not genuinely free. Freedom in the celestial hierarchy is only ever available to those with power to claim it. But we're far more free than we were. Yesterday, I had blockade fleets destroying my trade routes and armies invading my territory. Today, I have recognized autonomy and open channels for economic exchange. That's not freedom, but it's survival. And survival is the foundation upon which everything else is built. Maelwan took his hand, squeezing gently. The contact grounded him, anchored him to something real and present. The soldiers will be disappointed. They wanted to drive the celestial forces back across the boundary and seal it behind them. The soldiers wanted victory, Yin Xinqua replied. And this is victory. Not the victory they imagined, but a genuine one. We survived when we should have been crushed. We negotiated with celestial authority as equals. We forced concessions from the Eternal Accord Council. Every soldier in the lower realm should understand that their sacrifice has achieved something meaningful. He stood and walked to the window, looking out across the celestial territories, the shimmer of power flowing through celestial pathways, the organized structures of an empire that had stood for eons. The treaty is temporary. Everything is temporary if you're willing to act with sufficient patience and planning. The council thinks they've bought time with this agreement, that they can contain my growth within the boundaries they've set for the next 10 years. What they've actually done is given me time to grow. In 10 years, I'll be far too powerful for them to suppress using conventional military force. In 10 years, I'll be able to open trade with any celestial realm I choose, regardless of tier restrictions. In 10 years, I won't be asking for permission. I'll be in a position to demand change. Maelwan moved closer, taking his other hand. Then we navigate cleverly. Comply with visible restrictions while building invisible networks. Use tertiary tier routes to access higher tier powers. We stay technically within the treaty while reshaping celestial balance through interpretation. Exactly, Yin Xinqua said. The council believes they've constrained growth. What they've given us is time, the most precious resource of all. Within 10 years, we'll be too powerful to suppress conventionally. The conversation continued late into the night, two leaders mapping the next decade of their campaign, while the celestial hierarchy slept, unaware that its own concessions had already sealed its transformation. Maelwan stepped beside him at the window, and they stood together looking out at the celestial realm, this vast empire of power and hierarchy that Yin Xinqua intended to fundamentally transform. Her presence was steadying, a reminder that the vision he carried was not merely personal ambition but shared purpose. And the limitations? She asked. On military expansion, on cultural contact, on resource development? The council's restrictions are specific. They'll be monitoring compliance. Let them monitor, Yin Xinqua said. We'll comply with the visible restrictions while establishing the invisible ones. We'll expand within the boundaries they've set while using tertiary tier trade routes to build relationships with higher tier powers that care nothing for the council's restrictions. We'll develop our military within the specified limits while using the CDF system's collective combat multiplier to ensure that every soldier we field is equivalent to 5 celestial soldiers. We'll stay technically within the treaty while fundamentally transforming the balance of power through clever interpretation of its language. He turned back to face her, and Maelwan saw in his expression the absolute certainty of someone who had not merely survived but learned from the experience. The celestial hierarchy built itself on the assumption that power could only flow downward, that control could only be maintained through force and restriction. They don't understand that I'm building something different. I'm not trying to conquer the celestial realms through military might. I'm building a system that's so attractive, so rewarding, so genuinely better than what the council offers that celestial lords will eventually choose to join me voluntarily. And this treaty, with all its limitations and restrictions, has given me the time I need to make that happen. Chapter 37. The Shadow Sect revealed 3 days after the treaty signing. Immortal Qin brought Yin Xinqua to a sanctuary hidden in the celestial realms. The figure who emerged from the shadows was ancient, His appearance suggested someone who had walked through celestial history for millennia. His name was Primordial Tether, and he had led the Shadow Sect for longer than most celestial dynasties had existed. "You've done well," Primordial Tether said. "Better than I anticipated. I invested considerable resources in destabilizing the Council's position, thinking you might fail. But you've proven resourceful." "Why?" Yin Xinhua asked. "Why help me?" "Because your vision aligns with mine," Primordial Tether replied. "The Eternal Accord Council has held absolute power for too long. Their monopoly on celestial governance has created stagnation. I want the Council replaced by a balance of powers where no one faction can dominate all others. You are useful in creating that balance. And if my ambitions diverge from yours, now we must ensure it crumbles into the right configuration. We do not want the Council replaced by another monopoly, by you, for example. If you became too powerful and decided that your vision should be imposed universally, we want them replaced by a balance of power that prevents any single entity from gaining absolute control. A system where power is dispersed enough that no one can impose their will on everyone else." Yin Xinhua understood the implication perfectly. Primordial Tether saw him as a tool that had served his purposes well and might continue to serve those purposes. But he also saw Yin Xinhua as a potential threat if the lower realm's leader developed ambitions that diverged from the Shadow Sect's vision. If Yin Xinhua tried to become the new Celestial Emperor, Primordial Tether would oppose him with the same ruthlessness he had used against the Council. "I'm not your instrument," Yin Xinhua said. "I'm building something for its own sake, not to serve your agenda." "I know," Primordial Tether replied calmly. "And that's why I respect you. Which is also why we need to come to an understanding now, before our paths diverge. Help me complete the destabilization of celestial authority. Support the neutral celestial lords in creating a coalition that can no longer be dominated by a single power center. And in exchange, I ensure that the Shadow Sect does not become an obstacle to your ambitions. We become checks on each other's power rather than enemies. And if our ambitions diverge irreconcilably, then we deal with that conflict when it arrives. But for now, we have aligned interests. The enemy of my enemy is not always my friend, but he can certainly be my ally. And I would rather have you as my ally than as my enemy." Yin Xinhua felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Primordial Tether was offering partnership with a force that had proven its capability to shape celestial events across centuries. But it was also clear that this partnership was conditional on Yin Xinhua not becoming a threat to the Shadow Sect's ultimate vision. And Primordial Tether was not someone to disappoint. "I accept," Yin Xinhua said finally. "For now, with the understanding that I reserve the right to withdraw from this partnership if our interests prove fundamentally incompatible." "Acceptable," Primordial Tether replied. "You have made the wise choice. And now you understand what I have been doing for centuries, building a system where no one person can destroy everyone else. You are learning to think like someone who plans across millennia." Yin Xinhua understood that the Shadow Sect's interests did not perfectly align with his own. The ancient cultivator who led them had been manipulating celestial politics for millennia, pursuing goals that predated his entire existence by orders of magnitude. Using that power had been necessary. Continuing to rely on it without establishing his own independence would be a strategic catastrophe. He began laying plans that evening to extract himself from the Shadow Sect's influence while preserving the benefits of their partnership. Zhao Chun helped him map the strategy. Establish enough independent power that the Shadow Sect's support became optional rather than essential. Build relationships with celestial forces that had no connection to the ancient organization. Create leverage that would allow negotiation on equal terms rather than subordination. The irony was not lost on him. In the process of freeing himself from celestial hierarchy, he had inadvertently created another dependency. But dependencies could be managed. Leverage could be built. And in time, what had been a necessary alliance could become a relationship between powers that respected each other's autonomy. Chapter 38. The Eternal Accord Council convenes. The ceremonial signing of the formal treaty took place in the Grand Hall of the Eternal Accord, the celestial structure where the Council held its most important proceedings. The hall itself was a monument to celestial power, carved from a single immense crystal that had been shaped over millennia, walls inscribed with the names of every celestial lord who had achieved prominence in the past 10,000 years. The ceiling soared upward into shadows that seemed to contain depth beyond normal space, as if the hall connected directly to the celestial realm's infinite expanse. Yin Xinhua attended in person, accompanied by Mei Luan, Zhao Chun, and Han Ju, his inner circle arranged around him like the spokes of a wheel, each one positioned to emphasize different aspects of his power. Mei Luan in her general's regalia, embodying his military strength. Zhao Chun in the scholar's robes he had adopted, representing strategic intelligence. Hanju in merchant's dress, symbolizing economic power. Shi Rang would have been present, but Yin Xinhua had left him in the lower realm to ensure continuity of command, a calculated decision that emphasized that this delegation was temporary, that real power remained in lower realm territory. It was a calculated display, not of dominance, but of legitimacy. He was no longer a rebel coming before authority, seeking mercy. He was no longer a subordinate requesting permission. He was a leader presenting himself as a peer in celestial affairs, someone with the right to negotiate as equals rather than plead as inferiors. The council members arrived in a carefully choreographed procession, what remained of them after the shadow sex operations and the military campaign's casualties. There were absences that created their own statement. Empty seats where celestial lords had once sat, indicating dead or missing positions that would take centuries to refill through the celestial hierarchy's slow advancement systems. But Zixin was present, his celestial authority undimmed despite military failure, and Celestial Lord Yunhe was present with the confidence of someone who had correctly predicted the council's weakness. Several other neutral parties who had begun to coalesce into an alternative power center also attended, celestial lords watching to see which way the wind was blowing, ready to position themselves appropriately. We gather to formalize the recognition of the lower realm as an autonomous zone, the Eternal Accord's chairman announced. His voice echoed through the grand hall, a statement amplified by the crystal walls themselves, carrying the weight of celestial authority, transforming into official recognition. This treaty represents a new understanding of celestial lower realm relations. The Council acknowledges that military suppression of the lower realm has proven impractical, and that negotiated settlement serves the interests of celestial order more effectively than ongoing conflict. The chairman's words were carefully chosen to preserve celestial dignity while acknowledging new reality. He was not conceding that the lower realm had defeated the council, merely that the council had chosen a more diplomatic approach. The language allowed Zixin and his allies to report to their own supporters that this was a strategic choice rather than a forced compromise, that the celestial hierarchy remained supreme even in recognizing lower realm autonomy. The formal ceremony that followed was pageantry, elaborate ritual designed to impress upon observers the solemnity and significance of what was occurring. Celestial priests in elaborate robes conducted blessing ceremonies. Musicians played instruments whose tones seemed to vibrate at frequencies that made the crystal walls glow with subtle light. Attendants moved with choreographed precision, carrying trays of celestial wine and delicacies designed to emphasize the abundance and refinement of the heavenly realms. But it was meaningful pageantry. When Yin Xinhua signed the treaty in the Great Hall, using a brush dipped in celestial ink that would bind the signatory through spiritual covenant, witnesses recorded it, celestial cultivators and officials who would carry knowledge of the event throughout the celestial hierarchy. This was not a private agreement between major powers. This was public, formal, witnessed, recorded in the celestial archives where such documents remained for eternity. The lower realm had transitioned from rebellion to legitimacy, from attempted suppression to recognized status. Mei Luan stood beside him as he signed, her presence steadying, her warrior's pride evident in the set of her shoulders. When she signed her name as the lower realm's military commander, she was cementing her own position as a power in celestial affairs, as a military leader whose forces had bloodied the celestial hierarchy itself. Zhao Chen signed as chief administrator. His signature carried the weight of someone who had taken scattered refugees and transformed them into an organized population capable of sustained resistance against celestial military might. But as Yin Xinhua reviewed the treaty after the formal proceedings concluded, studying the fine details that had been negotiated in those final sessions, he discovered the limitation Mei Luan had anticipated, the clause that would constrain his expansion for years to come, the explicit, unambiguous forbidding of alliance or trade with celestial realms ranked higher than tertiary tier. It was a subtle but significant constraint, a poison pill hidden within the larger agreement. The highest-ranking celestial territories, the primary and secondary tier realms where the greatest power accumulated, were off-limits for direct contact. The Council was ensuring that even as it recognized his autonomy, it would prevent him from building relationships with the most powerful celestial forces, would keep him locked within the tertiary tier territories that were comparatively less developed and less crucial to celestial power. It's a masterpiece of constraint, Zhao Chen observed as they reviewed the treaty document clause by clause. His scholar's training allowed him to parse the legal language with precision. They appear to be conceding vast autonomy while actually restricting everything that matters. Direct contact with higher-tier realms forbidden. Alliance with higher-tier celestial lords prohibited by treaty language. celestial marriage, adoption into celestial houses, all the soft power channels that create long-term relationships, all blocked. The council thinks they've created a permanent cage. It's a concession they had to make to appear magnanimous, Han Ju explained, his merchant's eye understanding the political optics. The neutral celestial lords wouldn't have accepted the treaty if it looked like the council was continuing unlimited suppression. It had to appear that they were granting genuine autonomy. But it's also genuinely constraining. The primary and secondary tier realms have resources we could use, cultivators we could recruit, knowledge we could access. Without access to those territories, our expansion is limited to the margins of celestial civilization. Yan Xinque sat back from the treaty documents, letting his mind work through the implications. The constraints were real, and the council had been clever in imposing them. But constraints were also puzzles. Constraints were challenges to be solved by those with sufficient patience and imagination. Then we find loopholes, Yan Xinque replied calmly, his voice carrying the certainty of someone who understood that no system was genuinely airtight if you studied it long enough. The treaty forbids direct trade and alliance with higher-tier celestial realms. But it says nothing about indirect relationships. We'll build networks through tertiary-tier intermediaries, merchants, and celestial lords who can legally trade with higher tiers and who can broker relationships on our behalf. We'll find celestial cultivators from higher tiers who are willing to work with us on the margins of official relationships, operating in the gray spaces that the treaty language doesn't explicitly cover. The council thinks they've constrained us. What they've actually done is created a puzzle we can solve. And the solving of it will teach us more about celestial politics than years of direct contact ever could. Zhao Qin nodded with the satisfaction of someone recognizing strategic brilliance. Tertiary tier lords have ambitions too. They're constrained by the same hierarchy that constrains us. Give them a profitable reason to cooperate indirectly, and they'll find ways to facilitate relationships that technically violate neither the treaty nor their own positions. Exactly, Yan Xinque confirmed. We don't break the treaty. We transcend it. We acknowledge its restrictions while systematically making those restrictions irrelevant through clever network construction. And within 10 years, when we've grown powerful enough, the treaty's constraints will mean nothing. Han Ju smiled with the satisfaction of understanding strategy at its deepest level. The council wrote the treaty believing they'd constrained you. They didn't realize they'd created the rules for a game you're already learning to play better than they do. Chapter 39. The lovers promised that night. After the formal proceedings concluded, Yan Xinque and Mei Luan left their official duties behind and climbed to the highest tower of the temporary celestial embassy, where they had been housed. The ascent took them through corridors that seemed to shift perspective with each flight of stairs, through chambers where the air itself seemed to shimmer with celestial power. But when they emerged onto the tower's peak, all the weight of celestial bureaucracy fell away. The night sky was clear of the temporary celestial embassy, where they had been housed. The night sky was clear, and from this height, they could see across multiple celestial territories, the shimmer of power flowing through celestial pathways, the evidence of millions of cultivators distributed throughout the realms. The stars above them were the same stars that had looked down on both the celestial and lower realms for eons, eternal witnesses to the rise and fall of empires. We survived, Mei Luan said simply. Her voice carried the weight of relief that comes after extreme danger has passed, and the outcome is no longer in doubt. We did, Yan Xinque agreed. Against all probability. Against forces that should have been able to crush us without difficulty. We survived. Mei Luan took his hand. I had a prophecy years ago, before I ever met you. I saw a man cast out by the sky becoming the sky itself. I thought I understood it as a prediction of military victory or celestial ascension. But I understand now that the prophecy was about something else entirely. What? Yan Xinque asked, genuinely curious about her interpretation. It was about a man refusing to be defined by the system that rejected him. About taking an exile's curse and transforming it into an empire. About building something genuinely new from the wreckage of old hierarchies. Mei Luan looked at him directly, her expression carrying complete conviction. And it was about love. The old prophecy didn't tell me that the man I was meant to follow would become the man I was meant to love. In that moment, beneath the stars of the celestial realm, Yan Xinque understood something profound. All the strategies, all the tactics, all the political maneuvering, none of it would have succeeded without the genuine bonds he had built with the people around him. Mei Luan's absolute loyalty, Zhao Qin's tactical brilliance, Shi Rang's unwavering commitment, Han Ju's diplomatic mastery, Li Rui's intelligence networks, Immortal Qin's insider knowledge. And beneath all of them, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in the lower realm who had chosen to believe in a vision of something better. Marry me, Yin Xinhua said. It was not a proposal made with ceremony or planning. It was a simple statement of intent, emerging from the deepest part of his heart. Mei Luan smiled, an expression of pure joy that transcended the political calculations and strategic considerations that usually governed her demeanor. I've been waiting for you to ask. They exchanged vows that night, under the stars, with no witnesses except the universe itself and the wind carrying voices from infinite distances. No grand ceremony, no formal declarations, no celestial officials witnessing contractual obligations. Just two people binding themselves to each other with words that carried more weight than any official ritual could provide. I pledge to you, Yin Xinhua said, taking her hands in his, that whatever we face together. That your vision is as important as mine. That your loyalty will never be taken for granted. That I will spend my life ensuring that the empire we build gives you the honor and recognition you have already earned. I pledge to you, Mei Luan replied, her eyes reflecting starlight, that my power is yours to command. That my loyalty is absolute. That I will stand beside you not as a follower, but as a partner. That if you fall, I fall with you. And if you succeed, I succeed beside you. They kissed as the night sky wheeled overhead, the stars moving in patterns that celestial astronomers had mapped for millennia. In that moment, Yin Xinhua felt something shift in his understanding. Power was not just about command. Power was about love. Power was about having someone willing to stand beside you against the entire celestial hierarchy. Power was about being willing to do the same for them. And the CDF system acknowledged the change in its cold, mechanical way. Permanent soul bond established. Mei Luan, romantic partnership bonded. New passive bonus. When Mei Luan and MC are physically present together, all nearby territory forces gain plus 20% combat effectiveness. Harmony increase. Plus 10% across all territories. Love resonance. New passive. Love bond stabilization. Mei Luan's presence provides emotional grounding, reducing mental fatigue by 15%. But the mechanical notification was secondary to the genuine bond they had created. From that moment forward, they were not just a leader and his general. They were partners in every meaningful sense. They were no longer two separate people pursuing the same goal. They were a unified force, two aspects of the same will. And that partnership became the foundation upon which everything else was built. The soldiers understood that they were fighting for a leader who had committed to something real, something genuine, something that transcended political calculation. The administrators understood that the system they were building had love at its core, not just efficient organization. The people understood that the dream was not abstract. It was embodied in two people who believed in it so deeply that they had bound their lives together. Chapter 40, 10-Year Plan Revealed, Arc 2 Cliffhanger. 1 week after his return to the lower realm, Yin Xinhua called a meeting of his entire inner circle. They gathered in the war room, the same chamber where they had planned defense during the celestial invasion. But instead of maps showing military positions, Yin Xinhua had commissioned something new. A vast strategic chart showing not just the lower realm, but the surrounding celestial territories, the neutral zones, the contested regions, and all the paths by which power flowed through the celestial hierarchy. The treaty I signed with the council was temporary. Yin Xinhua began, his voice carrying the weight of vision that extended far beyond immediate circumstances. It gives us 10 years to consolidate our position, deepen our influence, and prepare for the next stage. I want you to understand what that next stage entails. He pointed to regions marked on the chart. In years 1 through 3, we consolidate the lower realm entirely. We absorb any remaining independent territories. We establish secondary realms, realms adjacent to our own where we can project influence without formally annexing them. Our population must reach 800,000 across 4 separate territories. Zhao Chun was tracking the implications immediately. The multi-realm integration threshold. Exactly. By year 3, we should have achieved population and territorial expansion sufficient to unlock the nascent soul rank. That gives us a cultivation level competitive with the Council's elite forces. Years 4 through 6? Shirang asked. We breach tertiary tier, celestial territories. Using the trade loopholes Hanju has identified, we establish economic influence in regions where the Council's authority is weakened. We build coalitions with celestial lords who see strategic advantage in supporting our expansion. We transform from lower realm power into a multi-realm force. Immortal Qin was quiet, but his expression indicated he understood the scope of what Yin Xinhua was describing. Years 7 through 9. Yin Xinhua continued. We prepare for transcendence. The ritual that takes a core formation cultivator to nascent soul rank. We simultaneously prepare our celestial political position for direct confrontation with the Council. In Year 10, Lu Fenghui asked, his scholar's mind already analyzing the mechanisms and theoretical frameworks involved. Year 10, we challenge the Council directly. Not militarily, not at first. Politically, we position ourselves as the alternative to their authority. We make the case to every neutral celestial lord that the Council's system has failed, that their monopoly on power is destabilizing the entire celestial hierarchy. And we offer ourselves as the foundation for a new order. Li Rui's ears perked forward with understanding. A coup. Bloodless if possible, but you're planning a fundamental restructuring of celestial authority. I'm planning to remake the system that cast me out and refused to let me grow. Yin Xinhua agreed. I'm planning to prove that there are alternatives to celestial hierarchy. And I'm planning to build an empire that spans not just one realm, but multiple celestial territories, unified under principles of distributed authority and meritocratic advancement. Mei Luan looked at the map, studying the scope of what he was describing. Then she smiled. That expression that at first made him understand what genuine partnership could mean. Your prophecy spoke truth, she said. You will become more than the sky. You will remake it. The CDF system sent its final notification for the ARC. 10-year plan established. Celestial challenge authorized. Reformation of Eternal Accord Council authority. Population goal year 3. 800,000 across 4 realms. Population goal year 10. 2,000,000 plus across 8 plus realms. Cultivation goal year 3. Nascent soul rank. Cultivation goal year 10. Heavenly tribulation rank, equivalent to council authority. Timeline. 10 years to celestial authority challenge. Yin Xinhua looked at his inner circle. These people who had chosen to believe in him, to sacrifice for him, to build something new alongside him. Mei Luan, whose warrior spirit had become the foundation of his military power. Zhao Chun, whose strategic brilliance had transformed scattered refugees into a coordinated empire. Shi Rang, whose rebel background made him invaluable in understanding how to resist oppressive structures. Lu Fenghui, whose scholarly knowledge gave them the intellectual tools to understand systems others had never questioned. Li Rui, whose intelligence networks revealed vulnerabilities celestial powers believed were invisible. Immortal Qin, whose defection proved that even celestial cultivators could be convinced that a better system existed. Han Zhu, whose diplomatic mastery had built networks of support across multiple celestial territories. In that moment, looking at each of them, Yin Xinhua understood that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. This was not an empire built on fear or control, but on shared vision and mutual commitment. These were people who could have served the celestial hierarchy comfortably if they wished. Instead, they had chosen to build something new. That choice was everything. The void whispered its approval, that strange sound like wind carrying voices from infinite distances. And in that whisper, Yin Xinhua heard not warning, but recognition. He had transformed from exile to empire builder. He had proven that the systems the celestial realm had built were not immutable. He had proven that alternatives existed. And he had set himself on a path that would inevitably lead to confrontation with the highest powers in existence. But he was no longer afraid. He had survived the celestial blockade, the economic strangulation that was supposed to break his will. He had defeated a military expedition, the overwhelming force that was supposed to crush his ambitions. He had built alliances with ancient forces like primordial tether and earned the recognition of the celestial hierarchy itself. He had proven that a lower realm exile could stand toe-to-toe with celestial lords and force them to negotiate as equals. 10 years. That was the window he had requested, and the council had unknowingly granted it. The treaty they had signed, meant to constrain him, actually gave him the one thing he needed most, time. In that time, Yin Xinhua would transform the lower realm into a multi-realm power. He would ascend to ranks that celestial cultivators considered the threshold of true power, to nascent soul, to heavenly tribulation, to the highest levels of cultivation that most celestial beings never reached. And he would build a political position so strong that even the Eternal Accord Council could not ignore him, could not dismiss him as a minor player, could not hope to suppress his influence without destabilizing the entire celestial hierarchy. The stage had been set. The pieces had been moved into position. Zixin thought he had won because Yin Xinhua agreed to the treaty. He didn't understand that the treaty was Yin Xinhua's victory. He had transformed from rebel to legitimate political player. He had transformed his territories from contested lower realm colonies into recognized autonomous zone. He had transformed his army from desperate defenders into an organized military power that had bloodied the celestial hierarchy itself. And now the true game would begin. the struggle to remake celestial order itself. Yin Xinque gazed out at his assembled inner circle, at his beloved Mei Luan standing beside him, at the map showing the 5 realms he intended to control within 10 years. And he made a silent vow that resonated through his entire being. In 10 years, the sky itself would bow before him, not in submission, in recognition, in acknowledgement that the age of celestial hierarchy had ended, in understanding that a new order, one built on merit, on contribution, on genuine cooperation, would take its place. The arc was complete, the empire was secure, and the path to celestial transformation lay open before them. Whatever came next, Yin Xinque would face it as he had faced everything else, with courage, with strategy, with the unwavering belief that a better system was possible, that his people's efforts mattered, that power could be distributed without destroying order, that the celestial realm's rigid hierarchies could be broken. The void fell silent, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of anticipation, of waiting to see what the exile would do next, of watching to see if he could genuinely remake the sky itself. Chapter 41. The secondary realms. 3 months into the 10-year plan, Yin Xinque stood at the apex of Dusthome's central tower, studying a map of the continental territories adjacent to his own. The view stretched across the northern kingdom, the Emerald Provinces, and the Grey Marshlands, 3 realms that existed in what the celestial hierarchy considered the secondary tier, places of moderate resources and weak governance where the council had long ago withdrawn active oversight. The height of the tower offered perspective that few positions in the empire could provide. From this vantage, the scale of his ambition became visible. Below, the city of Dusthome spread in concentric circles, the military districts where Zhao Qian's forces trained, the merchant quarters where commerce flowed like blood through a living organism, the residential zones where hundreds of thousands of people had built lives of relative stability. Beyond the city, farms stretched across the plains, their organized fields providing the agricultural surplus that fed the growing population. Further still, the roads, barely established a year ago, now connected distant territories into a cohesive whole. Yet the real power lay not in what Yin Xinque could see from the tower. It lay in what he could feel through the CDF system, the pulse of thousands of transactions occurring simultaneously, the coordination of supply chains that spanned multiple realms, the unification of diverse populations under a single coherent vision. The system itself was becoming something more than a tool. It was developing properties of emergence, behaviors that arose from the interaction of millions of individual choices aligning toward common purpose. The trade network established in the preceding months had already begun its work. Merchants from the CDF empire moved freely across borders, delivering goods that were superior in quality to what the despots of neighboring realms could produce. Yin Xinque had not funded this mercy out of pure altruism. Every transaction was calculated. Every benefit carried with it an implicit understanding. The CDF offered safety, opportunity, and prosperity. Mei Luan entered the chamber without announcement, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. She had learned to move like that centuries ago, long before she became a force bound to his empire. Now her loyalty was deeper. It was woven into the CDF system itself, a connection that transcended even celestial bonds. The Northern Kingdom's ministers have sent another delegation, she said, placing documents on his table. They arrive tomorrow. Yin Xinque reviewed the seals. 3 distinct provinces, 3 sets of diplomatic credentials. Prince Qi Ren did not accompany them. His father, King Ren Zhao, sent envoys in his stead. The prince remains in the capital, consolidating his position for the succession. That detail mattered. Yin Xinque had learned through Li Rui's network that Qi Ren was ambitious and politically active. The prince saw Yin Xinque's rising influence not as an opportunity for mutual benefit, but as a threat to dynastic authority. The upcoming negotiations would reveal whether the old blood nobility could adapt to new realities or whether they would choose obsolescence. The delegations arrived at dawn, traveling under safe passage and bearing gifts: jade carvings, silk bolts, 3,000 taels of silver. The gestures were transparent, almost desperate in their obsequiousness. What Yin Xinque offered was not conquest, but something the secondary realms had never experienced: genuine structural improvement. The trade agreement you propose, began Minister Chun Kuo of the Northern Kingdom, a thin man with nervous eyes, would subject our realm to taxation on all exports. How is this not simply a covert takeover? Yin Xinque gestured to Lu Fenghui, who opened the detailed ledger. The taxation is 3% on exports, paid to the CDF Administrative Council. In return, the Northern Kingdom receives complete protection from external military aggression, access to CDF cultivators for infrastructure development, and direct participation in our merchant networks. Last year, territories under CDF protection saw agricultural yields increase by 40%. That increase generates far more wealth than the tax burden removes. The mathematics were irrefutable. Lu Fenghui walked through projections showing tax revenue, population growth, and developmental gains. He emphasized the key advantage. CDF territories were not subject to the predatory behaviors of celestial collectors. The old system, where middle-tier celestial entities would demand tributes of young cultivators, resources, and populations, had ended. "And if we refuse?" asked the second envoy, a woman from the Emerald Provinces whose name, Yin Xinhua, had committed to memory, Lady Wu Meng. She was testing him, probing for coercion. "Then you continue as you are," Yin Xinhua said without hostility. "The CDF makes no demands. But your people will continue to suffer the instability and exploitation that have defined your existence. Your choice is to remain unchanged or to become something better." The negotiations lasted 3 days. By the end, all 3 delegations had signed preliminary agreements. The terms were explicit: a 1-year trial period during which the CDF would provide security and trade benefits. If the secondary realms found the arrangement unsatisfactory, they could withdraw with no penalties. If they chose to continue, formal integration would occur. Yin Xinhua knew that withdrawal would not happen. Once people experienced stability and economic growth, they would not willingly return to chaos. Within weeks, the population of his controlled territories surged from 300,000 to over 800,000 as the secondary realms formally integrated. The CDF system notification arrived with the weight of achievement. Multi-realm integration achieved. New population milestone. 800,000 plus across 4 distinct realms. New rank unlock available. Nascent soul. Requires spiritual transcendence ritual and minimum 1 million population. Territorial control. For realms, 12 major cities, extensive cross-realm infrastructure. Yin Xinhua felt the system's power expand through him like an internal tide. His connection to the territories deepened, the CDF's reach extending into every corner of the new domains. He could sense the people now, not their individual thoughts, but their collective will, their hopes, the unified direction of their aspirations. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. "We've achieved the threshold," Mei Luan said, reading the notification over his shoulder. "One step closer to nascent soul." 200,000 more people, Yin Xinhua replied. "That's the remaining gap. At our current growth rate, we'll reach it within 6 months. But he also understood that reaching population thresholds was only one part of the requirement. The ritual itself, the spiritual transcendence, would demand something more fundamental. He would need to commune with the essence of his empire, to merge his consciousness with the collective will of 1,000,000 souls. It would not be a simple meditation. Chapter 42. The jealous Prince Qi Ren's jealousy had been festering for months, a poison that grew more acute with each new revelation of Yin Xinhua's achievements. Where the MC had once been a curiosity, an exiled cultivator building a small holding in a backwater region, he had become a genuine power, a figure whose influence was reshaping the political landscape of multiple realms. Qi Ren had expected this to fail. Exiles did not prosper. They were broken vessels, cast out by greater powers for good reason. Yet Yin Xinhua had not merely survived. He had thrived in ways that Qi Ren, heir to a dynasty that stretched back 5 centuries, had never managed. The prince's solution was not to adapt, but to eliminate. He would restore the old order by removing the anomaly that threatened it. His first move was contacting Sect Master Kong Yi, imprisoned in the lowest levels of the CDF's detention facility in Dustholm. The contact was illegal, unauthorized, a breach of security that would have been impossible had Kong Yi been a lesser prisoner. But the sect master had cultivated enough allies within the Guard Corps that messages could be passed, brief, encrypted communications carried on paper that burned after being read. Kong Yi was initially skeptical of the prince's proposal. Assassination was risky, and Kong Yi had learned that risk and consequence were intimately connected. Yet Qi Ren offered something the sect master lacked: resources, connections to celestial entities, and a clear path to personal freedom. If Yin Xinhua dies, the message read, the CDF system will collapse. His empire is not yet stable enough to survive his loss. The succession would fracture. His inner circle would turn on each other. In the chaos, you would be freed. It was an appealing fantasy, and Kong Yi had spent enough months in captivity to find fantasies increasingly appealing. The plot they constructed was elegant in its simplicity. Qi Ren would propose to Yin Xinhua that a grand tournament of realms be held, an event celebrating the new integrated empire and bringing together the strongest cultivators from all 4 territories. It would demonstrate unity and strength, a natural milestone for an expanding power. The tournament would create the conditions for assassination. In the chaos of combat, a prepared assassin could strike. A cultivator of sufficient skill could be positioned within the competitor ranks. Kang Yi had a network of loyalists, cultivators who owed him debts, disciples who remained faithful despite his imprisonment. One of them could be the blade. The approach to Yin Xinhua came on a clear afternoon. Qi Ren requested a private audience, traveling with minimal guard and demonstrating the kind of trust and deference that Yin Xinhua had been cultivating in the secondary realm nobility. The prince was becoming a model of the adaptive regional leader, at least in appearance. Your growth has been remarkable, Qi Ren began, settling into the chair across from Yin Xinhua's desk. The integration of our realms has stabilized more quickly than anyone predicted. The people speak of you with something approaching reverence. They speak of stability, Yin Xinhua corrected mildly. Stability breeds goodwill. Perhaps, but I believe we should celebrate more formally. A tournament, perhaps. A grand tournament of realms where the strongest cultivators from all 4 territories compete to prove themselves. It would demonstrate your confidence in the unity you've created, and it would identify the next generation of military and political leaders. Yin Xinhua noted the suggestion and filed it away. The idea had merit, though he was already sensing something beneath the proposal, an undercurrent of threat, poorly concealed. I'll consider it. What he did not tell Qi Ren was that Lirue had already begun observing the prince with the particular attention reserved for individuals exhibiting deceptive patterns. The foxmaid's shape-shifting ability allowed her to move unseen through the castle corridors, and her keen senses picked up details that human perception would miss. 3 nights after Qi Ren's proposal, Lirue reported her findings. She had witnessed the prince in secret communication with a known sect master loyalist, and she had intercepted a message fragment that referred to the tournament as opportunity and the MC's death as necessity. The conspiracy was clear. Yin Xinhua had expected something like this eventually. Ambitious regional rulers did not accept integration without occasionally testing their new overlord's power. The question was how to respond in a way that would teach the proper lesson without creating a martyr. We proceed with the tournament, Yin Xinhua told his council. But we prepare defenses. Mei Luan, I want security protocols that ensure nothing can reach me during the event. Zhao Chun, I want the guard corps doubled and disguised as standard tournament officials. Lu Fenghui, ensure that Kang Yi is watched more carefully. I suspect he's involved in this. And when the assassination attempt comes, we will allow it to proceed far enough that everyone understands what was intended. The council exchanged glances. Allowing an assassination attempt against the ruler was not standard procedure, but they had learned that Yin Xinhua's unconventional thinking often produced superior outcomes. And Qi Ren, Mei Luan asked, will come to the tournament believing his plan remains secret. We will show him the error of his judgment on a stage large enough that every realm understands the consequence of betrayal. Chapter 43. The Grand Tournament of Realms. The tournament grounds occupied the central plains of Dustholm, an area vast enough to accommodate 20,000 spectators and a competition field that could host hundreds of simultaneous combats. Yin Xinhua had allocated significant resources to the event, pavilions for nobility, secure seating areas for families, and magical barriers to protect the crowd from stray combat effects. The tournament's scale was unprecedented. Cultivators arrived from across all 4 realms, bringing with them their hopes and ambitions. Young warriors from humble backgrounds saw an opportunity to demonstrate their skills and perhaps earn positions in the CDF military or governmental structure. Regional champions came to prove that their realm's warriors could match any in the empire. The competition was structured across multiple categories: individual combat, formations and tactics, endurance trials, and a final bracket reserved for the realm champions. The tournament would unfold over 10 days, building toward a culmination where Yin Xinhua himself would participate. The first day saw hundreds of battles. Contestants wielded swords, spears, and cultivated techniques. The crowd roared at displays of skill, gasped at surprising upsets, and celebrated when warriors from their own realms advanced. The tournament had the effect Yin Xinhua intended. It generated unity. People from different realms cheered for outstanding individual performers regardless of origin. The old tribal boundaries were beginning to dissolve into something larger, a shared identity as citizens of the integrated empire. By day 7, the elite combatants remained. Prince Qi Ren had entered under an assumed name, disguising his identity to avoid suspicion. The assassination team had been integrated into the competition structure, a skilled cultivator positioned among the semi-finalists, prepared to strike during the chaos of the championship matches. The final brackets approached. The assassin cultivator, a severe man named Duan Fu who had trained under Kang Yi, advanced steadily through his matches. His technique was solid, his cultivation reliable, his movements marked by the kind of practiced efficiency that suggested military training. But Li Rui had positioned herself in the crowd, observing. Mei Luan stood at Yan Xingqua's side, her hand near her sword. Zhao Chun commanded the guard corps from a position with clear sight lines to the tournament field. Everything was prepared. The penultimate match came. Duan Fu faced a young cultivator from the Emerald Provinces, a woman named Chun Wei who fought with the kind of reckless brilliance that suggested significant natural talent but minimal formal training. The match was brief. Duan Fu overwhelmed her with a sequence of strikes that ended with Chun Wei collapsing, unconscious but not severely injured. The crowd was entertained. The advanced cultivators nodded appreciatively, and no one but the CDF leadership understood that they had just witnessed an assassin demonstrating his capability. The final match was set. Duan Fu would face Yan Xingqua directly. The MC had defeated the other finalist, a veteran cultivator from the Northern Kingdom who had fought with the honor of someone simply trying to advance through genuine competition. The arena was arranged, the magical barriers reinforced, the crowd prepared for the culminating event of the tournament. Yan Xingqua descended to the field to the roar of 20,000 voices. He had not fought publicly in months, and the people were eager to see their ruler demonstrate the power that had allowed him to integrate 4 realms and weather celestial aggression. Duan Fu moved into position, and in that moment, he made his decision. The tournament would continue, but his true strike would come not from an honest duel, but from a concealed technique, a forbidden cultivation method that channeled lethal force through an otherwise casual gesture. It was a technique that was difficult to defend against and nearly impossible to predict. The match began. Duan Fu attacked with the speed that had marked all his previous matches. Yan Xingqua moved to counter, his body responding with the precision developed through months of constant training and countless hours meditating on combat principles. But Duan Fu's hidden technique activated. Dark qi manifested around him, a corruption of the normal cultivation pathways that Kang Yi had taught him. The energy formed a blade, unseen by the crowd but absolutely present, directed at Yan Xingqua's heart. Mei Luan moved. Her sword crossed the distance between her position and the arena faster than the eye could follow, intercepting the hidden blade. The collision of energies created a shockwave that rattled the magical barriers and sent dust across the field. The crowd gasped. They understood immediately that something had been attempted, an assassination, right before their eyes. Yan Xingqua did not use the moment for his own advantage. Instead, he stopped the match and gestured to the guards. Duan Fu attempted to flee, but the CDF soldiers, expecting exactly this action, had already moved to cut off his escape routes. The assassin was captured without further violence. The crowd fell silent, the festive atmosphere shattered by the revelation of treachery. Yan Xingqua stood in the center of the field, and in that silence, he addressed the 20,000 witnesses. "An attempt has been made on my life," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the grounds through cultivated projection. "This reveals something important. There are those who fear the future we are building. They prefer the old disorder, the old tyrannies, the old systems that kept them in power." He gestured to the field, where Duan Fu was being restrained. This cultivator was not acting from personal ambition. He was sent by those who profit from division. I could execute him. I could make an example that would chill the blood of anyone considering similar action. Yan Xingqua paused, allowing the anticipation to build. Then he continued, "But instead, I offer him a choice. He will stand trial publicly, before representatives from all 4 realms. The trial will expose the conspiracy completely. Everyone will understand who sought to use him, and why. And then, justice will be served according to the laws that govern the CDF empire." It was a masterful response. By promising transparency rather than immediate vengeance, Yan Xingqua positioned himself as a leader committed to law and order. By exposing the conspiracy fully, he ensured that everyone would understand the depths of Qi Ren's betrayal. The tournament continued after a brief recess. But the final matches felt different now. They carried weight, significance. The people understood that they were not merely watching entertainment. They were witnessing the birth of a new order, defended against those who would undermine it. When Yan Xingqua advanced through his final matches and claimed victory, the crowd's celebration was mixed with an undercurrent of resolution. They had seen their ruler tested. They had seen him defended by those loyal to him. And they understood that the empire they were building had enemies. Enemies who could be defeated if the people maintained their unity. Chapter 44. The defector Prince Qi Ren's escape from the empire came 3 days before his scheduled trial. A celestial messenger appeared at his private quarters, a figure who moved through the barriers and guards as if they did not exist. The message was simple. Come, and you will be spared. Remain, and you will be destroyed. The prince did not hesitate. His ambition had been thwarted, his position in the northern kingdom now untenable given the revelation of his conspiracy. Remaining meant facing public trial, humiliation, and probable execution. Leaving meant exile, but also survival and the possibility of rebuilding. Qi had always been a pragmatist. He understood that his dynasty was gradually losing its relevance in the transformed political landscape. Integration into the CDF empire meant that the northern kingdom's independent authority would continue to erode with each passing year. The young nobility of the realm were adapting to the new system, finding opportunities within the CDF's meritocratic structure that would never have been available in the old order. His own failure to eliminate Yan Xinhua was merely the final demonstration that the era of old-blood noble families making independent decisions had ended. He followed the celestial messenger through a gateway that opened onto one of the celestial realm's lower platforms, not the seat of the Eternal Accord Council, but a personal holding of celestial Lord Zixin. The location itself was significant. It was a statement that Qi was not being brought before the full council, but was being handled as a private matter. It suggested that while Zixin had approved the prince's rescue, it was not an official celestial action. This distinction would matter later, when the investigation into how Qi had escaped would be conducted. The Lord himself was waiting, his expression a mixture of amusement and calculation. Zixin's personal quarters were a revelation of his character. Unlike the austere simplicity of some celestial lords, Zixin had surrounded himself with beauty and comfort. The walls displayed priceless art from across multiple realms. The furniture was crafted from materials that defied description, substances that seemed to exist in more dimensions than normal perception could fully accommodate. There were trophies from conquered territories, tokens of military victories, and most significantly, a comprehensive library of knowledge texts. Zixin was not merely a warrior. He was a scholar of power, someone who collected knowledge about how to acquire and maintain it the way others collected gemstones. You have failed, Zixin said without preamble. Your assassination attempt was clumsy, easily detected, and worse for my purposes than no attempt at all. Qi straightened, summoning whatever dignity remained to him. I attempted to serve your interests by removing an obstacle. You attempted to serve your own interests using my resources. There is a difference. Zixin circled the prince like a predator assessing prey. However, failure has rendered you useless in the lower realm. You cannot return, cannot influence events, cannot serve any of your previous functions. You are, in short, a man with expertise but no application. Then why did you bring me here? Because you know Yan Xinhua intimately. You have studied his organizational methods, his military structures, his relationships with key personnel. You understand his psychology in ways that are difficult for an observer to acquire. Zixin settled into a throne carved from crystallized starlight. You will become my intelligence asset. You will study everything you learned about the man and his empire, and you will provide that knowledge to my operatives. In exchange, you will be protected, provided resources, and perhaps eventually, given an opportunity to reclaim what you lost. The offer was more merciful than Qi had expected. It was also completely binding. By accepting Zixin's patronage, he was committing himself to a path of espionage and betrayal. He accepted. Over the following weeks, Qi was thoroughly debriefed. Zixin's intelligence operatives extracted every detail they could glean from his understanding of Yan Xinhua's inner circle, the CDF's military organization, the systems by which the MC's power scaled with territory controlled. It was comprehensive work, conducted by professionals who knew how to separate useful intelligence from unreliable information. When the debriefing was complete, Qi was given a new identity and prepared for insertion back into the lower realms. He would not return to the Northern Kingdom directly. That would be too obvious, too easily detected. Instead, he would become a merchant, a trader moving across the CDF's territories with the freedom that commerce granted. But his true purpose would be observation and reporting. Your target, a celestial operative explained before Qi insertion, will be Yan Xinhua's weaknesses. We know his strength. What we need to understand is where he is vulnerable. What pressures could fracture his empire? What relationships could be leveraged? What decisions would he be forced to make if circumstances were orchestrated correctly? Qi understood. He was being positioned as a long-term asset, a man who would spend months or years within the empire gathering intelligence. It was dangerous work. Discovery would mean execution. But it was also an opportunity. Perhaps, through careful observation and well-timed information, He could influence events in ways that would serve both Zixin's interests and his own eventual rehabilitation. He was inserted into the Emerald Provinces with merchant credentials, a supply of money, and networks of contacts among celestial traders. The CDF's borders had become more open in recent months, reflecting the confidence that came with stability. It was easy to enter. What Qi-Ren did not know was that the moment he crossed into CDF territory, Lirue detected him. The Fox Maid had cultivated an extensive network of informants, and the combination of Qi-Ren's recognizable appearance and his celestial-sponsored entry made him stand out like a corrupted note in a symphony. Yin Xinque was informed within hours. The response was not to capture and execute the prince immediately. Instead, it was to allow him to believe his cover was secure while watching his every action, understanding which celestial entities he reported to, and mapping the intelligence network that was forming around him. The revelation of Qi-Ren's presence would come later, at a moment of maximum strategic impact. Chapter 45. The Ancient Tomb awakens 3 weeks after the tournament. Yin Xinque led an expedition to the northern frontier of his territories, where explorers had reported discovering unusual geological formations. The site was located in the Gray Marshlands, an area of complex topography where mountains met swamp in chaotic arrangement. The tomb entrance was sealed, its doors carved from a material that predated known geological history. The symbols inscribed on its surface were ancient, not the script of the Middle Realms, not the celestial language of the heavens, but something older, something that seemed to predate recorded time. Lu Fenghui examined the symbols carefully, his scholarly background lending insight that pure martial strength could not provide. The cultivators spent hours studying the markings, cross-referencing them against texts in the CDF library, consulting with elderly scholars who had dedicated lifetimes to linguistic reconstruction. It is a form of primordial script, he eventually reported. The language predates the celestial hierarchy by what appears to be thousands of years. The characters indicate a warning. Here lies a guardian of the space between times. Entry without proper preparation risks annihilation. But it can be opened? Yin Xinque asked. The seals are old, but they are designed to be opened by those with sufficient cultivated power. Your strength should suffice. Yin Xinque approached the sealed doors and pressed his palm against the stone. He channeled his cultivated energy into the barrier, feeling it resist, then gradually yield. The doors ground open on hinges that had not moved in millennia, revealing a chamber that had been sealed since before the founding of the celestial hierarchy. The interior was vast, a cavernous space that stretched deeper than light could follow. The walls were covered in more of the primordial script, glowing faintly with residual energy. And in the center of the chamber, preserved by techniques of cultivation that exceeded modern understanding, was a body. The corpse lay on a slab of stone, wrapped in robes that still retained coherence despite their age. The being had been powerful. That much was evident from the lingering aura that still clung to the remains like morning mist. This was not an ordinary cultivator. This was something greater. Beside the body was a journal, its pages crafted from a material that had resisted decay. The first entry was dated in a calendar system that Yin Xinque did not recognize, but the second entry bore notation that roughly translated to Third Era, year 4732. That would place this journal, Lu Fenghui calculated, between 4 and 5,000 years ago, long before the celestial realm established its current hierarchy. Yin Xinque carefully opened the journal and began to read. The first pages were descriptions of personal cultivation, technical notes on cultivation methods that seemed to exist in a level of abstraction that modern cultivators had largely abandoned. But as the entries progressed, they shifted toward philosophy and warning. One passage struck him with particular force. The primordial one awakened slowly, as it has always awakened, moving through the cycles that precede time itself. The current era is merely one breath in a pattern that spans eternities. The celestial hierarchy was established not through superior power, but through necessity, to serve as a container, a buffer, a brake on forces that would reshape reality according to principles beyond mortal comprehension. I have spent my existence in service to this containment, and as my time concludes, I record this knowledge so that future guardians might understand the true nature of the cosmic order. Those who seek power in the heavens do not understand what they are truly resisting against. They believe the struggle is for dominion, for celestial rank, for the privilege of rulership. They are mistaken. The struggle is existential. Every action taken to strengthen or weaken the celestial hierarchy is, in truth, an action taken to strengthen or weaken the barriers that contain the primordial one. Those who understand this truth and act accordingly are rare. The journal continued with similar entries. each one adding layers of context to a cosmic reality that Yin Xinhua had barely begun to suspect. The celestial hierarchy was not simply a political structure. It was a containment system, designed and refined over millennia to constrain forces that existed beyond conventional understanding. And the 10-year countdown to celestial judgment was not random. It was timed to coincide with the cycle of the primordial one's awakening. When Yin Xinhua finally finished reading the journal, he sat in silence for a long time. The information was too large, too profound, too overwhelming to process immediately. "What did you learn?" Mei Luan asked carefully. She had remained in the chamber, maintaining watch while the MC read, understanding that the knowledge he was acquiring would require space and time to properly process. "That the game we are playing is far larger than I understood," Yin Xinhua replied, his voice carrying the weight of overwhelming realization. "The celestial hierarchy is not the ultimate power. There are forces beyond it, far older and far more dangerous. And I am being positioned, by multiple parties, as a player in a conflict whose true nature I do not yet comprehend. The celestial realm that we have been fighting against, the council that has seemed like the ultimate expression of power, they are not the top of the hierarchy. They are a layer, a system created for a specific purpose. And that purpose is containment of something far more fundamental to reality itself." He stood and approached the body, understanding now that this was a being who had spent millennia in service to forces beyond the celestial hierarchy itself. The corpse was treated with reverence, preserved in a way that suggested deep respect even in death. "We will take the journal," Yin Xinhua said, "and we will leave the body undisturbed. This being served a purpose beyond our understanding, and though their time has ended, that purpose continues." The expedition returned to Dustholm with the journal secured. In the days that followed, Yin Xinhua immersed himself in its contents, reading passages repeatedly, allowing the implications to settle into his understanding. The knowledge was heavy, and it forced him to reevaluate everything he thought he understood about power, hierarchy, and destiny. Chapter 46. The Spiritual Codex. On the expedition's final day at the tomb site, before the group departed, Yin Xinhua discovered something that the journal had not mentioned. Beneath the slab where the ancient body lay, carved into the stone floor, was a hidden compartment. Within it lay a manuscript bound in leather that had aged but remained functional. The text was written in both primordial script and translated into a more modern celestial language, as if the original author had anticipated that future readers might not have access to fluency in the old language. The title, rendered in careful calligraphy, read, "The Spiritual Codex, a cultivation philosophy of universal connection." Unlike conventional cultivation texts, which taught specific techniques and martial methods, the Spiritual Codex was philosophical in nature. It described cultivation not as a path toward dominance or superiority, but as a process of deepening connection to the fundamental forces that underlay reality. One section was particularly relevant to Yin Xinhua's situation. Power that is wielded through dominance is power built on fragmentation. It separates the self from the world, the ruler from the ruled, the strong from the weak. Such power is inherently unstable, for it is maintained through constant force. Yet there exists an alternative, power built on connection. A cultivator who stands at the center of a network of genuine relationships, who has earned the loyalty of others not through coercion, but through demonstrated care and shared purpose, wields a force that is far more stable. The people become extensions of the self, not through magical compulsion, but through aligned will. This is the paradox that the celestial hierarchy never grasped. In attempting to maximize their own power, they minimized it by turning all who encountered them into enemies rather than allies. A celestial lord who could view themselves as one element of a larger whole, rather than the center around which all must orbit, would find that their actual power increased exponentially. But such humility is rare among those who have risen to celestial rank. The Codex went on to describe specific cultivation methods designed to deepen this kind of connective power. Unlike the martial techniques that Yin Xinhua had studied, these were contemplative practices designed to expand consciousness and awareness. They advocated meditation on the nature of connection itself, the cultivation of compassion as a force that could move people as effectively as any martial command, and the understanding that power and vulnerability were not opposites, but complementary aspects of a unified whole. As Yin Xinhua studied the text over the following weeks, his understanding of the CDF system underwent a fundamental shift. He had initially viewed the system as a tool to be optimized, a mechanism that could be tuned for maximum power output. But the Spiritual Codex suggested that the system's true potential lay not in optimization, but in deepening the integration between himself and the people whose will he channeled. He began experimenting with the Codex's practices, spending hours in meditation where he would open his consciousness to the collective emotional and spiritual essence of his empire. Instead of seeking to impose his will on them, he learned to listen to their needs, to understand their fears and aspirations at a level that transcended intellectual analysis. The effect was subtle but profound. When he later convened his inner council, each member noted that he seemed different, more centered, more aware, more present in a way that went beyond physical attention. His decisions became less about tactical advantage and more about what would genuinely serve the long-term flourishing of his people. Mei Luan observed this transformation with interest. "You are becoming something other than what you were," she said one evening as they stood overlooking the empire from the castle tower. "The spiritual codex teaches that the distinction between self and other is ultimately illusory," Yin Xinhua replied. "If my power grows from the will of my people, then serving my people and serving myself are not contradictory goals. They are the same goal expressed in different language. The celestial hierarchy will not understand this distinction. No, they will see it as weakness, and therein lies their vulnerability." The study of the spiritual codex accelerated Yin Xinhua's cultivation progress. The CDF system, now properly aligned with the principles of universal connection, began to generate notifications of advancement that had previously been inaccessible. Cultivation breakthrough, spiritual integration initiated, new understanding unlocked, the nature of connective power, approach to nascent soul rank accelerated, current status. 850,000 population across 4 realms, 150,000 population required for final threshold, the remaining gap to nascent soul felt surmountable now. More than that, Yin Xinhua understood that the ritual itself would be fundamentally different from what he had initially imagined. It would not be a moment of personal transcendence, but a moment of unified transcendence, a ritual where he and his empire would together cross a threshold into a new level of existence. Chapter 47. The Shadow Sect's true demand. The message arrived through an intermediary who had always served as the bridge between Yin Xinhua and the Shadow Sect. The woman was neutral in appearance, neither young nor old, with the kind of face that the mind forgot moments after seeing it. She had been chosen for her ability to blend into any environment, and she performed her function with perfect competence. "The true ancestor requests a meeting," the woman said in Yin Xinhua's private council chamber. "Not a confrontation, but a conversation. She wishes to discuss the next phase of your ascension." Yin Xinhua gestured for her to continue, though he was already alert to the possibility that the Shadow Sect's patience had finally reached its limit. "The Eternal Accord Council is weakening internally," the messenger explained. "Celestial Lord Zixin's authority has declined since his failed military campaign in the lower realm. The neutral lords who brokered the ceasefire now hold the balance of power. If a significant event were to occur, a conflict that drew these neutral lords into open opposition to the council's hardliners, the council could fracture completely. And the Shadow Sect wishes for such a fracture to occur," Yin Xinhua said, understanding the implication. "The sect wishes for a new cosmic order. The current hierarchy has become calcified, resistant to change, defensive of positions that should not be defended. The true ancestor believes that your continued rise represents an opportunity to accelerate that transformation. But the transformation requires pressure at the right moment, applied in the right way. You want me to move against the neutral lords who protected me, not against them, but to challenge them, to push them toward conflict with the hardliners, to force the celestial hierarchy to choose between adapting or collapsing." Yin Xinhua stood and walked to the window that overlooked his empire. Below, the lights of Dust Home glowed in the evening darkness, thousands of lives living in relative peace and stability. Those lives depended on the choices he made. Every decision he took had ripples that extended far beyond the immediate circumstance. "And if I refuse," he asked, "then the Shadow Sect will continue its work regardless. But our work would be easier, faster, less costly if we had your cooperation. We hope for partnership, not opposition." The implicit threat was clear. If Yin Xinhua would not cooperate, the Shadow Sect would work against him rather than with him. He considered the offer carefully, consulting with his inner circle over the following days. Mei Luan was adamantly opposed. "The Shadow Sect seeks to use you as a tool," she warned. "Once you have served their purposes, they will discard you as easily as they discarded Kang Yi." Zhao Qin was more pragmatic. "The sect's goal, fragmenting the council, may serve our interests regardless of their ultimate motivation. If the council becomes weakened by internal conflict, we gain time and space to grow stronger." Lu Fenghui offered the most insightful analysis. "The question is not whether to cooperate with the sect, but what outcome we actually desire. Do we want to reshape the celestial hierarchy, or simply to survive it. Those are two different goals requiring two different strategies. After 3 days of consideration, Yin Xinhua reached his decision. He requested another meeting with the Shadow Sect's representative. "Tell the true ancestor that I decline her offer," he said formally. "Not because I do not wish to reshape the celestial order, but because I will reshape it according to my vision, not hers. If the Shadow Sect wishes to work towards similar goals, we can cooperate as equals. But I will not allow myself to be positioned as a subordinate tool in her grand strategy." The woman received the message with no visible reaction, but Yin Xinhua sensed the ripple of tension that ran through the intermediary's body. The true ancestor will not be pleased. Refusal represents betrayal of trust. I have not betrayed anything. I have been clear about my autonomy from the beginning. Your sect chose to work with me in the expectation that I would eventually become compliant. That expectation was unrealistic. Then I am authorized to inform you that the Shadow Sect considers you an enemy force, to be opposed rather than partnered with. I accept that consequence, Yin Xinhua replied. Inform the true ancestor that the CDF Empire will defend itself against all enemies, regardless of how powerful they are. The message was formal, a declaration that had been needed for months but had been postponed by the desire to maintain the alliance. Now that postponement was ended, Yin Xinhua had chosen his path. He would not be a tool of celestial powers, whether the Council, Zixin, or the Shadow Sect. He would build his empire according to his own principles, and he would accept the consequences that came with such independence. The intermediary departed, and the Shadow Sect's response would come in blood and fire. Chapter 48. The Shadow Sect's retaliation. The attacks began 3 days later, coordinated across multiple fronts with the precision of forces that had spent years preparing contingency plans. The Shadow Sect did not attack directly. Instead, their embedded operatives, cultivators who had been positioned within CDF territories for months, activated simultaneously. In the Emerald Provinces, a merchant warehouse that served as a hub for distribution of war materials was consumed by fire, the magical flames spreading with supernatural intensity to destroy supplies meant for the military. 200 people died in the initial conflagration, and the loss of supplies would force a strategic reallocation of resources. In the Northern Kingdom, an assassination cell struck at the provincial governor's residence, killing 3 of his administrative staff and nearly achieving a successful strike against the governor himself. Only the quick intervention of the CDF Guard Corps prevented a complete success. In the Grey Marshlands, Shadow Sect operatives sabotaged a road network meant to facilitate rapid troop movement, collapsing bridges and sealing mountain passes that could not be quickly reopened. And more insidiously, messages were sent to various regional lords, purporting to come from Yin Xinhua's inner circle, suggesting that certain political rivals were planning betrayal. The false messages were designed to create paranoia and internal conflict, to make different parts of the empire suspicious of each other. The coordination was devastating. It exploited vulnerabilities that came from growth and expansion. The further the empire extended, the harder it became to maintain perfect security across every location. The Shadow Sect's attacks did not aim to conquer but to disrupt, to demonstrate that the empire's apparent unity masked underlying fragility. Simultaneously, Yin Xinhua received intelligence through Lirue that Celestial Lord Zixin had moved his military forces to the border and was preparing for another incursion into Lower Realm territory. The timing was perfect from the Council's perspective. The Empire was weakened by internal attacks, and a fresh military campaign would exploit that weakness. The crisis descended with the speed of an avalanche. Yin Xinhua convened his council in emergency session, and the mood was grim. "We cannot defend on all fronts," Zhao Chen reported, displaying tactical maps marked with threat vectors. "The Shadow Sect's attacks are distributed across our entire territory, and Zixin's forces are concentrated and powerful. If we divide our military to respond to both threats, we will be defeated on both fronts. If we consolidate against one threat, the other will overwhelm us. Is there a third option?" Yin Xinhua asked, though he was already thinking through the possibilities. "Only if we can reduce the number of threats or alter the terms of engagement," Mailwan said. "What if we create a threat that forces Zixin to respond defensively instead of offensively?" The council considered this carefully. It was a dangerous strategy. Creating additional threats when already besieged was a recipe for disaster if executed poorly. But if it could be done effectively, it might reshape the power dynamic. "The neutral celestial lords," Lu Fenghui said slowly. "They brokered the ceasefire. They could potentially be convinced to pressure Zixin against a new military campaign. If we can communicate the fact that Zixin is breaking the ceasefire by preparing this incursion, we might leverage their leverage." "How do we communicate that?" Zhao Chen asked. We have limited channels to the celestial realm, and they take time to establish. We need to respond to the military threat within days, not weeks. Immortal Qin, the celestial officer who had defected to Yin Xinqua's side months earlier, stepped forward. I have channels that are still open to neutral celestial authorities. I can carry a message directly if the MC authorizes it. The neutral lords know me, trust my assessment. I can explain the military preparations, and they can intercede with the council before Zixin's forces reach the lower realm border. That requires you to leave the battlefield at the moment we most need strong commanders, Yin Xinqua observed. It is the choice that offers the highest probability of survival, Qin replied. If we concentrate military force and Zixin attacks while we are divided against the Shadow Sect, we will be defeated regardless of my presence. But if the neutral lords intervene, we gain time. Yin Xinqua made the decision. Go. Carry the message. Tell them that the Eternal Accord Council is breaking the ceasefire. Tell them that if they value the stability the ceasefire provided, they will intervene. And tell them that the CDF Empire will remember which celestial entities chose to uphold their word. Immortal Qin departed immediately, moving through the celestial gateways with speed that no lower realm cultivator could match. What he would accomplish in the heavens would become clear over the following days. But in the immediate term, the CDF Empire had to hold against the Shadow Sect's attacks while maintaining readiness against Zixin's military preparation. The work of defense consumed every waking hour. Zhao Chun positioned military units to reinforce weak points. Mei Luan personally commanded the response to attacks in the Northern Kingdom, leading forces that intercepted additional assassination teams before they could reach their targets. Lu Fenghui worked with provincial administrators to maintain supply chains despite the sabotage. And Yin Xinqua did something that surprised his council. He opened the CDF system's capabilities to his entire population, broadcasting a message across all four realms that explained the attacks, their source, and what was at stake. The Shadow Sect seeks to convince you that our empire is fragile, he said, his words carried by cultivated projection across vast distances. They seek to convince you that the stability we have built is an illusion, that betrayal runs deep through our society, that we are not worthy of your loyalty. He paused, letting the silence speak. But consider what you have experienced in the months since integration. You have known stability. You have seen your children grow without fear of being conscripted into servitude. You have pursued your own ambitions without having to bow to distant despots. The Shadow Sect wants to take that from you, to return you to the chaos of competing masters and endless exploitation. Another pause. I will not force you to remain. You are free, always, to choose your own path. But if you choose to remain, know that I will defend you, and that I ask you to defend each other. The attacks we face are the dying gasps of an old order, not the emergence of a new one. Stand with me, and we will show the celestial hierarchy what an empire built on shared will can accomplish. The response was immediate and visceral. Across the empire, people who had never held weapons took up arms, not as conscripts forced into service, but as volunteers choosing to protect their homes. Militia forces organized themselves, reporting to local administrators, coordinating with the CDF military. The Shadow Sect's attacks suddenly faced resistance that was distributed across the entire population, not just military positions. The coordinated strikes became scattered engagements with communities that had decided the cost of allowing these attacks to succeed was unacceptable. By the fifth day of conflict, the Shadow Sect's embedded forces were being systematically eliminated. The fires were extinguished before they could spread beyond single locations. The assassination cells were identified and captured. The false messages were recognized and rejected. Chapter 49. The turning point. Day 9 of the crisis brought two crucial revelations. The first came from Immortal Qin, who returned to the lower realm with a message from the neutral celestial lords. Zixin's military preparations were recognized as a violation of the ceasefire. The neutral lords had formally censured the action and explicitly forbidden additional forces from entering lower realm territory. Any military incursion would be met with celestial opposition. The second revelation came from Mei Luan, who personally led an ambush that decimated 3 Shadow Sect battalions attempting to regroup near the boundary between the Emerald Provinces and the Northern Kingdom. The ambush was a masterpiece of tactical brilliance. Her forces appeared to be scattered and weak until the Shadow Sect forces moved to exploit what they perceived as vulnerability. Then Mei Luan's trap closed, isolating the enemy forces and overwhelming them with coordinated strikes from multiple directions. The immortal warrior had spent centuries studying the art of warfare, understanding how armies moved through terrain, how supply lines could be disrupted, how communications could be intercepted and turned to one's advantage. But what made her truly formidable was her willingness to risk everything in pursuit of victory. She was not merely directing forces from a distance. She was present on the battlefield, fighting alongside her soldiers, demonstrating through her personal commitment that the cause was worth dying for. It was a form of leadership that would have been unthinkable in the celestial hierarchy, where leaders typically remained far from actual combat. The 3 battalions were not completely destroyed, but their combat capability was shattered. More importantly, the ambush sent a message to both the Shadow Sect and to Zixin. The CDF Empire was not weakening under pressure. It was growing stronger. When under attack, rather than breaking, it had unified and coordinated with a precision that would have been remarkable even in peacetime. Every soldier had understood exactly where they needed to be. Every commander had adapted tactics in real time based on information flowing through the distributed network that the Empire's coordination systems had become. The lesson for any would-be conqueror was clear. You could not defeat this empire through traditional military means because the enemy you would face was not merely an army, but an entire civilization functioning as a single coordinated organism. With Zixin's military options blocked and the Shadow Sect's coordinated assault collapsing, the crisis began to reverse. The external threats remained, but they were no longer existential. The Empire could now transition from emergency defense to systematic eradication of embedded enemy forces. The transformation in morale was palpable. What had begun as a desperate fight for survival became a fight for the future. Yanxinqua's people realized that they had not been conquered or co-opted by external powers. They had actively defended their own choice to remain unified. In the aftermath of the Shadow Sect's failed assault, Yanxinqua called a council meeting that included not just his inner circle, but representatives from each of the 4 realms. The meeting was held in the Great Hall of Dustholm Castle, a space that had been expanded to accommodate expanded leadership. The hall itself was a masterpiece of architecture that blended the styles of all 4 realms. The martial simplicity of the Northern Kingdom, the decorative elegance of the Emerald Provinces, the sturdy functionality of the Grey Marshlands, and the artistic sophistication of the original CDF territory. It was a physical representation of integrated empire, a place where differences were not erased, but harmonized into something larger than any individual part. The representatives who gathered came from diverse backgrounds. Some were hereditary nobility who had adapted to the new order. Others were commoners who had risen to positions of authority through demonstrated competence rather than birth privilege. They represented military and civilian authorities, merchant guilds and labor cooperatives, religious and philosophical organizations. The diversity was intentional. Yanxinqua had learned that the most stable systems were those where power was genuinely distributed across competing interests that were nonetheless aligned toward common purpose. "We have faced 3 trials," Yanxinqua said, addressing the assembled representatives. The conspiracy of Prince Qi Run, the betrayal attempt of the Shadow Sect, and the military preparation of Celestial Lord Zixin. All 3 were intended to break the unity of our empire. And all 3 have failed. He gestured to maps showing the distribution of Shadow Sect attacks and where they had been repelled. More importantly, they have failed not because of my strength, but because of our collective strength. Every person who took up arms to defend their community, every administrator who maintained supply lines despite sabotage, every family that refused to believe the false messages of division. All of this was the actual defense that defeated our enemies. The representatives listened with expressions of pride and determination. This is the true power of the CDF Empire, Yanxinqua continued. Not the power of individual cultivators, no matter how strong, but the power of people united in common purpose, their will aligned, their actions coordinated. Against such power, the celestial hierarchy has no effective counter. He paused, allowing the words to settle. The question now is whether we merely defend the status quo, or whether we use this moment to advance further. I vote for advancement. I vote for expansion, for growth, for the positioning of our empire as a genuine power in the cosmic order rather than merely a defensive holding against celestial aggression. The representatives exchanged glances, and one by one they began to voice their agreement. The conversation that followed addressed strategic positioning, resource allocation, and the beginnings of a new phase of development. What Yanxinqua did not reveal in that meeting was that he had felt something shift within the CDF system itself. The collective defense of the empire, the moment when 1 million people moved in unified response to external threat, had created a resonance in the system unlike anything he had previously experienced. The CDF was no longer merely a tool he wielded. It was becoming something closer to a living entity, a civilization with its own emergent properties and capabilities. The transformation was subtle but profound. Individual cultivators began to report that they could sense the presence of the Empire itself, a consciousness that guided them without words, that coordinated their actions without formal commands, that provided tactical information through channels that bypassed normal communication. It was not mind control or magical compulsion. The people remained free agents making their own choices. But those choices were increasingly aligned with the collective good in ways that seemed almost supernatural. The explanation, when Yin Xinhua finally articulated it to his inner council, was that the CDF system had crossed a threshold. It was no longer merely scaling power with territory controlled. It had become something more fundamental, a kind of distributed consciousness where millions of individuals could tap into the collective understanding of the empire as a whole. Each person retained their autonomy and individual judgment, but they also had access to the wisdom and experience of the entire civilization. It was an amplification of human capability that the celestial hierarchy had never achieved, because the hierarchy was fundamentally built on hierarchy. Its power came from vertical chains of command where information and authority flowed downward from those at the top. The CDF's power came from horizontal integration where information and authority flowed in all directions simultaneously. The threshold to nascent soul was now visible. The population had swelled to just over 950,000 as refugees from the Emerald provinces sought safety in regions that had proven their capacity to defend themselves. A few more months of natural growth would push the empire across the 1 million threshold. And when that threshold was crossed, Yin Xinhua would undergo the transcendence ritual, moving from peak mortal cultivation to genuine celestial rank, but a celestial rank that had been achieved without the backing of the celestial hierarchy, a rank earned through the direct support of his people. The implications of this distinction could not be overstated. In the celestial hierarchy, rank was conferred by those already in power. A cultivator achieved the technical requirements for ascension, but actual admission to celestial rank required approval from the council. It was the final gate, the mechanism by which the hierarchy maintained control over its membership. By achieving nascent soul status through the direct will of his empire rather than through council recognition, Yin Xinhua was demonstrating that it was possible to transcend celestial limitations without submitting to celestial authority. If one person could do it, others could potentially follow. The implications for the stability of the hierarchy were profound and deeply threatening. Chapter 50. The Mole revealed the investigation into Prince Qi Ren's activities as a spy had been thorough and methodical. Lirue's informant network had tracked the prince's movements through the empire with meticulous care, documenting each person he met, each location he visited, each piece of information he attempted to gather. The Fox Maid had cultivated an intelligence apparatus that operated on principles fundamentally different from traditional celestial spy networks. Rather than relying on fear and coercion to motivate informants, Lirue had built a system based on trust and shared purpose. Her agents were people who had genuine reasons to support the empire, merchants who benefited from trade stability, soldiers whose families lived within CDF territories, craftspeople whose skills were finally valued rather than exploited. This alignment of interests made her intelligence network far more resistant to counterintelligence operations than any system built on fear could achieve. The break came when a Shadow Sect operative was captured in the final stages of the conflict. Under interrogation, conducted with methods that were firm but did not violate the CDF's codes against torture, the operative revealed that Qi Ren had been providing regular intelligence updates to celestial contacts, particularly detailed information about the timing and positioning of CDF military forces. The revelation sent Yin Xinhua's council into intense discussion. The prince should have been executed as soon as we confirmed his initial conspiracy, Zhao Chen argued. Instead, we allowed him to escape, and he has been serving as a living intelligence asset against us for months. The palace was not meant to allow him to escape, Mei Luan countered. He was exfiltrated by celestial forces. That suggests high-level coordination that we did not anticipate. The question is what we do now, Lu Fenghui said. Qi Ren has already provided significant intelligence. Executing him would accomplish nothing except eliminating a future source of potential information. If we can locate him and retrieve him, we might learn more about what Zixin knows, how he operates, and what his long-term plans might be. The hunt for Qi Ren took weeks. The prince had been moved to multiple locations within the celestial realm, hidden behind layers of security and obfuscation. But Lirue's network was extensive, and the combination of intelligence sources eventually yielded a location, a secondary celestial outpost that served as a way station for entities moving between different levels of the celestial hierarchy. The operation to retrieve Qi Ren was delicate. A direct celestial incursion would violate the ceasefire agreement. But Yin Xinhua had learned that there were ways to operate in the margins, to use combinations of mortal agents, celestial allies, and careful timing to accomplish objectives that could not be accomplished through direct confrontation. The retrieval team was small: Mei Luan, Lirue, in her true form, and 3 elite CDF soldiers. They moved through a gateway that had been secured by careful negotiation with neutral celestial entities, crossing into the celestial realm for the first time in an authorized military operation. The secondary outpost was lightly defended, assuming that any attack would come from other celestial forces rather than lower realm entities. The CDF team moved through the facility with minimal resistance, locating Qi Run in a holding cell and extracting him before celestial reinforcements could arrive. The prince's return to lower realm territory was theatrical. Yin Xinhua arranged for Qi Run to be brought before the assembled representatives of all 4 realms, his status as a spy now publicly revealed. "Prince Qi Run," Yin Xinhua said formally, addressing the gathered crowd, and the prince in equal measure, is being held to answer for conspiracy, treason, and espionage against the CDF empire. The trial that followed was the opposite of brutal. It was methodical, fair, and fundamentally just. Each charge was presented with evidence. Qi Ren was given opportunity to defend himself, though the weight of testimony against him was overwhelming. Representatives from all 4 realms participated in deliberation. The trial itself became an educational opportunity for the empire. Yin Xinhua arranged for proceedings to be documented and distributed to every major settlement. Citizens who had never witnessed a formal legal process could now understand how justice functioned under the CDF system. They could see how evidence was presented, how arguments were evaluated, how a verdict was reached through consensus rather than decree. It was revolutionary in its implications. In the old celestial order, judgment came from those in power, and there was no appeal, no transparency, no possibility of understanding the reasoning behind a decision. The trial of Qi Ren demonstrated something fundamentally different. A system where power was constrained by law, where even one of royal birth could not escape the consequences of their actions, and where the population itself participated in determining justice. And when a verdict was reached, it was neither execution nor imprisonment. It was permanent exile. "You have chosen to betray the empire you were born into," Yin Xinhua pronounced. "The punishment is that you will be allowed to leave, but you will never be allowed to return. You will be accompanied to the farthest reaches of known space, beyond the borders of all celestial territories, to a realm so distant that the celestial hierarchy does not extend its authority. There, you will live, and there you will die, knowing that the empire you attempted to destroy continues without you, grows stronger with each passing year, and will eventually reshape the cosmic order that you sought to serve." The sentence was, in its way, harsher than execution. Qi Ren was forced to witness the success of the empire he had betrayed, knowing he would never be part of it again. He was removed from the trial and prepared for exile beyond the known cosmos. But the true victory was not the exile itself. It was the message that the trial conveyed to every person in the empire. Justice was blind to power, to status, to relationship. Even a prince could be tried fairly and judged according to the same laws that governed everyone else. This demonstrated that the CDF empire was not merely replacing one tyranny with another version of tyranny. It was building something fundamentally different, a system where law transcended individual power. Chapter 51. The Festival of Ascension. 3 weeks after the conclusion of Qi Ren's trial, Yin Xinhua declared a grand festival to celebrate the empire's survival of multiple conspiracies, the successful defense against external enemies, and the solidification of the unified cosmos that he was building. The announcement came not through proclamation from the capital, but through a simultaneous broadcast of consciousness via the CDF system. A moment where Yin Xinhua opened himself to his entire population and transmitted not just information, but a feeling, a resonance that carried the emotional weight of what had been accomplished and what was still to come. This mode of communication had emerged naturally from the deepening integration of the empire. It required immense effort. Opening one's consciousness to 1,000,000 minds simultaneously was exhausting in ways that physical exertion could not match, but it created a connection that words alone could never achieve. Every person in the empire, receiving the announcement through this direct mental transmission, felt not just intellectually understood what the festival meant, but emotionally experienced the relief and triumph that their ruler felt. The Festival of Ascension lasted 10 days and drew people from across all 4 realms. The central grounds of Dust Home were transformed into a celebration that mixed martial exhibitions, artistic performances, feats of cultivation and engineering, and moments of pure social connection. On the first day, Yin Xinhua officially announced the engagement between himself and Mei Luan. The revelation surprised no one. The two had been openly together for months, but the formality transformed it into a symbol. Here was the ruler of the CDF empire, binding himself to someone who was not of the celestial hierarchy, not of the founding nobility of any realm, but someone who had chosen his vision and committed to it through both action and sacrifice. Mei Luan, dressed in formal regalia of stunning beauty, was presented to the people not as a concubine or a political alliance, but as the future empress of the empire. The crowd's response was an outpouring of celebration that went far beyond mere protocol. The people understood that they were witnessing a moment of symbolic significance. On the second day, the Grand Martial tournament that had been interrupted by assassination attempt was completed. The tournament had been restructured to celebrate regional achievement rather than individual dominance. Competitions were organized so that teams from each realm could compete, allowing for both individual prowess and coordinated group excellence. The tournament revealed a new generation of military leaders, some of them rising from humble backgrounds, others from established families. What they shared was excellence and a commitment to the empire's principles. Several of them were personally recognized by Yin Xinhua and offered positions in the expanded CDF military structure. On the third through fifth days, the festival showcased engineering achievements, new roads that had been constructed across the empire, water systems that brought fresh water to previously underserved regions, buildings designed according to aesthetic principles that blended function with beauty. The engineering displays demonstrated that the CDF's power was not merely military but creative, productive, oriented toward building rather than destroying. The sixth day was dedicated to cultivation and spiritual achievement. Various cultivators demonstrated their arts, not in competition but in exhibition. The displays ranged from combat techniques to artistic forms that had little practical application but existed purely for beauty. The message was clear. The CDF empire valued not just efficiency, but the human need for beauty and expression. On the seventh day, representatives from celestial realms that maintained diplomatic relations with the CDF were given formal reception. They were welcomed as honored guests rather than observers, and they witnessed firsthand the scale and sophistication of what Yin Xinhua had built. The celestial representatives were treated with courtesy and respect, but there was an undercurrent of message. The CDF was no longer supplicant to the celestial order. It was an equal power deserving of equal treatment. The eighth and ninth days were given over to pure celebration. Food and drink from across all four realms were made available. Musicians performed from a central pavilion. Cultivators of sufficient strength gave flight displays that filled the sky with movement and light. The people danced, celebrated, and experienced a moment of collective joy that transcended the normal divisions of work and duty. On the final day of the festival, Yin Xinhua addressed the assembled crowd one more time. Mei Luan stood beside him, and when he spoke, he included her perspective as well. The two of them stood at the center of an amphitheater that had been carved into the earth overlooking the city, a gathering place that could accommodate hundreds of thousands. The sun was setting behind them, casting long shadows across the assembled masses. The light caught the nascent soul that now resided at the center of Yin Xinhua's being, visible to those sensitive enough to perceive it as a subtle radiance that seemed to emanate from the very core of his existence. "We have survived this year because we understood something that the celestial hierarchy has forgotten," he said. "Power is not dominion over others. Power is the ability to move together toward shared goals. And the greatest power is not the power of a single exceptional individual, but the power of millions of people united in common purpose." He gestured to the crowd surrounding him. "Each of you has contributed to our survival. Each of you has chosen to remain part of this empire, even when enemies threatened. Each of you has understood that what we are building is worth defending. This is the source of our strength, and this is why we will continue to grow. In the years ahead, we will face challenges that will test everything we have built. The celestial hierarchy will not accept our existence peacefully. Forces beyond our current understanding will emerge. But if we remain true to the principles that have guided us thus far, the principle that power comes not from domination but from genuine connection, that strength comes not from individuals but from aligned will, that the future belongs not to those who control others but to those who serve a vision larger than themselves, then nothing can stop us. We are not merely individuals. We are a civilization. And a civilization that has learned to think and act as one is more powerful than any force in the cosmos." When he finished, the crowd's response was not merely applause. It was a roar that seemed to vibrate the ground itself, a unified affirmation of commitment that transcended individual voices and became a single collective expression. And in that moment, The CDF system sent a notification that had been anticipated for months, yet still carried the weight of genuine achievement. Population threshold exceeded 1,000,000 plus. All requirements for nascent soul transcendence met. Ritual preparation window, 1 calendar month. Warning. Transcendence ritual will require total withdrawal of consciousness for 7 days. Empire governance must be delegated during ritual period. The notification was more than a simple acknowledgement of reaching a numerical milestone. It was recognition that the CDF empire had achieved something unprecedented. A civilization of 1 million people so tightly integrated that the consciousness of its leader could temporarily withdraw from the physical world while the entire system continued to function autonomously. For any other empire or organization, such a withdrawal of leadership would have caused immediate chaos. But the CDF was no longer dependent on a single individual making moment-to-moment decisions. The distributed consciousness that the empire had developed meant that the system could adapt and respond to challenges without requiring the presence of its founder. It was the ultimate proof that Yin Xinhua had succeeded in building something that transcended any individual person's capabilities. Chapter 52. The Spiritual Ascension Ritual. In the 40 days following the Festival of Ascension, Yin Xinhua made extensive preparations for the ritual that would transform him into a nascent soul cultivator. The process required not just personal preparation, but the complete positioning of the empire to function without his direct guidance for 7 days. This preparation was not merely administrative in nature. It was a philosophical undertaking, a deliberate test of whether the empire had truly transcended dependence on its founder's moment-to-moment direction. Yin Xinhua had built the CDF system to scale with territory controlled, but he had also come to understand that genuine power required distribution. An empire that could not function when its leader was absent was fundamentally unstable. The 7-day withdrawal during the nascent soul ritual would be the first true test of whether the governmental and military structures he had developed could maintain coherence and purpose without his presence guiding them. Mei Luan was appointed as regent, the embodiment of leadership in his absence. Zhao Chun was given control of military operations with explicit authorization to respond to any threats without requiring approval from higher authority. Lu Fenghui was made administrator of economic and diplomatic functions. Li Ruwei was positioned as intelligence authority. Shi Rang remained as head of the CDF's Martial Academy. The distribution of authority was not meant to be temporary. Rather, it was designed to cement a system where power was distributed across multiple highly competent individuals rather than concentrated in a single person. When Yin Xinhua returned from the ritual, he would return to an empire that had proven it could function without his moment-to-moment direction. The ritual itself was prepared according to specifications found in the spiritual codex. A location was chosen, a circular temple on a mountain overlooking Dustholm, a place that had been sacred long before the CDF was founded. The temple was ritually cleansed, protected with wards against intrusion, and prepared with the symbols and implements described in the ancient text. On the designated day, Yin Xinhua entered the temple accompanied only by Mei Luan. The two meditated together in the center of the sacred space, aligning their consciousness and deepening their spiritual connection until their individual awareness began to blur into something shared. Then Mei Luan withdrew, leaving Yin Xinhua alone in the temple as the ritual began. The first hours were deceptively peaceful. Yin Xinghua's body lay on the meditation platform, breathing slowly and deeply, while his consciousness projected outward into the spiritual essence of the empire. He was moving into the space between physical reality and the purely spiritual, the same liminal space where dreams manifested, where the CDF system itself seemed to exist. By hour 6, his body had achieved a state of deep hibernation, the physical form requiring minimal resources, the consciousness fully projected into the empire's collective essence. And then the visions began. They came not as coherent narratives, but as overlapping moments of human experience. A farmer's hands working soil, a child being born, a merchant negotiating a trade agreement, a soldier standing guard at night, an artist composing music. Thousands of moments, millions of small acts that together constituted the life of the empire. But more than the moments themselves, Yin Xinhua experienced the emotions attached to them. He felt the farmer's satisfaction in productive work, the new mother's overwhelming love, the merchant's pride in fair dealing, the soldier's commitment to protection, the artist's fulfillment in creation. And he experienced the fears, the doubts, the sorrows that existed alongside these moments. He felt loss and grief, the ache of loved ones separated, the pain of work that yielded insufficient reward. He experienced hunger and cold and the desperation that came with insufficient resources. By day 3, Yanxinqua had begun to understand that the ritual was not a moment of personal transcendence, but a moment of radical empathy. The spiritual codex had guided him toward this for months, but the ritual made it unavoidable, inescapable, complete. He was not rising above his people. He was descending into them, merging with them, understanding what it meant to be each of them simultaneously. The experience was overwhelming. His individual identity began to dissolve into the collective identity of the empire. There was a moment of profound disorientation when he could no longer distinguish between his thoughts and their thoughts. A farmer's worry about crops became his worry. A merchant's anxiety about fair prices became his anxiety. A soldier's grief over a fallen friend became his grief. The boundaries that had always separated self from other were not merely blurred. They were fundamentally dissolved. He was no longer Yanxinqua experiencing empathy for his people. He was one consciousness distributed across a million bodies. One will expressed through infinite variations of individual action. In those moments of dissolution, something extraordinary happened. Instead of fragmentation, there came integration. As the individual boundary between Yanxinqua and the empire began to blur, a new form of consciousness emerged. It was still him. His memories remained intact, his personality persisted, but it was also them. His awareness had expanded to encompass not just his own will, but the collective will of a million people. The nascent soul, when it finally formed on day 7, was not a symbol of personal achievement. It was a physical manifestation of the unified consciousness that Yanxinqua and his empire had become. The sphere of crystalline light that took shape contained the imprint of a million lives, their hopes and dreams and commitments all woven into the fabric of his being. The physical form of the nascent soul was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. It rotated slowly at the center of Yanxinqua's spiritual core, its surface etched with symbols and patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on the angle of observation. Some of the patterns were instantly recognizable: the symbol of the CDF system, the insignia of the Northern Kingdom, the merchant's mark of the Emerald Provinces. Others were more abstract, expressing concepts that human language could not quite capture. The sphere contained infinite depth. A cultivator studying it for hours would never exhaust the details it contained. It was, in essence, a crystallization of the collective will of an entire civilization, made visible and tangible through the miracle of cultivation. When Yanxinqua's consciousness finally began to return to his physical body, the transition was gentle. The visions faded. The collective awareness receded, though it did not disappear completely. He remained connected to his empire in a way that transcended normal understanding, able to sense the collective emotional state of the entire population, able to feel their needs and aspirations as clearly as he could feel his own. On the morning of day 8, Yanxinqua opened his eyes. His body was weak from the week of non-movement, but when he stood, he moved with a grace and power that had not been present before. The nascent soul was now an active part of him, integrated into every aspect of his being. Mei Luan was waiting at the temple entrance, and when she saw him, she knew immediately that the ritual had succeeded. The change was visible in him, not in his appearance, but in something more fundamental. He had become something greater than he had been, something that could not be diminished or defeated by normal means. "Welcome back," she said, stepping forward to embrace him. "I am not the same as I was," Yanxinqua replied. "I do not think I will ever be entirely myself again. I am we. The distinction has become meaningless." Chapter 53, The Celestial Recognition. News of Yanxinqua's ascension to nascent soul rank reached the Eternal Accord Council within hours. The information traveled through celestial networks faster than communication could achieve in the physical realm, spreading from source to source until it reached the highest levels of the celestial hierarchy. The council convened an emergency session, and the mood was divided into clear factions. The hardliners, led by celestial lords who had most directly opposed the lower realm expansion, immediately demanded military response. A nascent soul-ranked entity arising from outside our control is an existential threat, they argued. We must eliminate him before he consolidates power further. Every month we delay, his position becomes stronger. The pragmatists, led by the neutral celestial lords who had brokered the ceasefire, argued for caution. The treaty forbids military action against the lower realm for a period of 9 years. Breaking the treaty now would damage our credibility with the very entities whose support we need to maintain internal stability. A third faction, which had not been explicitly acknowledged but was nonetheless present, saw opportunity. These were celestial entities who were not entirely satisfied with the current hierarchy and who recognized that Yanxinqua might serve as a useful tool for reshaping the cosmic order. The debate raged for 3 celestial days, which translated to roughly 2 weeks in lower realm time. Arguments were made, positions were adjusted, temporary alliances were formed and dissolved. And by the end, a fragile consensus emerged. The council would not undertake direct military action, but neither would it formally recognize Yin Xinqua's new rank. The refusal of recognition was significant. In the celestial hierarchy, rank was not merely personal achievement, but a position within the formal structure of the cosmos. A nascent soul who was recognized by the council would gain access to certain resources and protections that came with official status. A nascent soul who was not recognized would be a rogue element, powerful but isolated. Zixin, observing this development, saw an opportunity. If he could negotiate directly with Yin Xinqua, if he could position himself as a bridge between the council and this new power, he might recover some of the authority he had lost. The Celestial Lord had spent centuries cultivating political relationships, understanding how to read the currents of power within the hierarchy. He could sense that the council was fracturing, that the unified authority that had characterized celestial governance for millennia was beginning to fragment into competing factions. In such an environment, the one who could broker peace between conflicting parties could position themselves as essential. If Yin Xinqua could be convinced to accept a subordinate but honored position within the celestial order, and if Zixin could be credited with having negotiated such peace, the celestial lord's position might be restored. It was a gamble, but gambles were how power was accumulated in the celestial hierarchy. Zixin had not risen to his current position by playing it safe. He arranged for a secret communication to be sent to the lower realm, carried by a trusted intermediary who could not be traced back to him directly. The message was carefully crafted to appeal to Yin Xinqua's rationality while remaining deniable if the negotiation attempt became public. Zixin had learned over centuries that successful negotiation required offering something the other party genuinely wanted, and that meant understanding what Yin Xinqua actually valued. Chapter 54, The Merchant's Gambit. While celestial politics roiled in response to Yin Xinqua's ascension, Lu Fenghui was executing a strategy that paralleled the political maneuvering in a different arena. The Minister of Trade had spent months cultivating relationships with merchants and entities from tertiary-tier celestial realms, realms that existed below the primary power centers but were nonetheless sophisticated and resource-rich. The beauty of Lu Fenghui's approach was that it operated entirely within the bounds of the ceasefire agreement. The treaty explicitly forbade political alliances with higher-ranked celestial realms, but it did not forbid commercial agreements. And commerce, conducted carefully, could achieve many of the same objectives as formal alliance. A series of trade agreements were negotiated with significant care. The CDF would purchase exotic materials that only celestial realms could produce: rare metals, spiritual herbs, cultivation texts, artifacts of power. In exchange, the lower realm would export goods that were increasingly rare in the celestial realm: agricultural products grown on terra firma rather than in enchanted gardens, wines and spirits produced through processes that celestial entities could not replicate, art and craftsmanship that reflected the unique aesthetic of the lower realms. The agreements were structured so that tertiary-tier celestial entities would embed themselves within the CDF's territories as merchants and liaison representatives. They would maintain permanent presence, operating trading posts and repositories for celestial goods. This presence was technically commercial but had the practical effect of creating an intelligence network and a network of celestial beings with direct interest in the CDF's prosperity. More subtly, the agreements included provisions for knowledge exchange. Celestial cultivators would be allowed to study the CDF's unique approach to cultivation, the system that had allowed Yin Xinqua to reach nascent soul rank without the centuries of training that celestial entities normally required. And in exchange, CDF cultivators would be allowed access to celestial cultivation texts. The effect was to begin a gradual transformation of the celestial hierarchy itself. Tertiary-tier realms, gaining access to CDF knowledge and experiencing the economic benefits of trade with the lower realm, began to view the hierarchy in new ways. They saw opportunities that had not been available before. They began to imagine themselves as something other than merely subordinate positions in a fixed cosmic order. Within 6 months of the first major trade agreement, representatives of 3 separate tertiary-tier celestial realms had moved to permanent positions within the CDF empire. They established trading houses, began negotiations for joint ventures, and most importantly, began sharing information about celestial politics and the internal divisions of the Eternal Accord Council. It was a masterful strategy, and it achieved what direct military action never could. It began to reshape celestial power dynamics by creating economic incentives that aligned tertiary-tier celestial realms with the CDF's continued existence and prosperity. Chapter 55, The Cultivator Academy. 3 months after his ascension to nascent soul rank, Yen Xinhua made a decision that would have profound implications for the future of cultivation across multiple realms. He authorized the establishment of the Academy of Cosmic Dominion, an institution dedicated to training the next generation of cultivators according to CDF principles. The decision was not made impulsively. Yen Xinhua had spent weeks discussing the concept with Lu Fenghui and with Immortal Qin, the celestial officer who had defected to his cause. Both advisors understood the risk. An academy that opened cultivation knowledge to anyone with talent represented a direct threat to the celestial hierarchy's control over power distribution. Yet both also understood the strategic advantage. If the CDF could train competent cultivators far more efficiently than the celestial hierarchy could, then over time, the talent and capability distribution across the cosmos would shift toward the lower realm. The Academy's founding document outlined its philosophy explicitly. Knowledge is the common inheritance of all sentient beings. The ability to cultivate, to grow, to transcend one's natural limitations is not a privilege granted by those in power, but a right inherent in existence itself. This academy opens its doors to any cultivator of sufficient talent, regardless of origin, prior affiliation, or social status. This principle ran directly counter to the practices of celestial sects and traditional power structures. For thousands of years, cultivation knowledge had been hoarded by those who had achieved power. Teachers were jealously guarded resources, and the knowledge they possessed was treated as proprietary, shared only with approved disciples, and withheld from all others. The CDF Academy operated according to different principles. Teachers were hired to impart knowledge, and the knowledge was standardized and recorded in written form accessible to all students. Rather than a master guiding a small number of hand-selected disciples, the Academy operated on principles similar to lower-realm universities: large classes, standardized curricula, regular examinations to assess progress. The results were immediate and stunning. Within a year, thousands of young cultivators from across the celestial hierarchy had traveled to the CDF to study at the Academy. Most of them came from humble backgrounds or from oppressed regions of the celestial hierarchy where cultivation resources were scarce. For the first time in their lives, they had access to genuine training and techniques that allowed them to grow stronger and transcend their limitations. The Academy's curriculum was comprehensive and rigorous. Students were taught not just combat techniques, but the theoretical foundations of cultivation, the nature of qi, the mechanics of realm advancement, the principles of formation construction. They studied philosophy and ethics alongside martial practice. They learned history not as propaganda, but as a complex narrative where multiple perspectives were acknowledged and debated. The Academy cultivated not just stronger fighters, but more sophisticated thinkers, people who would eventually carry these new ways of understanding power back to their home realms. More than that, the Academy became a beacon of possibility. Word spread through celestial networks that there was a place where you did not need to be born into power to achieve cultivation, where your willingness to study and your talent were the only requirements for advancement. Former slaves traveled vast distances to reach dust home. Merchants' sons from oppressed territories risked their family's ire by abandoning trade to pursue cultivation. Women, systematically excluded from traditional celestial academies, arrived in unprecedented numbers and discovered that the CDF valued merit regardless of gender. Each of these groups brought with them not just ambition but hunger, a desperate desire to transcend the limitations that celestial hierarchy had imposed upon them. The political implications were not lost on the celestial hierarchy. The Academy was not merely a school. It was a force for social transformation. Every student who graduated from the Academy and returned to their home realm carried with them new ideas about how power could be organized, new possibilities for how hierarchy could be structured differently. They also carried with them emotional memories of a place where they had been treated with dignity, where their potential had been recognized and nurtured, where the system itself was oriented toward their advancement rather than their exploitation. Many of them would remain secretly aligned with the CDF even after returning to their home realms, forming networks of sympathetic individuals within the celestial hierarchy itself. These networks would eventually become as important to Yen Xinhua's strategy as any military force or political alliance. The Eternal Accord Council recognized the threat and attempted to forbid their subordinate realms from sending students to the Academy. But the prohibition was poorly enforced and widely ignored. Young cultivators were willing to defy their governors to access the knowledge being offered. And governors, realizing that their own populations were suffering by being denied educational opportunities, quietly looked the other way as their subjects traveled to study. By the end of the Academy's first year, it had begun to reshape the celestial hierarchy from within. The Council's control over knowledge, long one of its primary sources of power, was being directly challenged. Chapter 56. The prophecy's second verse. The old seer arrived at Dust Home without announcement, moving through the city's streets with a confidence that suggested she did not fear detection or interruption. She was ancient, her face marked with the lines of centuries, her eyes containing the peculiar clarity that came from having experienced many lifetimes and learned to see patterns in what others perceived as chaos. Lirue first detected her presence, and the intelligence officer brought her to Yin Xinqua's attention. The seer requested a private audience, and Yin Xinqua granted it, curious about what an ancient diviner might have to communicate. When they were alone in the private chamber, the seer did not waste time with pleasantries. "I have been waiting for you to reach this point," she said without preamble. "I have held a prophecy in my mind for 70 years, waiting for the moment when you would be ready to hear it." "What prophecy?" Yin Xinqua asked, though he suspected he already knew what was coming. The seer recited, "The man who remakes the sky must first walk through darkness. 3 trials remain: the trial of the body, the trial of the spirit, and the trial of will. Only when all are overcome will the true enemy reveal itself." Yin Xinqua felt the weight of the words settle on him. He had heard them before, but hearing them again carried different weight now. He had undergone trials of the body, the combat with the mortal Tenjin, the battles against the Shadow Sect, the physical training that had pushed his mortal frame to its absolute limits. He had undergone trials of spirit. The nascent soul ritual had merged him with his people at a level that transcended personal identity, had shown him what it meant to be a million beings simultaneously. But the trial of will, that remained ahead, a challenge that could not be prepared for in advance because its nature depended on the choices he would make when facing ultimatums he could not predict. The trial of the body had been about proving that he could survive and overcome physical opposition. The trial of the spirit had been about proving that he could transcend the limitations of individual consciousness and achieve unity with something larger than himself. But the trial of will, that was about choice. When faced with a choice between his principles and his survival, between the empire and his personal safety, between compromise and confrontation, what would he choose? No amount of training could prepare someone for the moment when such choices had to be made, when the theoretical became concrete and immediate. "What does the trial of will entail?" he asked. "That, I cannot tell you. The prophecy exists at the boundary between known and unknown. If I specified the trial, I would collapse the possibility space and prevent the authentic trial from occurring. What I can tell you is this: the true enemy is not the celestial hierarchy. The hierarchy is a tool used by something older and vaster. When you overcome the 3 trials, you will encounter that true enemy." The seer stood, indicating the conversation's end. "The time frame is constrained. The 10-year countdown that was set when you were exiled moves toward conclusion. When year 10 arrives, you must be ready. The final trial will come whether you are prepared or not." She departed, leaving Yin Xinqua with knowledge that was both clarifying and deeply unsettling. The arc he had been fighting within, the conflict with the celestial hierarchy, the building of his empire, the clash of powers, all of it was preparation. The real confrontation had not yet begun. Over the following weeks, Yin Xinqua shared the prophecy with his inner circle. The conversation was sobering. Everyone understood that despite their achievements, they were still in the prelude to something vastly larger. "The trial of will is something we cannot fully prepare for," Mei Luan said thoughtfully. "But we can ensure that we are as strong as possible when it comes. We can consolidate power, deepen our connections, ensure that every part of our empire is as robust as it can be." "How long do we have?" Zhao Chen asked. 6 years, Yin Xinqua replied. "The countdown was set in year 0 of my exile. Year 10 arrives 6 years from now. That gives us 6 years to become as powerful and unified as we can manage." The conversation that followed outlined strategies for using those 6 years to maximum effect. Accelerated cultivation training for elite forces. Diplomatic positioning to secure alliances with celestial entities who might support them when the final trial came. Technological development to create weapons and tools that could operate on a celestial scale. Magical research to understand the nature of the true enemy that the prophecy spoke of. It was ambitious, perhaps impossible, but the alternative was to wait passively for destiny to arrive. Chapter 57. Zixin's secret envoy. The message arrived through a celestial messenger who requested private audience with Yin Xinqua. The envelope was sealed with Zixin's personal mark, a symbol that guaranteed safe passage and neutral territory for any communication bearing it. Yan Xinhua opened the message and read its contents with careful attention. I have erred. The military campaign I authorized was a mistake born of pride and defensiveness. You have grown strong beyond my expectations, and I am perceptive enough to understand that direct confrontation will not yield victory for my forces. Therefore, I propose a different course, negotiation. Let us meet as peers and discuss the future. The place can be neutral ground, the floating island of the celestial accord, suspended between realms where neither of us holds advantage. The terms can be as you wish, but let us speak to each other directly, away from the politics and maneuvering that constrains our communications through intermediaries. Zixin, Yan Xinghua's first instinct was to refuse. The letter felt like a trap, a method to lure him into a vulnerable position where he could be eliminated. But his second thought was that the letter might be genuine. Zixin had invested enormous resources in the failed military campaign. The Celestial Lord was pragmatic enough to recognize when a strategy was not yielding results and to pivot toward different approaches. He called his council and presented the letter for their analysis. The responses were divided. It could be genuine, Mailwan said. Zixin is intelligent enough to recognize when direct military action won't work. A negotiated solution might be preferable to him if it allows him to maintain his position against the council's hardliners. It could also be a trap, Zhao Qin countered. Zixin might simply be attempting to get you into a vulnerable position where he can strike at you with forces you cannot detect. There is a third possibility, Lu Fenghui suggested. Zixin might genuinely wish to negotiate, but the negotiation might be designed to compromise you. Perhaps he seeks to extract concessions that would weaken your position against the council. Perhaps he wishes to create a public agreement that positions him as your superior. The options for how he might use this meeting are numerous. Yan Xinhua considered all three perspectives. The old him might have responded with caution and suspicion, but the ascended version of himself understood that sometimes growth required taking risks, that isolation could be as dangerous as exposure. I will accept the meeting, he decided, but under careful conditions. Mei Luan will accompany me, along with 3 elite guards, all of them individuals who have proven capable of operating at celestial levels of power. We will insist on absolute neutrality of the meeting ground, and we will go prepared for either genuine negotiation or sudden betrayal. The message of acceptance was sent, and the meeting was scheduled for 2 weeks hence. Chapter 58. The private negotiation. The floating island of the Celestial Accord existed in a space between realms, a location carefully maintained by the Council as a neutral territory where disputes could be arbitrated without advantage to any single party. The island was roughly circular, 2 miles in diameter, with a central pavilion constructed from white stone and supported by pillars carved with celestial script. Yan Xinhua arrived with his delegation precisely at the appointed hour, and Zixin was already present, accompanied by 3 celestial attendants. The Celestial Lord looked older than he had in previous encounters. The failed military campaign and the loss of prestige within the council had taken a visible toll. The attendants were dismissed, and the 2 leaders were left with only Mei Luan and Zixin's personal guard as witnesses. The meeting was conducted in the pavilion's central chamber, a space designed to prevent either party from claiming positional advantage. I have been thinking about you extensively, Zixin began without preamble. About why you succeeded where others have failed. About why the council's centuries of accumulated power proved insufficient to stop you. You want to understand the mechanism so you can deploy it yourself, Yan Xinhua replied. It was not a question, partly, but also to understand whether a different relationship might be more profitable than opposition. Zixin settled into a position that was both comfortable and ready for sudden movement. The council is fragmenting. What was unified authority is becoming a coalition of competing interests. The neutral lords have the balance of power, but they cannot hold forever. Eventually, the hardliners will consolidate enough support to make a decisive push. And you want me to help you consolidate power within the council? Yan Xinhua asked, understanding where the conversation was heading. I want to propose a partnership. You are clearly rising in power. You will likely become a genuine threat to the council within the next decade. Rather than that conflict occurring, I propose that you instead accept a subordinate position within a restructured hierarchy. You would answer to me personally, and in exchange, I would protect you from the council's assassination attempts and ensure your continued growth. In effect, you would become my vassal in the outer realms. It was precisely what Yan Xinhua had feared. Zixin was not offering genuine partnership, but a reconfiguration of domination. He was attempting to co-opt the threat by subordinating it to his own authority. And if I refuse? Yan Xinhua asked. Then you become my rival, and I am forced to ensure your elimination. The Council would welcome such action. I would gain prestige by removing a rising threat, and you would be destroyed before you could challenge the hierarchy that has endured for millennia. Yin Xingque stood and walked to the edge of the pavilion, looking out at the space between realms that the island occupied. The view was strange, neither the celestial realm nor the lower realm, but something in between, a liminal space that followed physics that did not operate in either location. When he turned back, his expression was calm, but his eyes held a light that had not been present moments before. The nascent soul within him was responding to the threat, preparing for potential conflict at a level that transcended conscious thought. He could feel, through the mystical connection that bound him to his empire, the million hearts of his people. They were waiting, watching, ready to surge forward with their will if he called upon them. The knowledge gave him absolute confidence, not arrogance. He respected Zixin's power and understood the danger. But the knowledge that he was never truly alone, that his strength was not merely his own but belonged to an entire civilization, changed the calculus of the confrontation. I decline, he said simply. I will not accept subordination to any celestial lord, no matter how powerful. I am not a vassal, and I will not become one. My empire is built on principles that your hierarchy fundamentally opposes. Any alliance between us would be built on contradiction and would collapse within months. He moved slightly closer to the pavilion's center, putting himself in a position where Zixin would need to move through distance to reach him. The gesture was subtle, a shift of weight that only someone trained in combat would notice. It was the stance of someone preparing for violence, not negotiation. The atmosphere in the pavilion transformed in that moment. The air itself seemed to grow heavy with possibility, with the weight of what was about to occur. Both Mei Luan and Zixin's guards felt the change, understood that the moment of diplomatic pretense was ending and the moment of direct confrontation was beginning. The elegant words and careful phrases that had characterized the first part of their conversation were about to be replaced with something far more direct, the language of power, of force, of will clashing against will without the mediation of civilization's courtesies. Zixin's expression hardened. Then you understand that this conversation marks the beginning of open hostility between us. I have made my offer. Your refusal means you have chosen enemy status. I understand, Yin Xingque replied, and his voice carried a weight that had not been present in earlier portions of the conversation. The nascent soul within him was responding to the certainty of coming conflict, preparing itself and him for what would inevitably follow. But understand in turn that I do not fear your enmity. I have survived exile, military campaigns, assassination attempts, and the direct opposition of your military forces. I have built an empire that numbers 1 million souls united in common purpose. You are one entity, no matter how powerful. I am an entire civilization. The words hung in the space between them, taking on weight and significance. It was not a boast, but a statement of fact. The power differential between an individual celestial lord and a civilization-spanning empire was no longer what it had been. Zixin had built his power through accumulation of knowledge, technique, and personal cultivation. Yin Xingque had built his through the alignment of diverse beings toward shared purpose. The two forms of power were fundamentally different, and Zixin was beginning to understand that his traditional advantages might not be sufficient against this new paradigm. What happened next occurred with the speed that only celestial-level combat could achieve. Zixin, seeing that negotiation had failed and believing he held the positional advantage, activated a formation that had been subtly woven into the island's structure, a technique so sophisticated that it had gone undetected by Yin Xingque's awareness. The formation manifested as a heavenly tribulation-level spell, a cascade of power that would have utterly destroyed a mortal being or even a lower celestial entity. But Yin Xingque was a nascent soul, and the unified consciousness that he had achieved through the transcendence ritual allowed him to respond with power that drew on the strength of his entire empire. The two forces collided in a confrontation that tore apart the structure of the floating island. The pavilion crumbled. The island's structure began to fracture, breaking apart into floating fragments that drifted away into the space between realms. Mei Luan and Zixin's guards were caught in the initial wave of energy, both pairs thrown backward by the violence of the collision. When they regained their footing, the two leaders were already engaged in direct physical combat. Zixin fought with the techniques of someone who had trained for millennia and defeated countless opponents. But Yin Xingque fought with the unified will of a civilization backing every movement, every strike, every defensive position. The fight was a spectacle that would have been visible across multiple realms if anyone had been positioned to observe it. The confrontation lasted for minutes that felt like hours. The space between realms itself seemed to react to their conflict, shifting, and warping as two fundamentally different paradigms of power clashed against each other. Zixin's superior technique and experience were countered by Yan Xingqua's superior force and the ability to adapt strategies in real time, because his consciousness was connected to the collective intelligence of an entire empire. When Zixin attacked with a technique that would have been overwhelming to any individual opponent, Yan Xingqua's response came not from personal knowledge, but from the combined tactical understanding of 1,000 military strategists working through his unified consciousness. Zixin moved with the grace and precision of someone who had trained for centuries, but Yan Xingqua moved with the coordination and purpose of a civilization that had aligned itself toward victory. Each of them was exceptional in their own way, but they represented different definitions of what exceptional meant. Eventually, Zixin realized that he could not win the confrontation. He was not being defeated in the traditional sense. His power was sufficient to prevent Yan Xingqua from delivering a decisive blow. But he was also not winning. The two forces were reaching a stalemate where continued conflict served neither side. The Celestial Lord's response was to unleash one final, desperate attack. A technique forbidden by celestial protocols, a spell that consumed vast portions of his own power reserves. It was a gambit designed to either destroy Yan Xingqua or severely damage him enough that victory could be achieved in the aftermath. The attack manifested as a wave of pure celestial power that literally tore at the fabric of space itself. Yan Xingqua could not defend completely against something of such magnitude and destructive power. The wave caught him and threw him across the remaining fragments of the island, his body taking damage that rendered his physical form severely compromised. Chapter 59. The offer revealed as bait as Yan Xingqua crashed against one of the island fragments, consciousness beginning to blur from the severity of his injuries. A terrible realization crystallized in his mind. Everything, the letter, the invitation to negotiate, the pretense of genuine discussion, had been a setup from the beginning. Zixin had gambled that Yan Xingqua would bring minimal security to a supposedly neutral meeting. The Celestial Lord had wagered that even with nascent soul power, the MC would be vulnerable in direct combat if caught off guard. And more importantly, Zixin had used the negotiation as a probe, a method to assess Yan Xingqua's actual power and determine whether the threat was survivable or not. The answer, in Zixin's calculation, was not. Yan Xingqua was too powerful, too well-connected, too positioned to eventually challenge celestial hierarchy. The only rational response was elimination, even at the cost of forbidden techniques and personal injury. As Yan Xingqua's consciousness began to slip, he realized he was dying. The injuries were too severe, the damage to his nascent soul too complete, the gap between his remaining power and Zixin's continued assault too great to overcome. Then something extraordinary happened. His connection to his empire, the unified consciousness that had been forming since the nascent soul ritual, surged with power that transcended anything he had personally cultivated. 1,000,000 people, sensing through the mystical connection that bound them together, felt their ruler's peril. And they responded. The power flowed from every corner of the CDF empire, from soldiers standing watch, from mothers caring for children, from artists creating beauty, from merchants negotiating fairly, from farmers tending soil. Every person who had chosen to remain part of this empire sent their will, their determination, their commitment in the direction of their ruler. The surge was immense, transformative, utterly beyond anything that Zixin had anticipated. Yan Xingqua, drawing on the power of 1,000,000 united souls, rose from where he had been thrown and responded with a counterattack that matched Zixin's forbidden technique with force that came from the collective will of an entire civilization. The collision was devastating. Both forces canceled each other out in an explosion that shattered what remained of the floating island and sent all combatants falling into the liminal space between realms. Zixin, exhausted from the forbidden technique and the expenditure of personal power required to maintain the collision, fell toward the void of space between worlds. Yan Xingqua, barely conscious, felt Mei Luan grab his arm and pull him upward, back toward the celestial realm and safety. The last sight Yan Xingqua had before consciousness faded was Zixin's figure disappearing into the distance, the Celestial Lord falling toward the space where exiled entities went when they lost connection to the celestial hierarchy. When Yan Xingqua regained consciousness 3 days later, he was in the healing chambers of Dust Home, his body wrapped in bandages, his nascent soul slowly reconstituting itself from the profound damage it had sustained. Mei Luan was waiting, her expression a mixture of relief and grim determination. "You nearly died," she said without preamble, and Zixin fell into the void between realms. Whether that constitutes death or exile is unclear, but he is no longer a threat to us. Yan Xingqua tried to speak, but pain erupted in his chest. Mei Luan pressed a healing potion to his lips. Rest. You have earned it. As consciousness faded again, Yan Xinhua understood what had happened. The offer that Zixin had made was not genuine negotiation. It was a test, and when it was failed, or rather, when Yan Xinhua had refused the subordinate status it offered, the true nature of their conflict had been revealed. The Celestial Lord had gambled and lost. And in losing, he had allowed Yan Xinhua to survive a confrontation that should have been fatal, because the MC's connection to his empire had proven to be something more powerful than any individual celestial entity could overcome. Chapter 60. The narrowed path. 2 weeks after the confrontation with Zixin on the floating island, Yan Xinhua stood on the observation deck of Dusthome Castle, watching the sunset paint the sky in colors of fire and gold. His body had healed, though the scars, both visible and internal, would remain with him for a long time. But more than the physical recovery, he had undergone a transformation in understanding. The prophecy about the 3 trials had begun to make sense. The trial of the body had been the combat training and battles against physical enemies. The trial of the spirit had been the nascent soul ritual where he merged with his people at a level that transcended individual identity. But the trial of will, that had been the encounter with Zixin, the moment when he had to decide whether to remain independent or accept subordination, whether to hold to his principles even when it meant direct confrontation with a vastly powerful celestial entity. He had chosen the path of will over the path of security. He had refused compromise and subordination. And in that refusal, he had proven something fundamental about himself and his empire. But the trial of will had also revealed something troubling. The prophecy spoke of a true enemy that would reveal itself after the 3 trials were overcome. Yan Xinhua had encountered Zixin, who was a true enemy in the traditional sense. But the words of the prophecy suggested something different. An enemy that was not merely powerful, but fundamentally opposed to the order that Yan Xinhua was building. From the Journal of Zikamon, Yan Xinhua had learned of the primordial one, the cosmic force that existed beyond the celestial hierarchy. From the spiritual codex, he had understood that the hierarchy itself was designed as a containment mechanism. And from his own experiences, he was beginning to suspect that the celestial entities he had fought, whether Zixin or the Council hardliners, were operating within constraints they did not fully understand. What if the true enemy was not a celestial lord but the force that the celestial hierarchy had been created to contain? What if the 10-year countdown, the prophecy, and his entire journey of growth had been preparation for something infinitely larger than any conflict with the celestial realm? Mei Luan joined him at the observation deck, her presence a comfort that had become essential to his equilibrium. The immortal cultivator who had lived for thousands of years and seen countless empires rise and fall placed her hand on his shoulder, a gesture of support that carried emotional weight beyond the physical contact. She had survived epochs by adapting to power structures, by understanding what it took to endure in systems larger than any individual. But she had also learned that adaptation had limits, that there came moments when one could no longer compromise without losing something essential to one's identity. The Council will retaliate for Zixin's defeat, she said without preamble. Whether he is truly dead or merely exiled, his fall will be interpreted as a direct challenge to Council authority. I know. The treaty allows them to take military action again, and the Council will interpret Zixin's destruction as justification for renewed confrontation. Then we prepare for the final conflict, Mei Luan said with absolute certainty. The prophecy speaks of a narrowed path. I think this is it. We have eliminated or exiled most of the intermediate threats. The Shadow Sect no longer operates in unified fashion. Qi-Ren is gone. Zixin has fallen. All that remains is the direct confrontation with the Eternal Accord Council itself. There is a clarity in this simplification that I find almost reassuring. We have spent months playing complex political games, dealing with multiple factions and competing interests. But the endgame is approaching where those subtleties will matter less and less. What will matter is fundamental. The willingness to stand against impossible odds, to maintain one's principles even when the cost is unbearable, to choose what is right over what is safe. These are the values that separate civilizations that endure from civilizations that crumble. And I believe you have built something here that can endure. Yan Xinhua nodded slowly. The path was indeed narrowing. The complex political landscape where multiple competing interests had allowed him room to maneuver was simplifying into a binary confrontation. His empire against the celestial hierarchy. Yet in that narrowing, there was also clarity. The ambiguities were dissolving. The time for subtle maneuvering and political games was ending. What remained was the fundamental question. Could a civilization built on principles of connection and shared will overcome an ancient hierarchy built on domination and coercion? How much time do we have? He asked. The treaty allows the council to mobilize forces. Military campaigns take time to prepare. I would estimate 4 to 6 months before a major incursion is launched. Then we have 4 to 6 months to become as strong as we can manage. We need to strengthen our alliances with tertiary-tier celestial realms. We need to ensure our military is in peak condition. And we need to prepare contingencies for something far larger than any individual celestial lord. He paused, considering the weight of what he was about to say. We also need to prepare the people for the possibility of total war. Not to frighten them, but to ensure they understand what is at stake and are making conscious choices about whether to remain part of this empire. If the council comes with overwhelming force, the cost will be high. I want everyone to understand that cost before we are committed to paying it. The conversation continued as the sun sank below the horizon and the stars emerged in the sky. The 10-year countdown continued its inexorable advance. For years remained before the moment of cosmic judgment arrived. And somewhere beyond the boundaries of the celestial hierarchy, beyond the reach of normal understanding, something vast and ancient stirred in its sleep, beginning the process of awakening. Yin Xinhua felt the weight of destiny pressing down on him. The terrible certainty that everything he had built was preparation for a confrontation whose true nature he did not yet understand. But he also felt the strength that came from his unity with his empire, the power that flowed from 1,000,000 souls committed to a shared vision. The path was narrowing, but it was also clarifying. And as Yin Xinhua watched the stars emerge, he understood that the greatest trial was still ahead, not the trial of his body or spirit or will, but something far more fundamental. The trials he had already endured had been preparation, stepping stones towards something larger. The body, the spirit, the will, these were merely the personal aspects of cultivation. But there was another level, a trial that could only be faced by a civilization as a whole. The trial of his entire civilization, facing an enemy beyond comprehension, with nothing but faith and unity to sustain them through the darkness ahead. In the coming years, Yin Xinhua knew, the CDF empire would be tested in ways that would demand everything from every person. The conflict with the celestial hierarchy was merely the prelude. The true confrontation awaited beyond, in the spaces where the primordial one stirred in its sleep, where cosmic forces operated according to principles that even the celestial hierarchy did not fully understand. When that moment came, when the final trial revealed itself, his empire would need to face it not as subjects of a ruler, but as equals in shared destiny. They were unified not through compulsion, but through genuine understanding of what was at stake. Only then would the outcome be determined not by power, but by something deeper, by the truth of what civilization could become when built on principles of genuine connection and mutual commitment. Chapter 61. The Hidden Celestial Faction. The message came not through the communication orb, but through immortal Qin himself, his aged frame appearing in Yin Xinhua's private study at the Imperial Palace. The old cultivator's presence triggered every ward and alarm system, and yet Yin Xinhua waved them away, understanding that Qin would not have risked such a direct visit without extraordinary cause. I bring word from those who have long waited for your ascension, Qin said without preamble. His white beard trembled as he spoke. A faction exists within the celestial realm, hidden even from Zixin's direct authority. We are called the Truth Keepers. Yin Xinhua's first response was caution. He had learned over 4 years that direct contact from celestial entities carried risk. Immortal Qin was one of the few celestial beings he had allowed close proximity, but proximity was not the same as trust. The old cultivator had earned respect through his actions and his honesty, but that earned respect did not extend to automatic acceptance of proposals from other celestial entities. How long have you been watching? Yin Xinhua asked, not bothering with hospitality yet. The question was more important than courtesy. If the Truth Keepers had been observing him before his exile, before his empire, it suggested a level of premeditation that carried implications Yin Xinhua needed to understand. Since before your empire was conceived, Qin replied, when you were merely a talented cultivator under Zixin's heel, certain entities within the celestial hierarchy recognized your potential. We have been positioning ourselves, preparing resources, waiting for the moment when direct contact became viable. Yin Xinhua gestured to the tea pavilion. The gesture was deliberate. If Qin meant harm, hospitality would not stop him, and Yin Xinhua's power had grown beyond the point where assassination through direct means was feasible. More importantly, accepting the invitation communicated that Yin Xinhua was willing to listen. The tea was poured, steam rising in delicate wisps, and for a moment there was only the soft sound of ceramic and the distant noise of the palace beyond. Explain, Yin Xinhua said. The Eternal Accord Council is corrupt, Qin said simply. Not individually. Some of its members are beings of genuine principle. Zixin himself is not inherently malevolent, but institutionally, structurally, the council perpetuates a hierarchy that no longer serves the cosmos. It was designed 10,000 years ago when the celestial realm was young and needed centralized authority to survive. But those circumstances have evolved. The council's hierarchical structure, which once provided necessary governance, has become ossified, preventing the natural evolution of cosmic society toward greater equity and distributed power. Qin paused, allowing the weight of the analysis to settle. We have watched for millennia, waiting for someone to articulate an alternative. You have done that. Your CDF system is not a novelty. It is the reflection of how reality itself operates. The cosmos itself is built on distributed power, on the interconnection of all things, on the principle that strength flows from harmony rather than from dominance. Your system mirrors these fundamental cosmic principles. Yen Xinhua felt the weight of the claim. The spiritual codex had led him to similar conclusions, but hearing those thoughts echoed by a celestial immortal carried different resonance. It meant that his instincts about reality's structure were not unique. They were fundamental truths that other advanced beings had already discovered through their own inquiry and experience. It suggested that his instincts about reality's structure were not unique. They were fundamental truths that other advanced beings had already discovered. How many comprise your faction? Yen Xinhua asked, his strategic mind immediately calculating implications. 37 beings of significant power was substantial, but not overwhelming. The council itself numbered over 100 members, though not all were equally powerful. The actual power disparity would depend on the individual capabilities of the Truth Keepers members. Currently, we number 37 beings of significant power, Qin replied, as if reading his thoughts. Scattered across celestial hierarchies, integrated into different power structures. We have members in the administrative bureaucracy, in the military command structures, in the economic councils. Individually, we are powerless to reshape the council. None of us commands sufficient authority to challenge the current order alone. Collectively, we represent a considerable force that can amplify your strength, providing resources, intelligence, and strategic coordination that would multiply the effectiveness of any action you undertake. And your motivations? Yen Xinhua pressed. Self-interest, ideological commitment, or something else? All three, Qin said, with a smile that suggested he appreciated the probing. His ancient face showed the marks of his long existence, lines carved by centuries of experience and observation. The council is stagnating. Its hierarchies are ossifying. Innovation is discouraged. Risk-taking is penalized. For those of us with millennia of existence behind us, stagnation is a kind of death, a slow fading of purpose and meaning. You represent the possibility of genuine change. We see an opportunity, yes, a chance to reshape the celestial order and eliminate the restrictions that constrain us. But we also hold a genuine belief that your vision is superior to what currently exists. A system built on distributed power, on equity and fairness, on merit rather than birth privilege. These are not merely advantages to us. They are ideals we have come to believe the cosmos deserves. There was something in the old cultivator's tone that rang true. Yen Xinhua had encountered enough deception over the years to recognize when someone was being genuine. Qin was many things, but he was not lying about basic motivations. There are risks in what I am offering, Qin continued. The council will move against you once they understand the full scope of the Truth Keeper's support. But we have resources, cultivation techniques forbidden to lower realms, artifacts sealed away in celestial vaults, and knowledge that transcends what any public texts contain. With our support, your ascension becomes possible in 5 years instead of 10. At what cost? Yen Xinhua asked. In the future cosmic order, the Truth Keepers would be recognized as co-architects, not servants. We would have a voice in how the realms are governed. Specific authority allocation would be negotiated when victory is assured, but the principle is non-negotiable. The proposal was simple and seductive. Support in exchange for future influence. And yet Yen Xinhua felt the trap inherent in any alliance. The gradual drift toward obligation, the slow erosion of autonomy until the ally became a master. He had seen how such arrangements worked. The council had not started as tyranny. It had started as partnerships, and power had gradually concentrated through 1,000 small compromises. I accept partnership, Yen Xinhua said carefully, but not obligation. The Truth Keepers will have voice and recognition commensurate with their contributions, decided transparently, not through future debts. Every major commitment you make on our behalf will be evaluated, and we will maintain the ability to refuse further cooperation if the terms become unreasonable. Qin's weathered face broke into a smile. You have grown wise, Yin Xinhua. The celestial realm rarely encounters such clarity. Transparency is acceptable. We would prefer it, actually. If our partnership is to reshape the cosmic order, it should be built on principles we would advocate for. Over the next weeks, the scope of Truthkeeper support became clear. Cultivation sites were opened to Yin Xinhua, places where the density of cosmic energy was so intense that meditation there could accelerate breakthrough by factors of 10. These were not simple locations, but carefully constructed cultivation chambers that had been maintained across tens of thousands of years. Each location represented millennia of accumulated knowledge about how to create environments conducive to cultivation breakthroughs. Artifacts arrived in sealed containers, a sphere that could store and project raw spiritual power with efficiency that would have been impossible in the lower realms, a meditation tool carved from crystallized time itself that could slow the passage of time within a cultivation chamber, scrolls written in languages that predated current celestial script, containing techniques and wisdom from eras before the current celestial order. Each artifact carried a note explaining its mechanics and limitations, ensuring that Yin Xinhua could understand precisely what he was being given and ensure he did not exceed the safe operational parameters. More significantly, knowledge flowed. The Truth Keepers shared cultivation techniques that taught integration with collective consciousness at scales that Yin Xinhua had only theorized about. They provided detailed explanations of how to achieve spiritual breakthroughs without destroying the body in the process. They provided blueprints for defensive formations that could protect entire realms without requiring constant magical maintenance, for communication systems that transcended spatial distance and could function even across the boundaries between realms, for methods of resource distribution that made the CDF system even more efficient at converting territory and population into usable power. Immortal Qin spent long hours in discussion with Yin Xinhua, explaining the celestial political structure in detail, the historical rivalries between different council members, the factional alignments that had developed over millennia, the ideological differences that made certain council members immovable in their positions and others potentially open to persuasion. The revelation shifted Yin Xinhua's strategy fundamentally. He was no longer isolated, no longer innovating in a void. He had allies within the celestial hierarchy itself. That changed everything about how he could plan, how he could move forward. The CDF system sent a notification that captured the moment. Celestial Alliance established. Confidence in Ascension timeline. 85%. New resources available. Forbidden techniques, cosmic artifacts, accelerated meditation sites. Strategic position shift. From resistance to potential dominion. Mailwan found him in the observation chamber, staring out at his 4 realms spread below like a map of possibility and responsibility. The lands showed signs of recovery from the earlier wars. Farms returning to cultivation, towns being rebuilt, the slow process of normalcy reasserting itself. But Yin Xinhua saw not the peace, but the fragility. One major invasion would erase everything. 2 would likely end the empire entirely. They are offering you something, she said. It was not a question. Mei Luan had learned to read his moods, to sense when he had made contact with celestial powers. A path, Yin Xinhua replied. A real path. Not 5 years of barely surviving. 5 years to ascend to a level where the council cannot destroy us through force. She took his hand. And you are afraid of what you might become in those 5 years. There was truth in that. Yin Xinhua had built his system on principles of fairness, of distributed power, of redemption, even for enemies. But every compromise weakened those principles. Every alliance made in the shadows eroded the light he sought to create. The Truth Keepers were offering him power through mechanisms that required accepting debt, accepting obligation, accepting the slow corruption that came from having to repay favors to entities with very different values. Would he reach immortal ascension having preserved his soul, or would he find that the cost of power had been higher than he'd calculated, the loss of the very thing that made that power worth wielding? The trials are beginning, he said quietly. The trial of the body comes first. Chapter 62. The Ascension Acceleration Plan. The meditation site chosen by the Truth Keepers was called the Void's Cradle, a region of space where the boundary between realms had grown thin, where cosmic energy flowed without the usual constraints that govern power in the normal territories. Yin Xinhua arrived with minimal retinue, understanding that what was to come required solitude and absolute focus. The Void's Cradle was less a physical place than a phenomenon. Reality there was negotiable. Time moved differently. Gravity shifted based on consciousness rather than mass. The very air seemed to contain infinite potential, waiting for will to shape it into form. Yin Xinhua could see the distortions in space itself, ripples where the normal laws of physics had become merely suggestions. The meditation chamber constructed by the Truth Keepers was carved from crystallized void matter, a substance that existed partially in the normal realm and partially in the space between. The material itself seemed to shift when viewed peripherally, as if uncertain whether it should occupy a specific location. The walls were inscribed with symbols that Yin Xingqua's enhanced understanding could parse as technical instructions for managing power flows. He sat cross-legged in the chamber's center and opened himself to the cosmic energies that flooded through the room. The Truth Keepers had given him protocols for this, techniques for accepting power without being consumed by it, methods for integrating raw cosmic energy into his cultivation base without causing cascading failures in his physical form. The protocols were written in celestial script, and each step was carefully explained in accompanying commentary from advanced cultivators with millennia of experience. Do not rush. Do not exceed the meridian's capacity. Integrate at the rate the body can accommodate. This is not a race toward power, but a transformation toward mastery. The protocols emphasized patience, understanding that rushing the process would cause permanent damage. The first day was agony beyond description. His meridians, the pathways through which spiritual power flowed, burned as they expanded to accommodate forces that should have destroyed him. Each heartbeat sent fresh pain through his torso as the channels expanded from their normal finger width to something larger, more capable of handling the cosmic energies flowing through them. The sensation was similar to standing in a fire while remaining conscious, aware of each moment of damage and adaptation. But the protocols had emphasized that this pain was necessary, that the expansion required the body's defensive systems to be engaged, that without the pain there would be no growth. On the second day, the acute pain became a background awareness. Yin Xingqua's consciousness, freed from the distraction of physical sensation, could focus on the mechanism of the acceleration itself. He began to see the pattern. The cosmic energy was not random. It had a structure, a rhythm, almost a language. Each surge of power corresponded to specific frequencies of consciousness. By tuning his mind to those frequencies, he could draw more energy with less damage. The discovery was revelatory. Power was not something you forced, but something you negotiated with through careful attunement. By the seventh day, something remarkable happened. His cultivation base, pushed to its absolute limits, underwent a transformation. It was not a breakthrough in the traditional sense, not the sudden expansion that marked the jump from one rank to another. Rather, it was an integration. Everything he had learned from the spiritual codex, from running the CDF system, from the experiences of his people, began to synthesize into a unified whole. His understanding of power shifted. He was no longer separate from the cosmic energy. He was becoming an expression of it, a conscious channel for forces that transcended individual will. The CDF system's notifications came rapid fire. Cultivation foundation stability, critical, energy integration rate, 97%. Breakthrough threshold approaching, neural pathway restructuring, 89% complete. He emerged from the chamber on the seventh day, and Zhao Qin barely recognized him. The change was subtle on the surface, no visible transformation, no dramatic shift in appearance. But there was something different in the way Yin Xingqua moved, in the authority that seemed to radiate from his presence. When he stood, the ground trembled slightly. When he breathed, the air seemed to organize itself around him. He had integrated power in a way that transcended the body's physical limits. How long can we do this? Zhao Qin asked, understanding that each cycle of acceleration was a risk, each breakthrough a gamble with death. The general had seen too many cultivators attempt to push their bodies beyond reasonable limits. Most had not survived. Those that had were often left with permanent damage, meridians that never fully healed, cultivation bases that carried weaknesses. I have enough resources for 20 more cycles, Yin Xingqua replied. Each one will take longer. The integration gets harder. But in 5 years, if I survive each breakthrough, I will reach the threshold of immortal ascension. The casualty rate in the territories has increased, Zhao Qin noted. People sense your absence. There have been 3 minor rebellions. Nothing we couldn't suppress, but the pattern is clear. The population is becoming unstable without your visible presence. Yin Xingqua felt the weight of that observation. The CDF system was designed to function with him as a guiding consciousness, but it was not designed to function in his complete absence for extended periods. His people felt the disconnection at a level beyond conscious awareness. Then I will accelerate the timeline, Yin Xingqua said. 3 days in the void's cradle instead of 7. Push harder, recover faster, prepare for the next cycle. The celestial realm will notice regardless. Let them see that something is accelerating here. Let that awareness ripple through their hierarchy. And the celestial realm will respond, Zhao Qin said. They will, Yin Xingqua agreed. Each breakthrough will send ripples across the boundary. They will know something is accelerating here. But by the time they understand what is happening, I will be too powerful to stop through conventional means. They will be forced to attempt something more direct. It was a calculated gamble. The acceleration was possible only because of the Truth Keeper's resources and knowledge. But it was also a beacon, announcing to all celestial powers that something unprecedented was occurring in the lower realms. The question was whether Yan Xinhua could complete his ascension before that attention manifested as invasion. He turned to his inner circle, Zhao Chun, Mei Luan, Lirue, and Lu Fenghui, and laid out the reality with brutal honesty. They were assembled in the war room, maps and strategic displays surrounding them. The council will attack. Not immediately, but within the next year. They will send forces, celestial warriors, perhaps even minor immortals. We must be prepared for total war. This means everything we do must be directed toward military readiness. Economic growth can wait. Cultural development can wait. We live in an age of preparation. And you? Mei Luan asked. Where will you be when the war comes? Deep in cultivation, Yan Xinhua said. Which means the empire must operate without me during the most critical period of its existence. That means I must trust you absolutely. Not to succeed, that may be impossible, but to endure, to preserve the possibility of continuation even if I fail, to hold the territories long enough for me to reach the power necessary to defend us all. The burden I am placing on your shoulders is immense. I am asking you to command an empire during its darkest hour, to make decisions that will determine the survival or extinction of billions, to do all of that without my guidance or support. There was silence in the room. Each person understood what was being asked. If the empire was invaded while Yan Xinhua was in deep cultivation, the responsibility for its survival rested entirely on them. That was not a burden anyone took lightly. Zhao Qin's response was immediate, his voice carrying the certainty of someone who had made 1,000 difficult decisions in war. I will hold the territories. Give me everything you can leave behind: strategic reserves, cultivator units, tactical knowledge. I will make the celestial realm bleed for every inch of our domain. They will win if they commit enough force, but the cost will be so high that the council will question whether the investment was worth the return. It was not a promise of victory. It was a promise of endurance. And endurance, Yan Xinhua understood, was sometimes all that mattered. Chapter 63. The First Celestial War. The invasion came on the first day of the third month, a calculated strike that caught the empire partially unprepared despite the warnings. 3 points of entry opened simultaneously, in the northern realms, in the eastern territories, and at the strategic heart of the empire's administrative center. The celestial lord leading the assault was called Xuan Mohan, a being of terrible power who had spent 7,000 years perfecting combat techniques and cultivation methodologies. He was not Zixin's equal, but he was formidable enough that the council had judged him sufficient to suppress a lower realm uprising. His reputation preceded him. Accounts described him as a master of the celestial arts, someone who could reshape landscapes with a gesture and kill armies with a thought. The assault was not subtle. Xuan Mohan's forces came with siege weapons that weaponized cosmic energy, with troops that had trained in unified formations, with strategic precision that spoke of careful planning conducted over months. The council had learned from previous failures. This time, they were not sending small probing attacks. They were committing to conquest. Zhao Chun coordinated from the war room, a chamber that had been designed specifically for managing large-scale conflicts. Maps floated in the air, marked with real-time positions of military units. Cultivation towers sent status updates every hour. The empire's administrative machinery, efficient and distributed as it was, allowed for response at multiple levels simultaneously. But efficiency meant nothing against overwhelming force. Zhao Chun understood this viscerally. He had commanded armies for years. He knew the difference between tactical difficulty and fundamental impossibility. The celestial forces represented the latter. The challenge was to make the fundamental impossibility costly enough that the council would question whether continuing was worth the investment. Zhao Chun had spent his first night in the war room calculating the mathematics of attrition. Every destroyed celestial unit came at a cost, in cultivator lives, in resources, in territorial damage. The question was whether the empire could impose costs faster than the celestial realm could absorb them. The northern territories fell back in a controlled retreat, Zhao Chun personally pulling units ahead of the advancing celestial forces and establishing defensive positions in key terrain. The strategy was not to hold ground, but to delay and attrit. Every day the celestial forces spent advancing was a day they spent away from supplies, away from reinforcement, away from the comfort of the celestial realm. Zhao Chun issued standing orders. Do not engage unless tactical advantage permits. Do not hold ground unless the cost to the enemy is multiplied by the holding. Preserve cultivators for future defense. Damage the enemy infrastructure, supply lines, communication networks, scout formations. The Eastern Front held, barely. Mei Luan commanded there personally, leading cavalry charges that disrupted enemy formations and inspiring the troops by her very presence. The Eastern soldiers loved her. They fought with the knowledge that their commander would fight beside them, that the woman directing them would die before she ordered them to hold an impossible position. At the administrative center, Shwe Mohan led a direct assault on the imperial palace, his power so immense that every ward and defensive formation shattered like ice in summer. The palace, which had taken 5 years to build and had been designed with the input of the empire's greatest architects and cultivators, was breached in a matter of hours. Evacuate the civilians, Zhao Chun commanded from the war room. Move the core operations to secondary hold 3. We buy time, nothing more. Do not make a stand at the palace. Let it burn if necessary. The evacuation was chaotic. Thousands of people, terrified and disoriented, fled through secret passages as the palace burned above them. Some made it to safety. Many did not. The casualty count rose hourly, a number that grew beyond comprehension. Families were separated. Records that had taken years to compile were destroyed. The empire was bleeding. And Yin Xinhua, deep in the void's cradle in his third cycle of acceleration, felt everything through the CDF system's connection to his territories. The pain, the fear, the desperation, it all flooded into his consciousness. But he could not respond. He was suspended between breakthroughs, his power too unstable to manifest in the physical world. He was a prisoner in his own transformation, forced to be aware of his people's suffering while being powerless to prevent it. The war raged for 3 months. Zhao Qin's strategy was not to defeat the celestial forces. That was impossible. Instead, he focused on making the conquest expensive, on raising the cost so high that the council would question the value of continued investment. He fortified secondary positions, led fighting retreats that inflicted maximum casualties on the pursuing enemy, and most importantly, preserved the core of the cultivator forces for future resistance. The celestial forces were superior in raw power, but the Empire's troops had something celestial soldiers often lacked: genuine motivation. They were fighting for their homes, for their families, for the possibility of continued existence. That motivation carried them through situations that would have broken more conventional armies. Mei Luan commanded the Southern Front, and her tactical brilliance turned the tide in one crucial engagement. She identified that Shwe Mohan's forces were coordinating through a communication network relayed via celestial artifacts, specialized crystal formations that could transmit information across vast distances instantaneously. Disrupting these would force Shwe Mohan's forces to rely on slower, more conventional communication methods. By leading a precision strike team through enemy lines, a maneuver that was nearly suicidal, requiring navigating through 3 celestial defensive formations while avoiding celestial radar systems, she managed to capture 3 of the primary relay stations. The operation took 2 days of careful planning and coordination. Mei Luan worked with her scouts to identify the precise locations of the relay stations. She trained her strike team, selected for their speed, stealth, and individual cultivation capability, to move through enemy formations without being detected. The operation itself was executed flawlessly. Mei Luan led from the front, her sword moving with lethal precision as her team eliminated sentries and overran the first relay station. The second and third stations fell in succession, the strike team moving with the coordination that came only from extensive training and shared purpose. The effect was immediate and devastating for the enemy forces. Shwe Mohan's coordination collapsed. Units that had been receiving real-time tactical information suddenly went silent, cut off from their commander's guidance. Units that had been moving with unified purpose suddenly scattered, each commander attempting to decide whether to continue an increasingly hopeless campaign or withdraw. In the resulting confusion, Mei Luan's forces were extracted from their defensive position before the enemy could reorganize and mount a counterattack. But for every victory, there were defeats. Entire cities were leveled. Regions that had taken decades to cultivate and develop were scorched. The population, which had grown to nearly 1.2 million, declined by hundreds of thousands as the war consumed everything in its path. The economy collapsed. Trade networks that had taken years to establish were severed. Families that had existed for generations were eradicated. In the quiet hours, Zhao Chun allowed himself to despair. Not publicly. The empire needed its strategists to be steady, unmoved by emotion. But in the darkness of his chambers, he wept for the people dying in his name, for the empire fragmenting despite his best efforts, for the impossible choice between continuing a war of attrition he could not win or surrendering to subjugation. He had fought in many wars across his lifetime, had commanded millions of soldiers, had seen strategy and tactics determine the fates of nations. But this was different. This was not a war that could be won through conventional military means. This was a war that could only be won through survival, through enduring long enough for Yin Xinhua to reach the power necessary to defend them all. The burden of holding the line while powerless to achieve victory was perhaps the heaviest responsibility he had ever borne. On the 92nd day of the war, the CDF system sent him a notification that made his heart leap. Cultivation breakthrough threshold achieved. Yin Xinhua returning to active consciousness. New rank. Immortal ascension imminent. Zhao Chun received the message as he was attempting to organize a counterattack that he knew would likely fail. Relief and fear flooded through him simultaneously. Yin Xinhua's return meant hope. But what would be the cost? What would he discover when he emerged? How much of the empire would remain? Chapter 64. The MC emerges from cultivation. Yin Xinhua's eyes opened after